Hello, everybody, and welcome into EUL. We are back for some more action. We are fresh off the mid-seasonal tournament, and it was electric, with Rework Esport Core not managing to come out on top despite an incredible run and dominating the season so far. So here we are. It is now round 5, and we've got multiple action-packed games to bring you. As always, I'm Spartan Tano, and I am joined here today by the incredible Lobo. That's right, I went on his bio, I found the email, I got him in contact, he's here on the mic. How are we doing, mate?
Mate, that is my name. My name is Lobo, and my email is in bio. So if you want to ask me all of my opinions, don't at me, email me. But, mate, again, we are so back for EUL. I'm so excited for this. I mean, it's been a hot minute since you and I have been behind the caster's desk. We went to the caster's desk yesterday, that wasn't official. This is official EUL business. We got some banging teams. We got some world qualified players that are going to be strutting their stuff here as well on these different teams. We got a couple of updates as well. We've had a team drop out. We've got a team come in. We've had a team get picked up as well by an org. So, I mean, let's talk about it. Tano, it's Unite. We love this game.
We do love this game, and we love EUL. We will have a look at the standings, of course. Let's see if we can get those up. Thank you, production. We'll have a talk about the matches of the day, and of course, we'll have a look at the update on which teams have gone and joined. We can go through that here, in fact. So here you go, chat. These are the standings right now. With the plus points is Oman Buzuluf managing to take that number 1 spot off Rework Esport Core after a very successful run in the mid-seasonal tournament. Vaporeon haters are still very comfortable. They're undefeated at the moment, thanks to the fact, well, they're in that 3rd position because of how well their other teams did in the mid-seasonal, I do believe. And as you can peek on the screen here, yes, so Electro Drifters were picked up by Engage. They are the new Academy team here, so that is the Academy in 6th place. And then, of course, you can spot Eon Esports coming on in 8th place. They have replaced Power Rangers here, and I cannot wait to see how they compete, Lobo.
Yeah, absolutely. A big congratulations to Electric for being picked up. Their Academy team, you know, they want to make it to those big stages as well. So their time is now to shine. Eon Esports, a team I know quite well. Their roster, Skitty, Okari as well. I mean, such fantastic players, good knowledge of the game. So I can't wait to see how they perform. They fell just a little bit short in the qualifiers, but they've made their way through. And I'm excited to see it. They are on a mission to kind of prove themselves in this tournament, so a lot of eyes on them, and it's gonna be fun. But mate, I mean, you know, look at TTAR. TTAR did very well. I've been doing very well. Nasty Family is a very, I want to say, star-studded team, but we're looking forward to them as well. But Oman Buzuluf is the team to watch right now, because throughout all last season, Rework Esport Core were very, very hard to take down, and Oman Buzuluf are now in the running to give them, I mean, a little bit of push and pull for that top spot.
I would love to know people's opinion on how we're pronouncing that name, mate, because I definitely don't think it's right. I think it's something, but
I think we pronounce it differently in every way. But you know what, Anna? I think the English translation, because it's a name, but English translation, I think it translates to email in bio. So that's kind of what I think it means, but I could be wrong, so I'm willing to be correct.
Well, let's have a look at what the run-up of today is, and we'll see where Buzuluf are going to end up in that run-up as we have a look at today's action, chat. It is Rework Esport Core taking on Vaporeon haters straight out of the gate. That is going to be an absolute belter, especially with Vaporeon haters still looking to be defeated here so far. Oman Buzuluf are going to take on TTAR in our 2nd game of today, and the Academy team, I believe we're just waiting on confirmation. No, they may have FF'd on the other side of it. Nasty Family will take on Dift in this final side of things here. And I'm excited for this, Lobo, because we've got some really good matchups there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm really looking forward to Oman Buzuluf versus TTAR. Now, we talked about TTAR a lot as well, formerly MTZ. You know, a team that are very, very close to our hearts, a very fun team, a very young team that have started to get their competitive juices flowing. So they're combining their creativity with some of these more meta strats and meta picks as well. And they've been doing very well. They just have to do a little bit of polishing on their end. And I mean, who better to test themselves against than Oman Buzuluf, who will punish any kind of mistakes that are going to come towards them. But this first game, Rework Esport Core versus Vaporeon Haters, the Core definitely want to get rolling, and taking down the Haters is one way to do it. But now we've just been confirmed it is going to be the Academy taking on Eon Esports. So the promoted team, the picked up team versus the newcomers to EUL. A lot of exciting action going on, mate.
It is. I'm genuinely excited to see how Eon's Esports get on in. I think they've got some individually brilliant players that really do understand this game quite well, but they are a very new team. So that means that they've come together quite recently. They're still building that team synergy, but I love the fact that they've decided just to go for it here, mate. I'm really glad that they're just getting stuck in, trying to come up against this competition, and I can't wait to see how they compete.
Yeah, 100%, mate. Look, the way in which Pokemon Unite is going right now, there's topsy-turvy, there's ups and downs, there's a little bit of ebb and flow about people's thoughts on what's going on with Pokemon Unite, but what you cannot deny is how incredibly exciting the esports is. We are looking at All-Star Draft as well. So, I mean, best of threes, you don't really get to witness all of All-Star Draft. They do work very well in a best of five, but I mean, Connor, we have a roster of almost 95 Pokemon. So eliminating 5-on-5 each side is still going to do a dent, but there are still a lot of Pokemon for us to choose from. But let's get these team recaps going. Our first game, Rework Esport Core, boasting a current record of 3-1. Vaporeon Haters 4-0. Can Rework Esport Core bring the one there and kind of tie this one up?
Well, I mean, that will be a challenge. Rework Esport Core, though, would be the team to do it. As Alito, Volto, Revenge, you, and Megu are here today, ready to compete on behalf of this dominant team. And I can't wait to see how they do. We've got plenty of accolades across the boards, as you can see, along the boards of EULM. They've played in the EUL Masters League. We've got LFPU winners along the board. EOS Cup is on there, bro. It has been an incredible run for a lot of these players. They are typically the team to beat when it comes to EUL.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, all season long, it was Rework Esport Core and Gear together, but this is now emerging of those two titans of EUL. Now, this is not a team to be blushing at all. Zante, Voxer, Laura Tucci, Nils, and Indigo. Vaporeon Haters currently boasting an undefeated record, but look at the accolades on this team as well. Top 8 EUIC, 3rd LCQ 2026. 5th EU Regionals 2025, 1 EOS Cup, 4th EU League, 5th EULM, 5th EUL. I mean, there is no shortage of competitive experience amongst these players. And Tano, we have watched and casted most of the games that these guys are boasting on their stat sheet. So we know these players so very, very well. They have improved, they have evolved. And as this game continues to evolve, it's just so exciting to see how they keep on growing as players and competitors.
Yeah, right now we've got two teams that are basically royalty here in EUL, buddy, and I cannot wait to see the competition they're going to bring to each other. I do beg the question, will Vaporeon Haters finally pick up Vaporeon? Because we've seen it in previous weeks. They refuse to do so, buddy. Even though it is the best pick later on in the sets, they are adamant we will not play Vaporeon no matter what. And you know what? You got to give respect where it's due for sticking to their loyals, mate.
You know what? It is what it is. If you're going to commit. Commit to the bit. That's what we like to say. But we've also just been told, guys, in terms of just overall blanket bans, there is one, and it is Palkia. So all the other Pokemon are going to be free to play. Palkia is the only one that is not going to be free to play. I mean, we got Reshiram coming next week, I believe, my goat. So Yvettal, the Bacon Bird, is available to be picked. The Dancing Duck, Quacklevolt, is always going to be available. You don't know the Bacon Bird, my guy?
The Bacon Bird?
That's what it's called. When you look at it shiny, it looks like bacon. That's what it comes from. If you know, you know. If you're a Pokemon fan, you're a Pokemon fan, my guy. I'm out here teaching less. I'm out here teaching. Look at Yvettal shiny. Look at Yvettal shiny. That's all I'm gonna say. But as we get into our ban phase, it's gonna be Blissey, Alcremie, Psyduck, and Umbreon, mate.
Oh my god, it does!
Neither of these teams want any supports or defenders. But Donna's just had his world rocked by the Bacon Bird.
I cannot not see that now, bro. Now you've pointed that out, I cannot not see it as a piece of bacon. Oh my god.
There is a reason that I'm known as a Pokemon fan. The reason I have the most obscure facts But you is going to pick up the Bacon Bird. They're going to swap right onto that priority pick. I don't know, man. When we have gone up against this Yveltal, it doesn't seem as overwhelming as people reckon. Whether it is worth a first pick, I'm not sure. But what is definitely worth that first pick, and it makes my little Lobo heart so proud, is the big jaw bomb, the big jaw menace that is for Alligator.
Yeah, it's pretty comfortable first picks here from both squads, to be honest. Voxo is on their tried and tested Crustle as well. That is very comfortable as a defender for Vaporeon haters. And straight out of the gate, they're building up a decent composition here. Esport Core going to try to do the same as Alito, hovering over this Hooper at the moment, with Alchemy and Blissey being taken out. Very good alternative. And Volto is going to bring out the only Mega that is worth it in the game right now, Mega Lucario.
I mean, you're going to catch some hate for saying that, but we say it all the time. Mega Lucario is definitely currently the only Mega that does seem worthwhile, that Mega Stone slot. Mega going to pick up that Trevenant, which I do really like. I think you and I are big fans of Trevenant as a defender. Don't think it gets its flowers enough, because being as skilled as you are on that Trevenant, you can get some really good picks, some really good peel coming out. If there's anyone that's going to do it for you, it is going to be a Mega. However, Zante, that's a little scary. Tano, because there's one thing that you don't give a few players in this region, and Zante giving him access to a Pokemon that is as strong as a Mew is definitely one of them.
I love how their name is Revenge on My Mind on the Talonflame there for Esport Core. God knows what that's going to do. But right now, we have a Dragonite coming out onto the field as well from Vaporeon haters. They have a very well-balanced comp. It's going to be interesting to see the main targets of Talonflame over on the side of Esport Core as we just finish off these final preparations now, and it's looking like a good first game here, buddy. It is all-star draft, best of 3 straight out of the gates. This is going to be an action-packed adventure.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, the one thing I'm looking at right here now, Tano, is the kind of counters that we've got. Mega Lucario counters for Alligator very, very well. Whether it's that power-up close combat reset, because Mega for Alligator, 1, can't stun the Lucario out of that, and 2, the Waterfall just lets you run straight at Lucario, so it's going to be just extra healing. So that is going to be the interesting kind of 1v1 that I'm going to be watching between Volta and Nils. Also, Loretushi on the Dragonite is a really, really nice shout. Whether they decide to go Outrage or whether they decide to go Hyper Beam, I think Hyper Beam is kind of becoming the more popular move of choice. Instead of just throwing hands, you're going to be throwing beams at people, and that is a great secure tool. If you're able to get that Dragon Dance up, the damage output is actually quite scary.
It is, and you know, it's a safe build, isn't it? At the end of the day, the Mega Beam coming out of your mouth rather than going for the claws. But I don't know. I don't suspect we'll see the Outrage at all, just because of 2 melee Pokemon on the side of Esport Core. You're going to get as much benefit as the range that you can get. We need that secure, but here we go, buddy. This is game 1 of round 5, best of 3. Now it's not Nouns Esports, it's going to be Rework Esport Core on your purple side, Vaporeon haters on your orange side. I see what you did there,
Man's still living in last season. But Yveltal in that bottom lane does have a lot of offensive pressure going up straight away into this bottom path. We got Crustle and Mew, but however, the Electro Ball secure from the Mew as well as the Execute can come in handy. Trevenant, little Phantom does have to back off here, but the Mewsted Auto unable to find the K opener. Both central laners, the Talonflame and the Dratini. Dratini, I don't know, Tana. We always talk about which central laner comes out stronger. Which one do you give it to, the Fletchinder or the Dragonair?
I think both pretty much on par, but having Acrobatics still on the side of the Fletchinder is very strong, but also Dratini has just great maneuverability with a decent amount of damage. So I think pretty much on par with each other. It's all about who gets that next evolution first, as we saw some aggression coming out from Vaporeon haters. They grab the farm while they go back to their own pad here. 850 is about to spawn on in. Volto is ready to go as well, charging things up. You down here looking to defend this by themselves. Megu wasn't able to get there, looking for a little bit more farm, and it's Voxo that absorbs all of that experience, Lobo.
Yeah, Voxo gonna have to get out of here. Does get protected by the big Bacon Bird in that top path. Still no evolution here for Voxo, but once they get activated, it is going to be very impressive. However, who does get activated in the top lane is the Crocodile. It has access to that Crunch moveset, so it does have the ability to roll that big damage. Alongside the Elder God, slowing down their opponent is going to be a problem to deal with. Lucario only going to be helpful, I think, once he gets access to that Mega and that Power-Up Punch as well.
Yeah, well, that's what the big mighty jaw can do, and knowing that they didn't have level 5 on Lucario just yet, you have the capability of getting in there and finding that KO. Talonflame's going to do the same now with the Brave Bird, connects with the Aerial Ace, and that is an easy KO. Looking for more here as they dive onto the Elder Gods. Regidrago will be taken by Laura, very close as you was looking to take that one away. Now they'll just run back to their pad here, buddy. Vaporeon haters want to get aggressive with it, though.
Yeah, it was a nice rock through to try and block off Yveltal, but I actually really like the selection of Brave Bird here. It is a complete nuclear option that you can play with the Hooper as well, with that Phantom Force. It gets you in, gets you out, it does damage, it does exactly what they need to do. But score's not looking too bad here, Tana. 52-27. Dragonite online, central laners are powered up. Let's see where this goes, because on top side, we need Croconaw to get that evolution. As I said, there it goes. It's got access to more jaw power. Don't exceed. Has to be popped by Lucario. I mean, by Hooper straight away. Run away from this big Gator boy.
Wisely decides to disengage there on the side of Mills. That Lucario was looking for a KO, and looks like a Flame Sweep will come through to say goodbye to Mew here. Regirock continues to be damaged by you. Megu's ready to defend, to prepare to take this lock in. Looking for the Dragonite Hyper Beam. Doesn't come through early enough, as that's going to be taken by Talonflame. Now they're looking for the KOs, bro, as we find that Crustle. Luckily, Indigo manages to get out, and they don't find more with brilliant Draco Impact coming out from the Dragonite as well.
Yeah, it was an absolutely beautiful Horn Leash to sucker everybody back into that Brave Bird as well. But here we go, the close combat is going to try, but that's exactly what we expect to see, Tano. The counter of the Waterfall and Crunch combination, using that close combat to just reset the health and do big amounts of damage. Dragonite does manage to pick up a KO on the Lucario. Turnabout is fair play. The experience goes right back. But Rework Esports Core, currently right now, even at the 6-minute mark, they're winning a lot of these fights. And all on the back of this Talonflame, who needs to get out here after securing some KOs, but unable to do so.
You have to bear with me, buddy. My VMix is just freezing at the moment. A KO coming through on the side of the Crystal onto Hooper, as we do get some more points going in on the side of Esport Core as well. Vaporeon haters looking to see if they can push this top side objective. With that Draco Impact landing down, a rip from the side of the Dragonite here. Nils trying to deal with that Trevenant, isn't able to do much more. Now we're going to get the secure on the Regieleki.
Yeah, I mean, Dragonite is always going to be favored in those secures if they're able to get the timing right. Regieleki going to walk into this pad. I mean, going to be stopped as well by the Lucario. But I think this is smart by Vaporeon haters. They've decided to drag 2 of the members of Rework Esports Core to defend that top side pad and try and get some value on the other side as well. So, heading on into this 5-minute mark as well. Levels aren't too bad for both sides. They're quite even. It's just that scoring where Rework Esports Core have managed to maintain a good and decent lead whilst also denying opportunities for Vaporeon haters. 13 seconds till we roll another Reggie. These guys just might fight it out right now. 2 all-rounders in the top lane. Trevenant and Talonflame are going to go make a push to that top lane, thinking that they got some time.
Got some time indeed. We do have a big push from Vaporeon haters down into this bottom lane, looking to see if they can grab this Reg Ice, as we're running on a little bit of SPS problems at the moment, chat. We'll try our best to cast alongside it while the production is trying to fix it. The secure will come through. Lucario's going to find the Reg Ice for that one, and they're diving in for some more KOs here, buddy. Flame Sweep's going to come through as well. Doesn't find anyone off the backside of it, though, as Dragonite is able to get out of there. Brave Bird goes in once again, back to the Phantom Force. They do get KO'd by the Feraligatr. Huge beams come through from you and Dragonite there, but they fall and go back to the Pokemon Center, and it's this Yveltal that's trying to deal with this Feraligatr, but that is not a matchup that you want to see, as Elite now trying to provide the assistance, but eventually they just get slammed back to Nurse Joy as well.
It was a fairly even fight for that one, my guy. Both teams had 3 members up. I don't really think the scores changed. The experience did change. Feraligatr and Yveltal just throwing a hand in the middle of that ring right there. Didn't even have a chance to see where the objective went to. It looked like it went to the side of Rework Esports 4. But now, the Brave Bird is going to manage to secure the Regidrago. We've got another fight going on. Feraligatr wants to try and find the Talonflame, but Talonflame able to Brave Bird out. Now, Feraligator's got their sights set on this pad down the bottom. They've got assistance here from the Elder Gods, the Hooper, and the Crosser, but we're deciding that fighting on pad, especially against a Yveltal, probably not the best way to go about it just now.
Not at all. Well, we've got 3:20 on the clock right now. Comfortable lead for Esport Core out of the gate, but definitely not unreachable for Vaporeon haters. As we have a look at these levels, Dragonite just hitting level 13 at the moment. May have managed to find a catch out on this Mega Lucario, who's going to blast the Aura Cannon. Flame Sweep comes in just to buy the space for their Lucario there, and they're able to find some damage on the side of Laura. Luckily, they do get out of this situation, although they may have been caught. Rock Tomb comes through, but they're able to get over it with a power-up punch. Vaporeon haters don't find a KO, but they at least pull out that Aura Cannon, and now they look for the rip of the Red Jalecki. Boxshow trying to zone him out. Gotta watch out for the Brave Bird. Connection lands. They will take the Lecky, but that T1 pad, not going to be much of an overcap if they manage to push that in.
Yeah, that's going to be a 35. They're going to have to do the math properly. I don't think they had enough. They just went for the 41 from the Feraligatr instead, but they're still 247 points ahead. Our rework Esports bottom side. You managed to get a few points of their own as well, and now they're currently in a great position. Steal this Registeel right off the map and going into that first major objective with the Registeel buff. Could be great, but it's you that is going to play spoiler. Trevenant's got in with the Horn Leech, unable to get a proper pick out, as the rest of Vaporeon haters are now going to go in to this final objective with a Registeel buff, courtesy of a Solar Beam from Mew. What a way to play spoiler, because they arrived at that objective late. But never deny Mew. But right now, buddy, there's a Groudon, and that means one thing: the game is on, and Mew is going to start this off with a few Muted Autos and a Solar Beam.
Dante's cooking here on this Mew, buddy, very comfortable, but right now all the work has to be done by Vaporeon haters. They are massively behind score-wise. They still have this buff for another 50 seconds. They have to use it, make advantage of it, and it's got to be more than just Zante throwing in the poke damage here at the moment. Nils needs to get on this flank. They need to be aware of it as well, as they're looking to see if they can find the KOs. Megu is going to get beamed down. They're going to have to get at least in a position where they can find the health, and now they're going to have to go for this action instead, trying to see if they can find the KOs at the moment, but I'm just gonna have to swap to the other screen with it all going on. Lumia Demise was used. Yes, it was. Wasn't able to find anything with it, but it's a triple KO coming out from Nils as they're able to clean up Rework Esport Core at the moment. Talonflame is just gonna escape in the bare moments. The rip on the Groudon comes through. Zante with a mystical Mirage looking to see if they can get in a position to get this rip through as well. Lucario is coming back, but they cannot touch it, Lobo. Groudon goes to Vaporeon haters, but they gotta score, and they gotta score quick.
Score right now. They do manage to pick up a KO. I mean, the big Bacon Bird has gone back to Nurse Joy alongside that Mega Lucario. The Aura Cannon tried. It was a little bit off target, but a little bit early as well. Weren't able to get in. So we might see Falcon Brave Bird try and secure that. However, the Vaporeon haters have done what we thought might be impossible. They were so far behind. They were losing some of these team fights, but a good pick, a good rip, and a Registeel buff to boot really turned this game around for them. For this game one, mate, that was game one. We only watched game one. What do we have coming for the rest of this stream?
Yeah, that was eventful, buddy. I really liked the way that Esport Core were playing that, at least with how aggressive they were scoring those points. Felt like the team fights were going more in favor of Vaporeon haters at a couple of those, having Zante on that Mew, and then a really good Dragonite coming out from Laura as well, to be honest. But it was all down to just stealing that Registeel away. I think that was brilliant from Zante. If that advantage was over on the side of Esport Core, who already had the lead, it could have been a completely different fight there, mate.
Yeah, of course, because you had to look at it. As soon as the Registeel was kind of popped by Vaporeon haters, it was stolen by Zante. Oh, we saw the kind of, what do I want to call it? They were kind of baiting. They were baiting, and they were wasting time for as long as possible to get rid of that Registeel buff from the side of Vaporeon haters. And then finally, Vaporeon haters were able to pick up, I think it was Megu, the first one that went down in that same fight, alongside, I believe it might have been you or Volta. We saw the Lumia of Demise get popped as well, but then straight after that, you went down. So, I mean, as soon as that happened, Vaporeon haters moved very, very quickly to position themselves against the choke point and then into where the Groudon pit was. They had double secure. Hyper Beam and Solar Beam hit that Groudon at the same time. And I'm sorry, if you're able to secure between both of those moves, something has gone wrong on your team. But again, that Feraligatr was a problem to deal with for the side of Rework Esports. But luckily, they're not going to have to deal with it in the next game.
Yeah, no, that is very true. And I mean, just peek the bands here as well. But it has been, at least in the recent patch and the recent tournaments we've been casting, Umbreon and Quackville have been go-to picks for a lot of these teams. I expect them to possibly leak through in the next rounds coming up. But here, straight out of the gates, we've got some mega Pokemon that were now going to be banned with this All-Star draft process. So going into game 2 here, I don't know, because it felt like in that one, Esport Core were comfortable. They were scoring the points, keeping that lead like they usually do. But if it wasn't for the steal on this Registeel, because right now, Vaporeon haters, as we see in this replay, they're very patient with it until they realize we can find a moment to get this catch off. They were losing this buff, and they had to find something whilst they had it.
And look what happens here. They do manage to go in. This is, I think, exactly what you pointed out in the cast. You mentioned that they were running out of time. I mean, Yveltal is just popping them, Mew's popping them back. They pick out somebody here, but Mew gets a good Solar Beam, and it allows Feraligatr to go on the Frank. There you see, it is the Trevenant that falls first. They pop the Rings Unbound from the Hooper. They aren't able to take out the Feraligatr either, and Feraligatr with the assistance does allow him to take out the Hooper. And again, once they had the confidence to go in, I mean, you lose your Hooper, your Trevenant in quick succession. That is a lot. That is your essential support system down. Lucario, I think, was trying to hit the Aura Cannon for an off the screen snipe, but wasn't able to go in. Talonflame wasn't too lower health that perhaps a Brave Bird in might have worked. However, I think they would have seen it. And again, even if you're able to secure that objective, you don't have any of your team up to have the shield. So maybe they thought they could try and defend the pad. It's hard to tell, but you mentioned it. Umbreon, Quaquavel, and Sylveon. Pokemon that got buffs that didn't need them. I don't know who looked at Umbreon, one of the most picked defenders in the game, one of the most banned out defenders in the game, one of the most annoying defenders in the game, and went, yeah, let's buff that one.
You know what they saw? They saw, okay, we released Palkia. Its ult does absolutely nothing. Buff Umbreon. Must be done.
Yeah,
that's got to be the answer.
You know what? They're like, you know what? Phalanx gets targeted by everything. AoE damage is so strong against Phalanx because all of its little minions get targeted. You know what we should do? Buff Sylveon. Give it that hyper voice buff. That's exactly what they decided to do. That's exactly what they decided to go with. I mean, look, it's going to be baffling to see why they buffed certain Pokemon. I guess defenders are in an interesting space right now in the current meta because they're all so strong. I mean, Lapras and Goodra are the only defenders that I can think of that are just not being picked.
But yeah, if you put Goodra in Veteran, bro, it's an absolutely insane Pokemon. So I don't know. I just think the defender line of play is just extremely oppressive.
That's what they did, mate. They said Goodra wasn't getting enough attention, so they buffed Sylveon instead.
Exactly that, mate.
Yeah.
They sat around on that table and they wait a minute. Gyarados is the lowest win rate Pokemon. We've got to buff Umbreon.
Yeah,
so, you know, right now, though, we're going to go into game 2 here. Van Sylve is going to be... I've got Sylveon on the mind now, bro. Snorlax, Psyduck, Umbreon straight out of the gates. I don't think we'll have much adjustment here. I suspect Quaquavel will continue to receive that ban.
Yeah.
If it does get let through here, it will be a must pick for whichever side wants to go for it.
It's very interesting because Quaquavel got released. It was very underwhelming. It got a slight buff, and now it is incredibly playable. So it just shows you how little tinkering that you kind of need to do with these Pokemon to get them in a good space. Suicune, also a Pokemon that needs to be banned. Machamp is a Pokemon that has been banned consistently all season, and deservedly so, because even that nerf to submission was not a nerf. It was a half a second cooldown, and they decided to buff Umbreon. I don't know what they were thinking. But Blissey is going to be the final support Pokemon ban. I mean, across the board, both of these teams just really do not like supports because they are just so strong. And Nils has decided that he's going to dance for happiness with the Quaquavel, so I'm happy.
Yeah, plenty of splashing will be done in this game, but a straight instant pick on that Quaquavel. Megu is going to pull out the Blastoise and Azalito on the Alchemy, so we do have some slight counters to it at the moment. That's some good crowd control and some good capability of keeping your team in those team fights. Let's see how they adjust the rest of that comp, as it looks like Vaporeon haters are entertaining the birds here, buddy. No, Skeledirge is going to be picked up by Zante, another Pokemon that is doing very well in the meta at the moment, especially with the song that you can send out. Voxshow is going to pull out Articuno here as well, looking for the strong defender to go up against Blastoise.
Yeah, I mean, look, Vaporeon haters decided to play in the rain. They decided to play in the water. Rework Esports Sport said they're going to meet them right there with the Blastoise. Blastoise says, you splash, I splash, we all splash together. And Volta has decided that they want to drop an anchor. But no, I'm just kidding. I mean, very interesting comp coming out. Let's take it down. Let's take it a little bit serious. You know, Articuno is a very, very strong defender. I think it's in that position with Suicune. But you can take away all of its damage, and its CC would be enough for it to be a first pick Pokemon, because that CC is just crazy. You're just unable to move. You're unable to play the game. But what I love to see, and what I'm so excited to see, over the moon to see, is what is being picked up right now. Indigo and Laura going with the Comfey Hormone combination. Now, I am going to hazard a guess. Not my expert opinion, but it is a well-informed opinion that is going to be a sweet kid.
Yeah, and you know what? It's such a great pickup here as well, buddy, because they've got so much to self-sustain on the side of Vaporeon haters that Indigo is going to be, Indigo is going to be pretty happy. I'm trying to hold my excitement while I explain this, bro. Indigo is going to be very happy being able to sit on multiple targets there. It's going to give Comfey plenty of support they can provide to Vaporeon haters. And then Revenge pulls out Gengar for Rework Esports Core, and I am incredibly excited for this. Now, my question for you here, Lobo, are we going to see Fire Spin? Are we going to see Armor Cannon? Because every time I think that is going to be Armor Cannon, I see a Fire Spin Armarouge.
Look, I'm going based on the team that we've got going on right now, and based on what you would currently play. I think it's going to be Armor Cannon. Because, now hear me out.
You want to bet some Oreos on that, bro?
Because, sorry?
You want to bet some Oreos bandana, whatever it is, on that?
You already owe me an Oreos bandana, my guy. All
you want to bet?
Fine. A bet. It's gonna if it's Armor Cannon, I owe you. Well, it's good. It'll cancel out. But neither of us owe either one.
But you could also get two.
Yeah, I could also get
packs
two.
of
Yeah,
Oreos.
all right. Bet. Shake on it.
Shake on it.
Shake on it. Good. All right. Now. Here's what is the most important thing. The Hormone was picked, Comfey was picked, Gengar was picked. They also buffed Umbreon for all of those decisions. I don't understand why. However, on paper, I'm going to ask you, because you already asked me a question. On paper, mate, put me in the hot seat. What are you giving it to me? No biases because Gengar's on the field. No biases because on the field.
Okay, on paper, I'm going to give it to Vaporeon haters due to the strong Pokemon that they've got in this meta. But let's see if that is going to be the outcome as we go on into Game 2 here. And of course, it is Vaporeon haters that are currently up 1 point. Let's see if it's going to be enough for them to take this set away, buddy.
Man had to read the names of the teams, but that's okay. Because we got
they weren't not even on my screen. I'm on the Discord one here.
We got a freeze coming in from the Articuno, and look at how much damage it's doing early game, my guy. This Pokemon was a Pokemon that has been buffed as well, and they nerfed this Pokemon and buffed Umbreon. But however, it's still doing in the work. It has to pop and eject very, very quickly to make sure to get out, but that has just allowed little Wade Coco to get as much experience as possible. Top side, we have got the Duck. The Duck is doing ducky things, but I mean, the big bug, Volta is not going to let any experience go to waste on their side. But now, all eyes going to be on Laura because this is going to be a fun game. Now, is this Sludge Bomb? Donna,
it's got to be Hex, right? It's got to be Hex.
It's got to be.
I would not want to take this with a Dream Eater, but yeah, it is going to be Hex. But the difficulty is how well they have managed to come out of the gates here on the side of Vaporeon haters, and that is the power of the Pawmi. Laura able to get that dive instantly ready to go, and Comfey prepared to provide that assistance. Now they're at a difficult position on the side of Rework Esports, buddy, because they're getting into the territory of being able to snowball this central lane.
Yeah, absolutely. We still don't have the full kit yet for the Comfey just now. We don't have the evolution. We don't have the Volt Switch ready on the Pawmot. So once they get access to that full kit is going to be even more dangerous. However, Rework Esports Core, they are a team that know what they're doing. If their own central lane is going to get invaded, there is a slight chance that the enemy team central lane is going to be free, and they are going to go for it. I mean, Dante did manage to get a few buffs for themselves to save it, but a Blastoise and a Remy together is nothing to shy away from. And this is the smart play I like to see from any Comfey player. Instead of hanging on to one target, they're going to go on to multiple. But now that's bullying on an extra predator.
Oh, I thought he was going to be able to get out of there, but he just let sound like Goofy. I honestly, I thought the ankle breaking from Nils there was so good. Feeling like the War Turtle was going to be able to like headbutt, so you have to dodge it. I enjoyed that a lot, but unfortunately, 4 Pokemon is a bit too much for you to be able to dodge.
Mate. Armor Cannon.
Okay, brilliant. So that's 2 packs of Oreo bandanas that you're owed, buddy.
Yes, it is. That is, I will collect on those.
I need to stop making these bets, bro.
We'll see how many stacks of Oreo bandanas that I will be getting by the end of this stream. However, I mean, it was criminal what just happened to Nils in that top pass, but it just shows the amount of pressure that is being applied by Vaporeon haters. But with all that, Tano, real useful core actually in the lead when it comes to scores.
Yeah, it is, and that's what they usually do. They're so comfortable at getting scores in quickly and trying to keep that score lead for their own advantage. This could go into this T1 pad. That will leave it on free for a decent overcap, although it is very early to break a pad, but it does give you a chance to push a T2 with plenty of time before that springboard comes through. Looking for the defense here is going to be you with the armor cannon assistance from Adelito, but right now they are getting forced down by the oppression of the Articuno. They will get an overcap on that one, and now they've got a minute and a half that they can at least push up to this T2 safely.
What I love about Rework Esport Core, because Blastoise has been handcuffed for a lot of this game, but it has just gone and farmed around, and their Blastoise is on the same level as their central lane. It's got Unite Move, it's got access to that Hydro type move, but it's also running the Rapid Spin Surf. The Hex is going to go through. The Fluffy Cream Supreme is going to keep their team lights and healed up. Articuno is going to try and go for some freeze. Both Unite Moves, 3 Unite Moves are used there. And Rework Esport Core have found their way right back into this game after a tumultuous start to the game, which saw them on the back foot. And now they're turning that back around. Their patience, their understanding the game has brought it back this way, my guy. And this is why Rework Esport Core were the top team last season.
Yeah, it really, really was. What I am enjoying, though, is how competitive this game has ended up being, as Voxshow is going to be left to defend this pad here. They do have a lot of range that they can deal with on the side of that armor cannon. Right now, a pressure in the central area for Vaporeon haters. They're going to get here in time to be able to take this experience themselves. Megu's happy to just be an absolute nuisance here and pull the attention down to this bottom lane, zoning out while points rain on in, and that is, again, the lead taken by Rework Esport.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're so good at working together. They've got, I mean, not usually we expect Blastoise to be running that surf. And again, a Pokemon that is as powerful as Quackball is right now, as it runs away, I'm never going to get over the way this Pokemon runs. My guy, just strut your stuff, my bird. And Amaroon said no. Amaroon said, not happening.
I love that, bro. As we were questioning what it was going to be, oh yeah, there's no doubt that's armor cannon. Regieleki here going to be ripped down by Vaporeon haters. We did see Revenge seeing if they could get themselves in there, but not able to do. And now they do have a Regieleki on their side. They're going to see if they can push this into a T2 or at least show attention to it, leaving Skeledirge and Articuno in that bottom lane. Registeel is not going to be contested by Vaporeon haters, but right now we have a pretty even game. I will say the level's definitely better on the side of Rework Esport Core, and that's how they like it, as well as just over 100-point lead. We do know round about this time of the game that doesn't make much difference, though.
No, absolutely. And now it's very interesting to see how Vaporeon haters have kind of let the momentum of the game go back and shift to the side of Rework Esport Core. They had a lot of momentum going their way, especially with Tormont, but it didn't seem like they capitalized on it. However, Rework Esport Core capitalized and got their Blastoise. They got Mega to a decent enough level that it was able to do damage as well as enough disruption with that Rapid Spin Hydro Pump. We're going to turn our attention to a Regidrago in the middle right now, and those Side Shock are a big problem that Vaporeon haters are having a hard time dealing with.
Oh, brilliant Fluffy Cream Supreme there. We do have the Rousing Symphony coming out as well from Skeledirge, but it isn't going to be enough. Hydro Typhoon looking to connect, and it's going to be the Gengar with the Phantom Ambush that finds the Regidrago, as now they're looking for more Lobo. We saw the Ultra Soul Slam coming out from Volto as well, and they're cleaning up Vaporeon haters. Back to Nurse Joy they go. A dash away on the side of Nils. They've got slowed down. Can they get away from the mighty arms of Buzzball? Volto looking with Big Boy 2 cannons, and they are found. Brilliant pressure coming out from Rework Esports to continue with this lead.
Yeah, once the hunt down came on, and look at what's happening right now. The Wellspall is definitely in its momentum. Doesn't matter what the Formant can do. It can keep itself healed right now. Formant just managed to take down that full charge. Come through as well. Looking for the 3 KO, but Blastoise pushes them away with the rapid spin and the Hydro Pump. And now, Vaporeon haters have turned about as fair play. They're going to try and get some scores in, but they got to watch out because the rest of Rework Esports Core here with the Hex. And the Gengar comes. KOs the Formant, sends them back to Nurse Joy. And Vaporeon haters have no choice but to just turn tail and run away for now.
Yeah, we know, Paul, you simply cannot take that fight, so good decision by Vaporeon haters. Regirock is going to be given over to the side of Rework Esports Car, and that's going to be a pretty decent buff coming into this final objective with a Blastoise and a Buzzwole on your side. But we have, looking for that level 13, is going to be Quaquavel. We have level 13 on the Paw as well, but look at the levels on the side of the mighty Esports Car. Groudon is on the field now, but we know when there's a Groudon, the game is on, the ball is in the court of Vaporeon haters.
Yeah, here they go. They're going to look for something to come through. Buzzwole looking for a pick, possibly to pick them out of the sky. Torch Song is going to go through from the Skeletors, but Gengar has picked off the Quaquavel early, and Rework Esports Core going to turn their attention towards the Groudon. They're baiting. They're baiting them to come in. Alcremie stops them in. Phantom Ambush does go through. Gengar gets swapped. Flaming Scream gets bumped by the Alcremie as well, and the Unite moves are popping. Psycho Boom gets hit, and everybody gets stunned, and that is a lot of members down for the side of Vaporeon haters. Turning their attention to this Groudon right now. Could we see a rousing symphony from the Skeleton? No, the power of the Hex rips down that Groudon. Rework Esports Core looking like they're going to take game number 2.
Yeah, and that is the Alligator going back to the spawn room as well, as they're going to score more points here, and we will be going to a game 3. What a brilliant bounce back from Rework Esports Core, and that is the power of a Pokemon such as Gengar. As soon as you are able to get it to those late stages with a decent combo on that Hex, plenty of points now rain on in, as it is going to be a white flag situation for Vaporeon haters. And what I will say, buddy, is that fight came down to the pure mentality of what wins, an Ice Wing Whiteout or a Fluffy Cream Supreme with the rest of their team around it, and it was going to be that Supreme all day long.
Yeah, and I have to say, man, we have this conversation all the time, whether it is AoE healing versus single character healing, and for me, it's AoE healing every single time. And yeah. Alcremie, I think, is a very underrated support when it comes to AoE healing. The Decorate, the recovers, and the Decorates are able to help. And the Fluffy Cream Supreme is such a good Unite move, able to keep everybody so nicely sustained. And it's so beautiful looking. Unfortunately, they only had the single healing capabilities on the side of Vaporeon haters from that Formant, which was paired as well with Speakers to try and draw everybody in. But the team fight ability on the side of Rework Esports Core was a little bit stronger, in my opinion. I mean, they still started off really, really strong, did Vaporeon haters. It was kind of the opposite of game 1, where they ended the game really strong, but they had a bit of a hard time catching up to Rework Esports Core in the early stages. This game, it went really, really well for them. However, I think they took their foot off the gas a little bit too early. They got put into positions where either they were KO'd or they didn't really have much, I want to say, not awareness, but they weren't wary enough of their own farm and what Rework Esports Core were doing to get back into that game. I think getting Megu to level 9 so early after dominating a lane so vehemently and allowing Megu to get to that level 9, have access to that Hydro Typhoon so early, as well as it being a Hydro Spin Blastoise, was a big, big oversight on the side of Vaporeon haters.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, mate. I mean, I'm really happy that we're going to a game 3 here, but it did feel like a lot of a struggle in those team fights, at least in that final one, as we have a look at the stat screen here and look at nearly every objective going the way of Esports Core outside of those Regielekis, mate, and that just gives you such a brilliant sort of comeback in these games we've experienced anyway. So yeah, definitely a tough one. It is All-Star Draft, so we are going to come into this final game with plenty of Pokemon banned out, especially the strongest, as we have a look at the replay here. but I really liked the way that Rework Esport played in that. As soon as they managed to get Revenge to a level where this Hex was such a big threat, just played off the back of this Blastoise and Alchemy. They do get KO'd there thanks to the power of the Skeledirge, but it played well.
Production, can we pause this one for just 1 second and take it back, if that's okay? Because this is the point I was trying to make. I mean, we're 6 minutes right now. Yeah. And we witnessed at the very start that Pormont is level 8. That Pormont got 3 KOs in that first, after that first foray down into that bottom side. Voxer being, Voxer being level 8 here with Hydro Typhoon alongside a level 9 Gengar and a 9 Blast Buzzswole shows me that, look, Skeledirge is at level 9, Pormont's level 8, Articuno's level 7. However, at this point in the game, Vaporeon haters are not only higher on points, they actually had more of the momentum. One of the pads are gone, but the way that they were able to claw back the levels and win this team fight really set up for the rest of the game. Within 2 minutes, they caught up on levels because Blastoise took the entire central lane of Vaporeon haters and Buzzswole won.
Thank you, production.
That's always going to be incredibly funny to me.
I love it. I love it so much.
But I think this is what we've noticed, what Rework Esport Core is so good at doing. If they're losing somewhere else, they go and win somewhere else on the map. And that led to this comeback. It allowed Gengar to actually get back into a point where it started to snowball. Because if you're able to stop a Gengar and keep it at those lower levels, it's very hard for it to do anything. But Gengar was at level 13 and 14 by the time Groudon was here. And look at the Phantom Ambush, it just almost completely annihilates an Articuno.
And this is the difference here, buddy. The Fluffy Cream Supreme giving plenty of healing to their team, while that Ice Wing Wideout, it is good for really good slow. It's not doing much else for the rest of your team, and it's just a matter of simple damage output. And Esport Core were winning that one across the board. Also, peek in that previous bit where Nils found the KO on Gengar. I saw Nils dancing, bro. I saw the little dancing that he was doing. I caught it in my eyes. Well, that's what we love to see. Plenty of comeback banter from both of these two teams. Let's go on into game 3, though, buddy. This is All-Star Draft, so a lot of Pokemon on the back foot. We will continue, I believe, to see these supports banned out. Blissey, I suspect, possibly the Psyduck as well, and the Clefable, because right now, Alchemy's used, the Hooper's been used, Comfey has been used, so you're getting to the far end of those support picks.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Machamp and Umbreon as well, those are kind of your Pokemon that you're using to really displace your enemies. I mean, Umbreon can catch them in a mean look. It can reposition them with the Snarl and the Foul Play. The submission is just, we already talked about, is so strong on the side of Machamp that is just, it deserves a ban. However, some of these supports might be allowed through. Psyduck might finally be allowed through, as we are seeing a Scizor ban, but I have a feeling that's mostly a Scyther ban, because ain't nobody plays Scizor right now. Blissey also going to be banned as well, because crowd control in this game. Why have a Pokemon that can completely cancel out crowd control and let them play the game? Who knows, my guy? But Snorlax and Mr. Mime, nope, it's gonna be Psyduck. We haven't seen a Snorlax at all right now, which shows just how strong defenders are in this current meta.
Yeah, and especially Snorlax, because, you know, Snorlax with Umbreon, despite the fact that pretty much every defender is viable in this meta right now, even though people will argue, you know, Grudra, but they're still going to continue to be banned out because that's just simply how good they are. Let's see what the first pick is going to be for Vaporeon haters, because Nils is going to pull out the Zacian. I do like that, but this is what I'm saying to you though, Lobo, because right now Vaporeon would be a brilliant pick for how far down this All-Star draft we are.
Yeah, but commit to the bit. I'm just saying it. They still could. They still could. However, Rework Esport Core have gone for probably one of the most... Ooh, I can't say that word on stream. The most hated of combos. Well, they were going to go for it. It's an Ice Lane. The Mamoswine Suicune is an absolutely diabolical combination because, I mean, you might as well just put your controller down once you get in range of either of those two Pokemon, because you ain't moving. You ain't moving for a hot minute. Well, I mean, Espeon is just as bad, because once you get hit with that Psyshock, you're still not moving for a hot minute. Voxu, sensing the threat, he's probably just going to lock in that Mamoswine, and I think it's time to get worried, because Zante has picked up the Inteleon, and when Zante picks up the Inteleon, Bubble07 has accepted the mission, and he is going to be locked in.
Yeah, that's a dangerous threat, and that's going to put a lot of responsibility onto whatever dive Revenge is going to go for here. Vaporeon haters going to finish off their picks. Indigo typically goes for the Clefable if they're not going to pick up the Vaporeon this deep into a best-of-3 All-Star draft. Laura, that is exciting. Typhlosion, which is still extremely good in this game, by the way, comes out in Game 3, and we've seen Laura compete on this multiple times. We saw it in the community tournament that we were casting last night as well, and brilliant effort from Laura on that. So that's going to be an interesting matchup, because Revenge here, looking like they're going to go for a Mega Charizard, but I think they need something that could be slightly better at getting onto the side of Zante. But no, they are going to lock that in, looking for a really good all-rounder comp here from Esport Core.
Yeah, absolutely. It is an all-rounder comp, but the problem is they haven't really picked anything to disrupt Zante. And if Zante is just allowed to fire off those snipe shots, because why wouldn't you just fire off those snipe shots? You're sitting in front of you're sitting behind a Mamoswine and a Clefable. Now, the Clefable is really interesting here to me, Tana, because gravity doesn't really work in this comp. So it has to be a follow me Clefable coming out alongside the Moonlight. Nils on the Zacian is gonna be interesting. Zacian is a very, I want to say, controversial Pokemon. Some people love it, some people hate it, some people think it's good, some people think it's bad. I think Zacian is in an all right place in the current meta, but I also think it's very player dependent and moveset dependent, because we are seeing, I believe it's Agility, Play Rough, and Metal Claw mostly being used right now by Zacian players.
Yeah.
It's a strong top laner, but I don't think it's the strongest that's possibly still available.
Yeah, listen, sometimes maybe good, sometimes not very good is basically the way Zacian is, and it completely depends on how your top lane goes. Right now, I think they probably have a good matchup up there if they do get some good assistance from Indigo. If they can find the Evo onto Clefable early enough, I think Zacian will have a much better lane in that top side for Nils. But we'll have to find out, buddy. This is Game 3. We will have a winner at the end of this. Will it be the currently undefeated Vaporeon haters, or will Rework Esport Core get the route to victory once again? Yeah.
I mean, I like the fact that we're seeing both fire starters head into the central lane. We are going to get an invade coming out from Swinub, and if there is a Pokemon that you want to invade with, my guy, Swinub is the choice. It is so cute that you can't even resist doing damage to it, but somehow these players manage to do it. It's going to steal away the farm straight away from this little bitty Charmander, and I think this Charmander is already in trouble, because even the burn is not going to pop off and make this little piggy go away.
Yeah, see, they weren't warning for the invade this time, because to be fair, Charmander usually does all right with an invade, except from when it's a Swinub. And Voxshow was the right one to go in there. Going to see if they can steal the buff away, but no, Megu's going to get that on the side of the Mime now, and we've got the side shot ready to go in the bottom lane as well. So Rework Esport are in a very comfortable position straight out of the gates here. It is this level 5 in the top lane we have to keep an eye on, buddy. Laura's going to come provide that assistance, but they have to get Nils to level 5 quicker before we see that on the anchor.
Yeah, absolutely. It is a problem here now to deal with, because we are seeing the stun coming out from the side. The Flame Wall's going to go in alongside the Sword Dogger. The shields are going to be there for the ghostly anchor, but it's not going to be enough. And now you have to put pressure on this Suicune, who can hold the base and can do damage themselves. The Whirlpool is going to miss. The Citrus Berry is going to be scorbled up by Nils as well. And now they're just going to get out and make sure that this Suicune gets absolutely nothing for their trouble.
Yeah, it's a really good effort, to be honest. I enjoyed that a lot. Let's see what else they can find down in this bottom lane, though, because Revenge is looking to get onto that Charizard as quick as possible. Regidrago is about to come on in as well. Laura looks like they're going to find the KO onto Mime, and boy, do they. Revenge has been spotted. Will not want to take that central area fight with Laura on that Quaquilava. I can never pronounce the name of that, bro. But right now,
Quillava. Man had Quaquaval on the brain and went Quaquilava?
Combine them together and it's a Quaquilava.
Mate, we ain't out here playing Pokemon Fusion. We out here playing Pokemon Unite. Hey, we are 7:45 on the clock, and now we got level 5s on the board. However, Rework Esports Squad deciding that they want to kind of put some pressure onto a pad up here. Typhlosion has become fully evolved, so Laura is about to do some damage with those eruptions. We do have a Charizard fully online as well. One up deciding that they don't really want to go in. They don't fancy this just yet, because that could be a KO that they don't need to go down. But a tackle into an Ice Fang, into an eruption. And Rework Esports Core have to exit stage right and get. Oh, I mean, all right, Zante. Okay, I said mission accepted, bro. Bubble 07 reporting for duty.
I mean, yeah, that's what you want to see from your snipe shots. Looking for a little bit of assistance down here is the Espeon. We do have Megu running down the lane as well, but it looks like this is going to be a Registeel going to the side of Vaporeon Haters, unless you has something to say about that. But look at Voxo knowing, nearly managed to find it, did you? If they could get the side beam off as well, they'd have found it, but no, Voxo was in their face. Brilliant defense from that Pillar Swine. Advantage onto the side of Vaporeon Haters, but they are going to get back to their own pad here, knowing that Revenge is here ready to go with a Seismic Slap.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the Unite move coming up from the Charizard, the two fire starters are really brawling it out right now. And you have to be very, very careful. Revenge has to be very careful. Because one snipe shot eruption combination, and it could be lights out for this Charizard. They're waiting for it to come through. It did hit the snipe shot because you saw that HP of that Charizard vanish quicker than anything. And now the rest of the foreign haters are going to try and turn tail. They're going to try and hit this Regieleki for everything that's got to have an extra pair of arms and legs as they try to put pressure in. Seaweed snags and it comes through onto Dante. Charizard takes to the sky and goes right after that Darshan. And Rework Esports Core have to turn that one around, turn offense into defense. Now they want to pressure this guy.
Yeah, that's brilliant. 2 Unite moves, and you're able to really push back on the side of Vaporeon Haters. You've given yourself the point lead anyway, and now you're just looking for more experience as you try and continue to take the level lead. It's a lot closer in levels at the moment, but it is still a lead on the side of Rework Esports. They're in the advantage stage right now. A jet button burned on the side of Voxo as well. Just able to dodge that snipe shot is going to be Megu, and it looks like this bottom lane is going to be where the next fight takes place.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to say, we were talking about trying to get on, but there's the eruption. Typhlosion gets stopped in their tracks by the Whirlpool from the Suicune, and that, we said it before, take away all the damage on that Pokemon. It's still an absolute nightmare to deal with. There's the freeze again, catching 2 members out from Vaporeon Haters. Talk about it before, Tano. The best way to get onto Zante was that Seaweed Snare in that top part. It caused a little bit of panic, and he had to get out of there. So now, Vaporeon Haters are very aware that Dante is not as well protected as originally thought as they turn their attention to Registeel and Charizard looking for a Unite move. There it goes.
Man goes on the moonwalk, finds the Seismic Slam, gets a huge amount of damage dropped onto them, but they're going to find the double anyway as they look for more as well. Megu in a brilliant position to cause the CC, and that is a triple coming through for the Charizard. We see Dalmissi find a KO as well for Volto, and points will rain on in as again, Rework Esports Core take a consistent point lead in this game.
They did the math, they got it nicely. They had 40, they scored 32, and then they scored 40 again. Beautiful 32-point overcap. 82 only for Vaporeon Haters. They have a Registeel going through. 4 minutes after the halfway mark. Have a look at these levels. Not looking too bad here, Tano. They do have a level 12 Charizard. And, I mean, Charizard, when you watch it play, a fairly simple Pokemon. Fight, get your Unite move, use your Unite move, pick up the KOs, rinse, and repeat. They are very much being assisted heavily by Azalito with the freezes right now because they are so accurate with these Whirlpools.
At 3:40, we finally have Mamoswine online on the side of Vaporeon Haters, but it has not been a good game for Voxo in the sense that they aren't able to find the experience. They have at least been able to provide some good crowd control for their team, but it's in these team fights where that has been slightly lacking. The Endless Ice Spikes is going to come back from Suicune, and that finds Laura advantage now onto the side of Rework Esports, but unfortunately, they've only got 2 here, but as they continue to push that top T2 pad, it is showtime, says Mr. Mime, but Megu isn't going to find much more from it. They are holding here fantastically though, as they still can't get any pointing on the side of Vaporeon Haters. They have to push up the Flux Zone. What an insane defense from Rework Esports, and now here comes the Delmise as they're ready to provide some assistance. They literally got maybe 7 points in that goal in the entirety of that fight, bro.
It was a point there where I thought Vaporeon Haters just really needed to disengage, because right now all you've done is you've given that Delmise 2 levels to take them up to level 13. You've got that level, Mr. Mime at level 12. You spent a lot of resources to try and KO Azalito in their own Flux Zone, which just didn't seem as necessary to me as it really needed to do. I understand wanting to get points, but Rework Esports Core were just happy to sit there and absorb a lot of that damage. Unfortunately, I mean, Zacian is struggling a little bit into this big amount of crowd control with Mr. Mime, the Suicune, and the Delmise right now. They're struggling to get onto that back line. They're struggling to actually get any damage off before they can get crowd controlled into oblivion and sent back to Nurse Joy courtesy of that SP on side shot. We've got 2 seconds left to go. Groudon is here. The game is on. 93 to 343. Side shot finds beautifully, but Zante fires back with a beautiful snipe shot as well. A lot of poking going on. It's all on Vaporeon haters. They have to take the initiative in this one going forward. But right now, it's just a little bit of a poke game, but they seem to have found the Delmise, and Zante just missing, just grazing with that snipe.
I love how they had to rotate to the top side because of the damage you was putting onto them. It's been able to burn these cooldowns as they get hit with a wall here. They're building a house on top of them, and they find the KOs. Laura is gone. Indigo no longer here to provide the healing, and now they look for more. Voxo can't do anything at the moment as they are completely wiped off this map. It's down to Zante to find a snipe shot. They've been spotted though. Azalito was ready, and so was the Seaweed Snare. As it's Rework Esports Core trying to rip the crowd on Nils in the fight, but they get taken down. And that is going to be all she wrote as Rework Esports Core will find the crowd on. And now they're already in the lead here, Lobo. They can just back this one up, but they're going to continue with the aggression.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a power play right now because they finally... They've ended the undefeated run of Vaporeon haters, and they've put themselves back in that top 4 once again with this incredible 2 wins out of 3 right now. They've taken this best of 8. It's done absolutely brilliantly, and there were moments in that fight, Tana, that I hope we get to see on the replay. We saw Voxo, they used the Mammoth Mash and ejected past. Indigo saw it straight away, put a wall up, Voxo went right, eject, smack bang into a Mr. Mime wall. Then the Seaweed Snare to really make sure that Zante can get any space. Because if you give Zante even an inch, they're going to steal that objective.
Yeah, I will say, despite some brilliant, bright moments in this game from the likes of Laura and Zante, we've been able to find some great KOs. That honestly has been absolute control from Rework Esports Core in this one. As soon as they got revenge online with those seismic slams, and they had Azalito and you ready with the stuns alongside Megu, that was just way too much for them to handle. But we have a 1,000 Island Dressing score here as Rework Esports Core are going to put a full stop on that entire set.
Yeah, I think they got a 1,000 Island Dressing in game 2 as well. I mean, they lost that game 1 in the the later stages of it due to kind of them getting a register taken away from them. And they've just learned from that. And they were on the back foot in game 2. They learned from it as well. And now it seems like they were just revving up the engine at the start of this one, because it's the first set that we're getting to watch at EUL today. And they're just revving it up. They're ready to go. And they came out the gates flying in game number 3. And honestly, mate, for me, the combination play between Megu, Azalito, chef's kiss. And we said it. It was the problem. Like, there was no dive to really deal with Zante. I mean, we weren't prepared for the Seaweed Snare. I'm just going to say it. We weren't prepared because every time that Seaweed Snare was up, there was one target only, and that was the little itty bitty Inteleon.
Yeah, and it's very difficult to get away from that Delmise as soon as it's on you with that amount of damage. But it was well played by Rework throughout the entirety of this game, to be honest. I think the fact that we saw some difficulty coming out from Voxo, unfortunately, because they weren't able to find the experience they were looking for because the team fights weren't quite going their way. So they didn't manage to get onto the Mammoth Swine until way later in the game. They had no Unite move throughout the entirety of it until like the 3:30 mark. Whilst on the other side of things with Rework Esports Core, you had brilliant crowd control Unite moves coming out from their team alongside massive damage with that Seismic Slam and the Seaweed Snare. That combo was just way too effective, and it put Vaporeon haters on the back foot as soon as we hit probably about the mid-game.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, I mean, we talk about Typhlosion being such a strong Pokemon, but what we never really expected, some counters that people are able to find. And Mr. Mime was a very, very good one. The walls were everywhere, really stopping them from going anywhere. They allowed Suicune to get those Unite moves. They allowed Charizard to play very aggressively and a lot more frontlining than we are used to seeing from this Mega Charizard, as we can see from this. Look at this Whirlpool. Catches everybody whilst also being burned from above by this Charizard. There is a moment that I want to talk about inside the Groudon fight, because once we see it, it is just the endless ice spikes unite move coming out from
Yeah.
a Suicune. If it is able to catch 2 or 3 members of their entire team, and this is the defense. This
What a
defense of
defense,
this
bro.
pad is insane. Look at that. Their endless ice spikes once again carries the Typhlosion. Clefable is dangerously low. Azul's Spy Vision is popped as well. Boxo is up the entire pop zone, trying to get on to Suicune. They just, Azalita just steps back. Voxer goes, oh, you're
my
back?
God,
Let me go again. And then the Mr. Mime defense stunning, but then also you going up the block zone as well, surrounded by Mr. Mime and a Charizard just to carry the Suicune. And I what did we say? They scored 7 points?
They got a bit more here, but it wasn't much, mate. It was like 10 points or something stupid. Nowhere near enough. But here's the Groudon fight. Walk us through what you're talking about.
Now watch this. The Whirlpool hits. And the mime wall into the stun. Snipe shot comes through, and look at this endless ice spikes onto 2 members. As the Mime Showtime just narrowly avoids Nils. He used the Psychic Slayer, which I think was a little bit overkill, guys.
It was.
A little bit. They're already gone. They're already gone back. They're already going back to Nurse Joy. And a Voxer here, watch this, ejects past them into a wall. And
That's
again,
filth.
this is just outstanding play by Rework Esports. It's not just micro, it's not just macro, it's beautiful communication, beautiful understanding, and even off screen, Zante, one of the most dangerous Inteleon players I've ever seen, straight on them with that Seaweed Snare. No need to use the Seaweed Snare anywhere else in the game, but Delmise to use that Seaweed Snare onto Zante to catch him out, to make sure that Zante has no impact on that final objective. Rework Esports Corp were really, really in their element in that final game.
I really love that, buddy. And I love the second we saw Nils dive into that pit looking for the Sovereign Sword. They understood the objective. Got to take that Zacian out of there. Do not run the risk. They find the KO, lock the objective down. And yeah, I mean, take a bow, Rework Esports, because that was a brilliant game of Pokemon Unite. Okay, that's just game 1 today, chat. We've got 3 more games to be bringing you. We have to take a quick break while we get that set up ready to go. I need to go get some water. Get yourself some water, get yourself a snack. Come back very shortly because we're going to be here. See you soon. Hola, trainers, and welcome back. We're ready to go with the next set, and I can't wait for it, Lobo. This is probably going to be another belter.
Yeah, man, I still can't believe they buffed Umbreon. I don't know what they were doing.
Bruh.
It's just one of those games. It's just one of those things. I don't know, Oh, well, it's just something we gotta live with. But game number 2, Omon Boozlop versus TTAR. TTAR still struggling to get off the board, but that is in no means due to their performance, if that makes any sense. I always say the numbers don't do it justice. They have such good games. They just need to polish off that end game, and they could be a really, really outstanding team.
You are absolutely right. That is the thing where they're lacking. But right now, on Mon Bouzalouf, here, Mbok, Traffy, Nachos, Mifil, Kyoro. That is a mighty team. Very difficult team to take down. They are 3-1 at the moment. Let's move over to TTAR, my guy.
Yeah, absolutely. Monkey, Amara, Kurake, MDR, and Haru. These guys have been playing together for a long time. A lot of time spent in these grassroots. The 7th EUL, 25th LCQ. They've been around the block, and now they're putting all that experience and that creativity together. So I'm very excited to see where their growth is going to take them. They've got a tough test up against them today, and I can't wait to see how they answer this test as well. They either crumble or they rise to it, and we get another belter game 3 situation on that.
Yeah, listen, you called it absolutely right. That is not reflective of how good of a team TTAR are. They are so incredibly good at drafting and playing the first 8 minutes, at least, of Fate Skyrunes extremely well. It's typically in those final fights where they struggle. That is where they do find their most difficulty in these games, and that is purely why they are 0-4 at the moment, chat. If it wasn't thanks to that, they would definitely be way up high in these standings. Let's see if they're able to break that curse here today.
Yeah, absolutely. Have a look at the bans right off. And I mean, TTAR's interestingly going to ban off Dodrio as well. They're looking to ban off a lot of species that we know, Traffy, Nachos, they like to play as well. These Pokemon that can end up carrying games and really be a problem to hang on to and get onto, especially with that Dodrio and Zorak. That feels like a clear-cut target ban. I wonder who they're targeting here. I'm just a little bit... do you want to give me a little bit of answer who you think they're targeting?
To be honest, I think you've got to try and target the majority of Bouzalouf with all their players, mate, because, you know, incredible across the board. I think Kyoro has really been coming into their own as well as a player, and I think you've got to try and take the speed stress out of this team because Nachos is there as well. Trafe, we usually see them go for the Greninja or the Cinderace, but right now Kyoro's going to steal the all-rounder in the Feraligatr straight out of the gates. Mate, you are going to get plenty of this alligator today.
Oh, mate, I love my big jaw boy. Can't get enough of that boy. Look at him nice and blue. He's going to take a big chomp out of you, but he's going to do it with a big smile on his face. MDR is going to pick up the Bacon Bird as well. Yvetol, again, a little bit... I still haven't seen a reason as to why this Pokemon should be such a big priority pick, but we are also going to see Haru pick up Snorlax for the first time today. Natch can pick up the Russell with Milfield picking up the Espeon, and that is a strong combination. You wall them off with the Crossel, you burst them down with the Psyshock, because you've been having a lot of fun with that beam, haven't you, buddy?
Honestly, Psyshock and Psybeam is just ridiculously broken in this game right now, and I really love it. Meeple is going to love it as well, even if they have to rotate onto the stored power, mate. But Traffy is going to come out of the gates with their tried and tested Greninja, another Pokemon that is very comfortable in the meta at the moment. Good secure as well with that Waterburst Shuriken. Amara is on the field with that Garchomp, which we have seen struggle a little bit in recent tournaments to get to that Garchomp level and be really impactful.
Yeah, I look, just based on the way the whole... We'll get to it in just... Well, you are getting treated. I know I'm getting the Oreos, but you get the snacks. However, going back to this, let's talk about it. I mean, Absol in a really good place right now. It did get an incredible buff, so we have been seeing it be played a little bit. I mean, the crit damage is just so immensely broken. But I talked about it when we were casting a little bit yesterday. It's a Pokemon that comes out of that central lane very, very strong, and I expect it to snowball. It is, if you stop it from snowballing, it's not able to recover. I think Absol feels a little bit kind of just adrift with up the creek without a paddle kind of thing, if you know what I'm saying. Same here with Garchomp. Garchomp is one of those 3-stage evolutions that doesn't seem as strong as in its 2nd stage evolution with the Gabite. Feels like it really needs Garchomp to kind of go up a gear to shred down and to do the damage that we know that Garchomp can do. So it's in an interesting place currently. I think there are a few other Pokemon that might be just a little bit better than Garchomp in that top laner, the top lane all-rounder kind of pick, because it's gonna struggle against that Feraligatr once it gets that evolution properly.
Rightly so. Here we go, buddy. Let's get stuck into it, though. Straight out of the gates, let's see who takes the lead. Going into the central area here on the orange side, that is Omon on the purple side, sorry, and it is going to be Greninja. Absol doing the same over on the orange side, which is TTAR.
I mean, it looks like we're going to get a Blissey invade most likely. Greninja not the easiest Pokemon to invade with. However, TTAR have said we have to hinder them at all levels, and they're going to go for the Snorlax Blissey invade to really stop what is going on. That's going to leave Gible and Yveltal in lane by themselves, which is not going to help my kind of point that I made where Gible kind of needs to scale very, very quickly to get to those evolutions. However, invade successful, only one buff gained by Traffy, and now the Bacon Bird is going to do what they need to do, and that is beautiful from the side of TTAR. However, they do manage to get out to Omon Boozeloof. No K opener just yet.
They were lucky Nachos found that evolution, buddy, because having a Pursue Absol alongside a Snorlax is very difficult to deal with in that lane. My own community will be more over the moon that Snorlax is here on the field. Trying to push this top side now is going to be TTAR. They're really trying to capitalize on the lead that they've given themselves with these levels. See if they can find Kyoro here on the side of this adorable Totodile, but they have to back on up. The damage coming in from Traffy being a little bit too much, paired with the slow that Mbok is able to land onto them. Karake has to retreat at the moment. That's a brilliant defense from Omon Boozeloof.
Yeah, now this is the unfortunate bit because Totodile has evolved into Croconaw. So far, the early game pressure from the Absol has not paid off. They haven't managed to find a KO. They haven't managed to really find any scoring opportunities yet. So now TTAR, for me right now, Tana, they have to throw everything at the gate. They have to try and get some KOs. They have to get some positioning, and that starts by getting Gible online. They're going to push, but they do miss with the Dragon.
Yeah, great to have this Gabite here, though, at least. Now they've got to struggle with a Croconaw that's ready to go with a decent amount of damage. Karake is going to come and see if they can provide some assistance with that Pursue. Not able to find anything out of the gates just yet, and will instantly look for more experience. Regidrago would be a brilliant effort to do so. That was set up for MDR to take it, but stolen by Mifel, as they're able to take it with the Psyshock. That is going to be a bit detrimental for TTAR.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, they're just kind of waiting. I like Karaki's gameplay. They haven't been too aggressive. They haven't found a way. They haven't really been caught out just yet or punished with their dives in. Gabite's going to go in, but Traffy is here as well, and that's exactly what they're waiting for. Can they get to pick up the KO onto the Croconaw? But it's Traffy on the Greninja, and if there was anyone else you wanted to go into a skirmish like that, it's Traffy on their tried-and-tested blue mid-pro.
Honestly, we've got to the stage now where people don't want to ban the Greninja anymore, but with Traffy being around, it's something that you might want to entertain because Traffy is so good on this Pokemon and, you know, very comfortable with this and the Cinderace, but this is why, because of how good and effective they find this Pokemon. Going to get themselves away from the range of TTAR at the moment as they try and crush down onto this Regieleki. Amara does need those extra bits of experience, but Traffy has that Water Burst Shuriken ready to go and will burst it instantly. Not able to find the KO onto the side of the Yveltal. They will find the Regieleki on the back of the Feraligatr, and that's going to be enough pressure to find the Gabite once again, and points will now rain on in. Not a massive overcap, but it's 116 points to a fat donut store at the moment, Lobo.
It started with Traffy's Water Burst Shuriken, and then it ended with him surfing back. The range that he came back for that surf to finish off with the execute. However, what they have allowed Tano is the Feraligatr to get online without having this Garchomp online. It took 4 people to take down a Feraligatr. My big gator boy was being bullied just then. I'm not happy about it. But a full donut store? I think they're about to close that donut store right now. I mean, 0 unanswered, 123 unanswered points are going to be answered, and big Garchomp is on the field.
Alrighty, 123 points to 50. Now they've at least been able to score some points on the side of TTAR, cut down this score lead, and make it a ball game at least as they're about to hit the mid-game here. That bottom lane is being pushed. Mifel looking to see if they can provide some assistance to steal the farm away. Haru will be able to defend that very comfortably if they don't have some more offensive on the side of Omon Boozeloof. Right now, they're just feeling things out, mate, looking for experience where they can, trying to see if they can pick a team fight, a push onto the top side coming out from TTAR here, as they look to see if they can find anything, but they can't. The bounce back is massive from Oman Buzaloof as they're able to find nearly the entire team. In fact, they do. It's just Snorlax on the bottom pad, still on their feet. Methil with a brilliant rotation there, and now they are back on the back foot on the side of TTAR.
Never, ever, ever let a Gator get his claws into you. That big jaw bite sent that Garchomp back to Nurse Joy in a very, very demoralizing fashion. But right now, they're trying to get their back. They're trying to get their own back, as well as now the levels allow Oman Buzaloof to be a little bit more reckless, be a little bit more front facing, and that is shown by what Traffy is currently doing right now. Absolutely audacious. How very dare you, sir, but well done to you. 179 to 94 as we pass the midway point. Regirock on the bottom side, and Garchomp's going to put that Regilecki on the top side. However, a defense buff, I know what Oman Buzaloof do. They can make use of that one.
That they can. They do manage to grab that top objective on the side of TTAR, and it looks like they're going to see if they can push that Regilecki into the T2 pad. That's why Feraligatr is straight back to this home base and ready to dive. Amara should probably go home here. Get out of this position. You're on your own. Livid Outrage is going to be let loose. The rest of the team is coming to back him up, though, and that might be the difference maker as they look for more experience here. Midnight Slash is used as well, and oh my days, Lobo! They have exploded Oman Buzaloof as they push in that Regilecki, and now they take the point lead. What a brilliant response from TTAR.
Man really told Amara to leave whilst he was hiding in a bush.
It was for his healthcare, bro, but you know.
We know Amara well enough to know that he ain't leaving that bush no matter what. We saw the Bliss Assistance. We saw the Midnight Slash. We saw everything come out from TTAR, and they managed to take a tier 2 down, and they turn this game around. They get some really good experience back because Traffy is the only one that is hitting them high levels with level 14. But we've got level 13 Absol, level 13 Garchomp, and currently Tano, you wanted it. We got a ball game, buddy. And it's only 3 minutes. Last chance to use Unite moves. However, Feraligatr looks to be hunting down an Absol, but they're just going to sit on this pad and wait it out. Traffy looking adventure.
Traffy is getting active on this pad right now, buddy, and they are very comfortably going to be able to score the points here. Now, this is what I was about to say. We do have a win condition on the side of TTAR. Looking to score the 50 dunk. Will not go in as Feraligatr will stop it, but 20 seconds on a Regilecki that can push a home pad. As we see Amara set up, the rotation comes out from Oman Buzaloof as they're looking to dash there and take this away.
Yeah, absolutely. They can rip this down if they can manage to catch out whatever they want. They can manage to find the catch out. Yeah, as we do have the Garchomp going in, the Absol's going to use Unite moves at 25 seconds. The Bliss Assistant was used as well. Tyler Feraligatr is going to go down. The Wonderful Shuriken gets popped by Travis. He gets stopped with a heavy slam into the power nap as well. Garchomp is dangerously low. They're looking for Traffy. They're finding Traffy, but Traffy has ejected out, and they're going to chase him down with the limit outrage, and they get him with such a heavy slam.
And they don't even have to go for the Regilecki anymore, mate. Groudon is here. The main damage is down from Buzaloof. It's all about Feraligatr getting in on this fight as they try and dash in. A jet button for the waterfall as well. That's a Lumiere of Demise coming down from MDR. And it's going to be enough for Blissey to find the KO on Groudon. TTAR flips this game on its head with a brilliant push on a T2 pad. They ace out Oman Buzaloof, and they are going to take game 1 with a brilliant fight at Groudon.
Absolutely sensational. That fight started 30 seconds before Groudon was even there. They saw Traffy come through. They saw Feraligatr come through. They saw Eldegoss come through and said, this is the fight. This is it right now. How far did we see Amara chase Traffy down? Traffy popped both smoke screens or Shona clones, whatever it was. They popped the eject button as well. But even then, they could not outrun a Livid Dragon.
That was
what a game.
Brilliant.
What a game.
It was an absolute joy, and I mean, that's probably what we're going to see from the entirety of these games here today, mate. TTAR, though, with a fantastic Groudon fight, looking to break that curse that has led them to be 0-4 in this league so far, mate. I think you've got to be incredibly impressed in how they took that one.
Absolutely. What did we say from the very start when it came to TTAR? We have watched this team from its formation from its formation, we saw all of these players come together. We have seen them grow. We have seen them play their Pokemon that they want to play. We have seen them start to evolve into a very, very competitively sound team. And currently, right now, we said what they needed to do was just polish their skill set off a little bit, and they have done exactly that. In that game, they were behind. We're not gonna take anything. We're not gonna mince words here. They were behind. The invade was fairly successful. They did stop traffic from getting online. However, Traffic gonna do what Traffic gonna do, and managed to pull it back out into that top lane in the early fights. And TTAR were behind. They were losing fights. They were losing points. They were being outscored. In 2 instances in that game, they managed to take out a tier 1 pad. They also managed to take out a tier 2 pad as well, and team wipe all of Oman Boogaloo. Secondary as well, where most teams would not even think of taking that fight just there. They used the Regieleki to bait in because, why is it so important, Tano? Because it's a home objective. They knew, they set up, they waited, and again, I'm seeing a lot more maturity come out of TTAR, and I'm so, like, it's a team that's very close to our hearts, you know that, and I'm so incredibly, I mean, that performance was just something that I wanted to see from them from all of their performances so far.
Yeah, me too. It's genuinely such a joy to see teams like this compete, to be honest, mate. It looked absolutely brilliant throughout the entirety of that game. Back and forth like we've ever seen. And that push on the T2 pad, where it looked like it was going to be Amara by themselves until the rest of the team arrived, and Karake was instantly quick with the pursuit up there. That was a brilliant time in that game that we saw. I hope we can see it on the replays, because that comeback was how TTAR got themselves well and truly in that game and set up for that final fight. We had to see Oman Bozleaf push that final Regieleki, because that is a win condition on the board. They have to show face for it, and it was just let all of the Unite moves loose. This is going to be our final fight. TTAR come out on top. A brilliant hunt down on Traffy. If you don't find that KO there, I don't think the rest of your fight goes as easily as it did.
100%. It's about commitment. And I think when both of these teams so good at committing, but this is what I think this is what we saw before. Look at Traffy's positioning right now. We see Karake a little bit low health. Amara decides that they want to go in after the Croconaw. And right now, here we go. It comes through, and Traffy, single surf, managing to KO. But right now, we see it, a lot of unanswered points. They had a donut store open for a decent amount. Look at Traffy. Water Burst Shuriken, decides to surf in, does get hit by that. But look at the kind of positioning they had. They had the wherewithal to surf backwards and help to try and secure that Regieleki. And they managed to clean this up. I mean, Yoro did very well on the Feraligatr. Getting the KO is very, very dangerous in certain instances. But this, again, full commitment on display by TTAR. Livid Outrage. Heavy Slam goes in. Bliss Assistance comes through from absolutely nowhere. then the Absol comes in. Traffy gets caught out. And the rest of their team, a very nice block. I think we have to go a lot of that game. Haru was by themselves with Yveltal in that bottom lane. And again, this is where it goes. This is how it starts. Beautifully done. And Eldegoss's health gets absolutely eliminated. We see the Midnight Slash come out from the Absol. There's the Bliss Assistance. And for Alligator, they waterfall about 2 centimeters into a wall. And they get caught by the Absol. But what we see, they get stunned. And now, this is the beautiful part for me. Because look at Haru right now.
Yeah.
If Haru does not hit that heavy slam and into that power nap, Traffy cleans up the rest of their team because Amara is dangerously low. And now look what happens. The chase down is on. The safeguard is there to help. And Amara has one target in mind. And once again, Haru does brilliant on this Snorlax.
What I love is the target reacquisition from this team, buddy. Yeah. Amara was so busy 1v1ing Crustle there in that moment, Nachos, but then recognized Traffy is the main threat. Pulls away from that, goes and takes that KO, and then they're instantly in here looking to take the objective. Side shock from Mephil is perfectly on time here, buddy, but it's just earlier from MDR, who's able to throw that Oblivion Wing in, and they look for the KO, finds it, just before the side shock, he's able to get it. And it is Blissey with a basic, I believe, that manages to find it here.
Can we also go back just a little bit, production? Sorry, can we rewind? Because there's another moment here that I really want to talk about. Because you see this. Look at Amara right now. Look at where Garchomp is positioned. You can play right now. So there's a Psychic Select going off. Look at who is in there. Feraligatr comes in, Eldegoss comes in, Espeon comes in. And look at where they're all lined up. Amara picks up Feraligatr and Eldegoss at the same time, gets in front of the Psyshock, and managing to displace so they couldn't use the crunch to do damage to that Groudon. Again, really just good stuff. It was just a very, very fun game to watch. And that was game one.
Yeah.
That was game one. So I'm excited to see how game two goes, because I don't think Omon Buzaluf are going to take that line down.
No, and the thing is, what we wanted to see from TTAR, we got in that game. We've seen them play for the entirety of this league so far. We've been impressed by the comps they build, by the way that they play, until they hit that 2-minute mark. As soon as they get in final stretch, they have struggled to get set up properly. They've struggled with target acquisition. They've struggled with finding the right way to fight as a team. That wasn't the case there. Now, it could be because they are off the back of a really successful push on that T2 pad and having to come down from where that Regieleki was based. They just had the advantage there anyway as they were chasing down Traffy. That's going to be the test of this second game here for TTAR. They have the momentum. They have the advantage. They have to do that again and put in a brilliant fight in the final stretch.
We're going to see how it comes down to their drafting, because, of course, there are members on the other side of their team on Omon Buzaluf who have played across grassroots. They played in the professional scene as well. They have a lot of experience and they have the ability to keep that calm head. Like we said, TTAR have been around the block. They've only been around for about 2 to 3 seasons right now. So they're starting to get their legs about them. This is veterans going up against the newcomers, and the newcomers are looking strong. Again, no shade to anybody else in this, but maybe Omon Buzaluf are looking at TTAR being like, all right, it's time to put the new kids down. They had their fun. They had their fun, but it's now time to flex on them. And I really like it, because if they continue with the Dodrio, the Zoroark, or the Zero, and okay, it seems like we're getting a sub, little voice in my ear telling us that we're gonna be a little bit delayed. But what I was talking about, Tano, I mean, Omon Buzaluf, they like the speedsters. They like their Pokemon that can kind of go and do their own thing. So the Dodrio Zoroark ban kind of makes sense right now, because if you take them away, it does force them onto players, but these are very skilled players nonetheless.
Well, what is interesting is that Nachos was playing the defender in that game, buddy, and which is not a position that we would expect them to be competing in. I mean, you know, they are there to happily to fill, and we'll have a look in a moment at who the sub is going to be, but you typically do expect a team like this to come out with some sort of speedster, and it is usually Nachos that you expect to see on it, but they have to have a defender there, and they picked up that role, and they allowed Kyoru to rotate onto the all-rounder. So it is a tough one where you have this team that's currently playing with the players that they've got, and they have to make sure that they've got all roles filled. Let's see if they make the adjustment coming into this next game, because it feels like that could be the case with why this sub is taking place.
Yeah, absolutely. I do agree. So we'll see how the sub goes and how it kind of goes on. But what I want to see is I want to see that not shake TTAR. I want to see them with rather not pay attention to what's going on the opposite team. I want them to focus on their game, because again, they were behind, and you know, in moments in games like that, we have seen them tend to crumble at some points. I don't mean to sound that horrible, but they have fallen to a lot of that pressure. And it's one of those instances now we're seeing them stand up to that pressure. They're fighting back. They're fighting back in the best way. So to take this objective, to take this kind of a little bit of a break as a spanner is being thrown in the work, they're one game ahead. They just have to win one more, and they get their first win on the board. And to get it over the players on the side of Omon Buzaluf would be such a confidence boost.
Yeah, I mean, looking at this matchup right now, if you're just going off the leaderboard chat, you have a bottom fragging team at the moment in TTAR, because they are 0-4. They're there at the bottom of the league against one that is on the winning side of the league, right? We've got two teams that are in that 3-1 position. Omon Buzaluf did manage to win the mid-seasonal, which is why they are the #1 team in this league so far. And, you know, you've got that difference right now. So for TTAR to take a set away from Omon Buzaluf does not only just prove what we've been saying as casters, that 0-4 is not reflective of how well they have been playing as a team, but it also shows you how closely competitive this league of EUL is, as it continues to be in every iteration we bring this in at Unity Clash. It is just non-stop belters no matter what matchup we get, Lobo.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the level of these teams is a lot closer than the scoreboard statistics is.
Oh,
I think
yeah.
you and I say that all the time. I think in competitive Pokemon Unite, I think teams are a lot closer than scoreboards ever give them credit. And I think that's something that we as viewers, us as casters, really need to take into consideration, because once again, it's a 10-minute game. You play 8 minutes perfectly, and you mess up once in that final 2 minutes, you are punished for it. And the scores can forever tell a story that is not true. So it's an evolving game. I like the fact that sometimes these final objectives are not being taken at all. I like the fact that, you know, these fights are being fought a lot earlier. These fights are sometimes being fought a little bit later, depending on whatever objective we had. But that's just the excitement of Pokemon Unite. But also 95 Pokemon on the roster, with still, I think, 3 more to come. And then our 100th Pokemon, which is going to be that incredible toxicity. My math is not correct there. I think I missed one. But I think we have 96 Pokemon.
You're a Unite player, bro. We can't expect much math from you. Okay,
so you want to tell us? You tell us what the man in the chair said.
Well, yeah, production have just confirmed to us that Nachos is going to sub out here. It's going to be Bobo coming in, I believe, if I heard that correctly. Bingo! Thank you, bingo. I mean, we did see a Bobo playing in the community tournament on Friday, so I thought that was what... And they were playing Defender, but no, Bingo is coming in for Nachos here in this game. So that might be the difference maker here, though, but they're going to have somebody that's going to be comfortable on that Defender side of things, very comfortable. So it could be the difference maker. I promise you, production, it is an actual person that was in the games on Friday. I promise I didn't make it up.
Donna just seeing people named Bobo right now. Well, as we go into this next game, but the fact that Nachos has no longer been taken off, those speedster players could be taken out. However, that is a nice little bit of a target going over to Traffy, because if there's 2 Pokemon we know that Traffy loves to play in Sakura Ninja, it's that Cinderace. So taking that away from him, I mean, it's not going to force him onto a Pokemon that he's not comfortable with, but it's taking a Pokemon away that he is incredibly comfortable with. But our bans are going to be Psyduck, Blastoise, Hooper alongside that Cinderace. And honestly, I think with the surprise factor of TTAR, target banning them doesn't really work.
No, you're absolutely right. They're a difficult team to target ban, and you kind of have to just go for meta picks on the side of Omomboozaloof at this moment, which, by the way, I Googled. It means, oh, my darling. So I'm really glad that I managed to find that one out, buddy. Right now, let's see what the first pick is going to be. Oh, is it? Oh, well, I mean, Google Translate lied to me.
I know.
Okay, production's going to confirm. Yeah, I try with the languages, bro. Production's going to confirm.
The wrong language.
I lied. It's auto detect, bro.
But I told you what it meant. It meant they buffed Umbreon again. No, that's not what it is. It means email in bio.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, anyway, it's all right. That is also not true.
It's a traditional McGrab dish made from sheep's head. It's basically a meme in France. So, yeah, 6-7.
And that being said, we will let us now turn our attention back to the draft, to which we have missed half of it, trying to find out the translation of Omomboozaloof. However, I mean, next we're going to try and figure out the translation for TTAR. Figure that one out, Donna. We'll also go through all the bands on this side. We got Mega Lucario, we got Clefable, we got Darkrai coming up for Omomboozaloof. TTAR have decided to go for Typhlosion and the Comfy pairing with Haru on the Lapras. I mean, they've also picked up the Palkia, which is not really allowed. So I have a feeling like this lobby might get reset.
We'll get confirmation. What I do know is confirmation on TTAR, which is totally tyrannically aggressive radicals. That is what that team means.
Did you make that up?
I made it up.
Okay, that was incredible. I have to say, that's going to be some of the best improvisation I've ever heard. Because I would not have been able to figure that out. TTAR, incredible. Write that down. Write that down, somebody, and send it to me. Email in bio. But I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen here, Tana, just because Amara has picked up Palkia, which is not going to be allowed to be played. We'll have a look. I don't, it might have to be a reset lobby. It'd be
Okay,
We're going ahead with this?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, listen, it's not that broken, mate. It's not that great. So, I don't think it's
we can't
repeat what production just said.
We can't repeat what production says, which is very funny because we get scolded for what production just said into our ear, and they have just screamed that into our ear, and now we are not allowed to repeat what they say. So, have at it. Tano, I'm gonna let you repeat what they say.
No, all you need to know is that we are happy with allowing Palkia through at this moment because the teams do not consider it to be that impactful of a pick in these games.
If ChatGPT were to write a response and a translation to what production just said in our ear. Production said 2 words in our ear, and Tano translated that to a full-on HR sentence. But we are right back in here for game number 2. Cyndaquil is going to take the central lane for the side of TTAR, who are on your orange side. Now, this is our first chance. I mean, we saw Palkia yesterday, buddy. It didn't seem too bad, but now I'm going to have to open up Unite TV and have a look at that Unite move, so you take it from here.
Listen, it's not like it is bad. Like, with a team around it, it can do stuff, and the multi-dimensional rend can be impactful in team fights. So it's not as if we're saying it's a pick where if you go for that, you're going to lose the game. Amar is very comfortable on these unusual all-rounder picks, so it is a good one for this team to bring on out. Probably sitting comfortably around the beta A tier at the moment with the buffs that it finally got. So let's see if that's going to be impactful in this one. But up in the top lane, they are comfortably here with Monkey on the Comfey as well. But again, they have to try and shut down Kyoro on the Lucario that is already knocking on the door of level 5.
Yeah, the Mega Lucario is going to be a problem. But it's been a while since we've seen the Darkrai right now. And I want to see how this Darkrai does point up against this Lava. But we've also got Sylveon, another Pokemon in pressure buff. But Palkia's decided to go in alongside the Hyper Voice. And the damage is absurd coming out from the side of TTAR as Karen just decides to scream everybody away. Sorry, did I say Karen? I meant.
I mean, right now, though, good approach for TTAR. They come out the game really aggressive. Sylveon is going to sit in that central area with the Comfey being able to provide that assistance. That's going to be very difficult for them to deal with. And we've got about 20 seconds before the first Regidrago is on the field, and it does look like TTAR are going to show the attention to it. Tough defense down here, though. We do have a Lapras that can take a lot of damage, but points will rain in.
I mean, Haru is just going to take the damage there. Sylveon does come in and do some damage of their own, but Mamoswine up against the Lapras is a very tough combination to go through. But what we haven't talked about, Tano, is this little golden rat that we're seeing Traffy decide to pick up right now. They have gone for the Volt Tackle Electro Ball, which is going to be very, very good heading on into the late game to really lock down the side of TTAR. However, Hyper Voice and Flame Wheel and Eruption don't stop if you get Volt Tackle or Electro Ball. Typhlosion going to secure that Regidrago away from Omon, who's aloof. Now, should we have a chat about Lapras?
I actually don't think Lapras is bad. I think it's quite a comfortable defender in the meta at the moment because it does take a decent amount of damage and it procs that passive as well. So, and it has, if you go for the song, the execute built into it. So I think it's a pretty decent defender in the meta at the moment, mate.
I don't think they've decided to go for Parasong this time around. I 100% agree with you. I think Lapras is a very underrated defender because it has access to that Bubble Beam, it has access to that Ice Beam that is able to do a lot of crowd control as well. But did you see how much damage that the Flame Wheel Eruption combo with this Hyper Voice is able to do to that Lucario, which is usually very, very hard to KO? TTAR not looking to show much attention to this Regieleki, which is surprising. They're just going to let Omon Boozloof take this away from them and try and catch them in on the offense here. Piloswine not able to finish off with the Ice Fang. Darkrai going to go in, try and get slept, but just letting that walk in.
Love that
Smart
play.
decision from TTAR to open up some more farm for themselves.
Yeah, I absolutely love that play. 6 overcap to open up all this experience. Very smart play by TTAR there. They still have the point lead anyway, and they just want to get a level lead now. So that's going to open the gates for them to do that right in the central area for Omon Boozloof. They're going to rush back and make sure that this Sylveon does not continue to be a threat on that area of the farm at least. Now we're going to split up these lanes for TTAR as they look to control the most of Theia Sky Ruins. Good defense from Mbok down here, though. They have vision. Does manage to stop the 30. That was ever so close. But now with the Ice Fangs at least, they're looking to see if they can hunt down NDR, who is going to get out with that X speed. So will Lapras. The entirety of Omon Boozloof is here, buddy. And they can't find the KOs as they continue to see if they can dash in.
Wow, they just pulled a Lucario Unite for absolutely no reason. And TTAR have just gone and gotten themselves a lot of value in the opposite lane. Lucario's aura cannon was used from off screen, and TTAR just went, no, you can have it. Just decided to go back to their T2. Now with Lucario, Mega Lucario is off limits. They reverted back to that regular form, 176 to 98. And TTAR are looking like a completely different team from what we're used to seeing. Because look at the bait and switch now. Look at where Haru is going to score.
Cheeky, mate. It's cheeky, and I love it. I'm so on board with this, Haru. Give me more of this, as they do pull the attention of Omon Buzaloof yet again. They're happy to go down here. They are the level 8. They are the ones that, if you're going to give up a Pokemon, you do give up your support or your defender. But they've given themselves such a consistent lead that I take that matchup, to be honest, mate.
I'm curious about Haru's thought process there. I think maybe he was hoping to Lapras Express his way out and just waste a little bit more time. But top side, they've got a Registeel buff on their side, so defending this Regieleki is actually going to be quite, I want to say easy. But again, Omon Buzaloof struggling to find some cohesion right now with what they're trying to do. They see Palkia on that top side. It's going to be a 3v3 situation, a 3v4 situation. The Fairy Frolic has to come out from the Sylveon as well. Darkrai has decided to go in deep. The Eruption is going to do big damage to the Mammoth and going to come with that with the explosive heat haze. The Thunderstorm rains down from Pikachu, and TTAR have survived. The multi-dimensional Ren comes through. I think I said that wrong, Tana, but it doesn't matter because Palkia is going to take on a Mega Lucario.
No, you said it right, buddy. It's the rift they go into, but it is the multi-dimensional Wind, and it is such a good Unite move in that moment to be able to give yourself that invincibility that you get, as well as a big burst of damage. If you can build up stacks as well, mate, you get 7 slashes that you can come out with, and you saw the damage impact that can do. Right now, though, TTAR have to get back on this momentum. Good rip coming in from MDR once again. Mbok trying to see if they can get the Regidrago, but with that Typhlosion being there, it ain't possible. Haru continues to do Haru things and harasses this T1 goal.
I'm absolutely loving what Haru has done. This is a completely different style of defender that we're seeing come out. He's changed his style quite a lot from the early days. He is just being sneaky. He was doing this with the Snorlax before with some incredible positioning in game number 1. But however, they only lost 1 Pokemon. There's the Ice Fang. Haru's going to get caught out. They're done with this Lapras right now. A lot of resources went into taking out Haru. Sylveon is going to be here to defend, but look at what is happening in this top lane right now. Draffy's going to push the reset button, but no, everybody's just decided to back off. TTAR are playing some mental games right now with Omon Buzaloof.
It's going to work in their favor at the moment. A dive in, though, from Kyoro as they're looking to see if they can get an advantage here. They didn't have the Aura Cannon ready to go, so they have to back on and retreat out of there. Mipha's going to try and zone out TTAR as they go for the rip on the Regirock now. There's a dive in again from Amara. They look ready to go with that multi-dimensional Rend, but they're 230 at the moment, and they find the KO on Palkia. Looking for more here as well as Kyoro is able to retreat. Haru is looking for the freeze. The cleanup from Sylveon once again is the threat that Omon Buzaloof were not ready for. A brilliant cleanup from TTAR, and it's all off the back of this attacking offense on these attackers, mate.
The problem is they used a lot of Unite moves in that one, but however, there's the Hyper Voice going to go onto the Clefable. Can MDR cleans up the clean support? They're going to look for the Mamoswine right now. Sylveon is still in there putting damage on the Mamoswine, and now TTAR going to turn their attention to the ground, and Haru is in their faces trying to stop the Darkrai. Aura Cannon going to come out as well. Hitana Explosive Heat Haze is popped by the Typhlosion. Mammoth Dash as well, but it doesn't matter. The interdimensional Rend is backs off the Darkrai, as Darkrai and Pikachu are the only ones left alive. I mean, TTAR don't really need to go for this right now, but Pikachu rains down the Thunderstorm.
Oh, they managed to find Palkia. Brilliant effort from Pikachu there as they're able to get it with a good explosion of damage. Worst Nightmare comes out, and Mipha's going to do exactly that against the Comfey. And now, just like that, Lobo, Omon Buzaloof have all the advantage here. Hundo Burger looking to rein in from Sylveon, but they've got a minute 10 left on the clock with the ground up on the side of the mighty Buzaloof. They have everything that they need to win this game.
They're trying to back them off. We're going to see how they go, but look at Omon Buzaloof. They got 5 members on this tier 2 right now. It is a 5v5 situation, but I mean TTAR have got Unite moves back as well. They get another in. There's a 226, 235, and they secure a few more. Pikachu with the full tackle on the Sylveon. Sylveon's Hyper Voice gonna shred them down as well. Now they have to chase out. TTAR is still in the lead. Traffy dangerously low. And Sylveon has seen Milfil as well. 12 points. It's not going to be enough to win this one, but they're going to hide them. I mean, this could be enough. Oh, no. Oh, no.
It's all about this T2 pad, buddy, down in the bottom lane. Sorry, it's Ben who's going to be able to get it. Oh, no.
Oh, Ghatlue. That managed to get 100 points in. They just needed a few more resources, mate.
Yeah, just down in that bottom pad, Pikachu is able to get in there and score the Hundo Burger. That was looking like it was going to be a really good defense from TTAR, and it was off the back of the Palkia as well, managing to get back in time. That is a shame, mate, because we saw just the moments there where it was a flash of TTAR. Sometimes they take that fight, and when they start to lose it, they don't quite have the momentum to come back in the defensive side of things. They were looking like they were going to do that there and finally break that side of the curse. But it was a brilliant push from Traffy, who was able to get in and score them points because Milfil was keeping that bottom lane busy. Unfortunate for TTAR in that one.
I mean, it was incredible by Traffy. The thunderstorms coming raining down from the Pikachu were really the turning point in a lot of those matches, bro. I mean, my guy, in the Groudon fight, Traffy stayed alive for a lot of that fight, alongside Milfil, where Kyoro, Mbok, and Bingo both went down. Beautiful picks by Karake as well. They won the top fight for, I believe it was the Registeel. No. Yes, the Registeel. They won the top fight for the Registeel. Then they managed to find Bingo on their way down, took them out. They managed to get Mbok down to a quarter health as well. And that was the instance for me where I think TTAR needed to back up. They didn't have Unite moves, they didn't have resources, and they didn't also know the positioning of the other members that made it out of that fight alive. But the score says it all. TTAR comfortably in control for game 2. Just they ran out of steam in the last 30 seconds.
Yeah, they really did, and that is such a shame because it looked like that defense was going to be absolutely mega. But for the second round here, buddy, we have a best of 3 going all the way. And now it's really a toss-up on who's going to be able to take this one. I am impressed with how TTAR have been able to really show themselves off in this game. This is the #1 team in the league right now, chat, versus pretty much down on that bottom-ranked TTAR. And that has been a very impressive showing from this team. Omon Buzaloof, though, again, another team that you can never count out. Brilliant pushback, brilliant combo from Milfil and Traffy to be able to make sure that they could win that game.
Yeah, and look at here. They had the Registeel buff for this fight here. I mean, Omon Buzaloof had the Regieleki. We see that the Hyper Voice got cancelled out by the Worst Nightmare by Darkrai, but just Eruption coming out from this Typhlosion is just ridiculous.
Yeah, and I really enjoyed the multi-dimensional Rens that we were seeing from Amara there. It honestly felt like if we were going to see a Palkia make a difference, it would be Amara that's able to do just that, mate, as they really were impactful in that. When they took those team fights and was able to build up the slashes on that dimensional Rend, that made a huge difference in the final fight, as we'll see, as well as that defense that we saw.
I mean, look at the eject here. The aggressiveness from Amara, never scared to go in. But also, it is the Hyper Voices that are comboing brilliantly with these eruptions. I mean, Mamoswine going down there. Lucario barely gets out. Haru wants to pick up the KO. And then they, again, TTAR follow in on all of the comms that are doing very, very well right now. And they go for this Regirock. They try to go for the Regirock anyway. They go for this next fight. And they do manage to clean up. Palkia, again, not afraid at all to go in. And it does get cleaned up very nicely. Very similar to game 1, where they started that final fight incredibly early.
Yeah, they were happy to just commit to that heavily, finding the picks, and did make a difference because they had the advantage of at least having position. Now, the difficulty is that you've used 3 Unite moves and your resources have been really utilized really early in that one. Clefable does go down, so they do have at least an advantage of those heals not being there for Omon Buzaloof, and they know that their main target here has to be that Lucario-Pikachu combo. They go straight onto the Groudon and look to see if they can go for a rip while Haru looks to secure and lock down this lane.
And see, the problem is right now, they go for the Groudon here at that 2-minute mark whilst they're also low health. They do manage to pick up a KO on the Mamoswine, so Mamoswine does go down. first. The multi-dimensional Ren does come through. It doesn't really hit anyone though, Tano, as the Darkrai was such a problem. But look at Traffy. Traffy's staying out of the way right now, and look at the health on the rest of TTAR. Thunderstorm coming down does a lot as they Volt Tackle in to get some damage onto that Palkia.
I've only just realized, though, that didn't land on Palkia. They were able to dodge away from that Volt Tackle. It looked like it ended up landing on the Groudon instead, mate, which was a huge difference maker. You know, if you land that Volt Tackle whilst using the Unite move, all that damage goes onto that one Pokemon.
Right on.
That was smart from Amara to come out of the position of that and put themselves in between the Groudon. Brilliant effort. But right now, it is game 3. TTAR are on the verge of being able to find their first set win here in EUL. It's round 5, and it's against the team that is currently in first place.
Yeah, and I think this will be a very... it's going to be all about momentum shifts right now. They obviously feel good. I think they had a lot of the momentum going right now, and now it's going to be about the drafts. I want to see what they're able to ban, because I'm liking their bans from the before. Don't allow access to any of these Pokemon that are able to just overwhelm you. TTAR are playing a very interesting team-orientated kind of strategy. They're banning off favorite picks. You know, we saw the Cinderace get banned off as well. I don't know if they've missed a ban in the first one, which they have. Cinderace and is going to be banned alongside the Hooper. Blastoise and Psyduck are going to be banned alongside Skeledirge. Really don't want TTAR to have that Skeledirge, because I have a feeling Amara likes that Deathly Cross.
Yeah, and you don't want to give Amara a Pokemon that is pretty decent in the meta at the moment. We'll see what that first pick is going to be. Umbreon is let loose.
I like it.
Instantly takes that. It doesn't get any better than that in the meta right now, mate.
No, it doesn't. They've already used the Sylveon. Now, I think Haru, as soon as they saw that they were first picked, they either intentionally left that third spot open, not wanting to ban it. Haru just went, it's mine. Get out my way. Get out my way. But, I mean, I like the counter here. Kyoro on the Zacian and Milfil on the Skeledirge. Skeledirge has been doing quite well. We haven't seen too many kind of trick shots with that Rousing Symphony, but I have a feeling like Zacian has been struggling just a little bit. Currently.
Yeah, just a little bit, but we'll see if Kyoro is going to make the difference there, because it has a decent kit to like at least to make a big difference. Let's see. Traffy with a Dragapult would be exciting, mate. Another Pokemon that with recent buffs has been able to get itself back in the meta, but Bingo is going to pull out the Articuno here. We're in game 3 of a best of 3, so you have to pull out these strong picks whilst you can, which is why Monkey is going to be there on the Alchemy. Mbok debating what they want to pull out. We have an Alolan Ninetales on the field here, buddy.
I mean, Alolan Ninetales is interesting. Amara, what are you doing? What are you doing? Amara.
Don't tease us, Amara. Don't tease us, bro.
Don't tease me, bro. But I do like Alolan Ninetales, my day 1 main. I think it's still very good in terms of just crowd control and lockdown. Its freeze ability is very, very strong. Combine that with the Articuno, and you're going to have problems. Speaking of problems, Traffy going to go with the Knight of Two Swords. Again, such a strong Pokemon right now. It is a speedster underneath all of that armor. And if they're able to lock you down with the amount of freeze that's going on Omon Boozaloof right now, Ceruledge is going to have such a fun time to go through this game.
I mean, honestly, I love Ceruledge. My favorite Pokemon of that generation. Really good in the game right now. And actually a fantastic matchup at what TTAR is going to bring Traffy's way. Especially Karake and Amara there. It does well against the Meowth. Especially as they're trying to dive in and cause a huge amount of damage. So this is going to be a good matchup here. But I really like both comps that have come out from both of these two teams. It is going to be a push. And no matter what happens in this game, we have to give props over to the side of TTAR. They've pushed Omon Boozaloof, the #1 team here in EUL, all the way to a 3rd game with some brilliant final fights.
Yeah, absolutely. They have grown, and that's exactly what we want to see from any team that participates in any kind of grassroots style tournament. It's the growth. It's that potential that these teams are going to have, especially to reach those higher competitive stages that we all yearn for. But they put on a shift. Omon Boozaloof, they're holding on, they're hanging on as well. They haven't gone down easily. They've made TTAR work for it every single step of the way. And a team that is as experienced as work every single We're gonna have the freeze lane split up this time, Tana, because that support Ninetales into the top. I mean, I'm listening, Omar Buzloof. I'm listening.
You might as well, to be fair. It struggles with its maneuverability, and it is going to be dealing with some really quick Pokemon in this game, so just put it in that support slot and allow it to do the crowd control. I think that's good recognition from Omon Buzaloof as they try and get the preparations onto the side of their Skeledirge and their Cerulege, and it's all going to be a matter of doing that before this Urshifu gets rolling.
Yeah, absolutely. No invades come around, which is very interesting because if there is a Pokemon that you have to invade, it is going to be that Urshifu. Now, looking at this Ninetales, I have a feeling like we might... Nope, I thought we were going to see an Auroraville Ninetales, but that's exactly what Ninetales is able to do. It's able to block off everything that's going to go on. But this Wicked Blow Urshifu has been buffed. Its power outage, power output is so incredibly strong. You better be aware of that fist.
That's where Mbok is going to make a huge difference in this game, and they're going to have to continue to do so to put that wall up in the way of the likes of Karake. And whilst you may not be able to find the freezes, you can at least get something in the way of that Wicked Blow in the beginning moments. Let's see, though, because right now it is still 0-0 on the board. No stacks have come through for any team yet, as they are just desperate to find their power spikes. Bottom lane struggling at the moment for Omon Buzaloof. Top lane, on the other hand, they have that advantage as 36 points will rain on in and they find the K opener.
Yeah, absolutely. Right now, that top lane is looking very strong. Zacian, especially that Ninetales, going up against that Meowth. You called it. It is a nice counter to the Meowth, and we haven't had Alcremie online just yet. Karake is going to actually take some leeway and go into the central lane of Omon Buzaloof, just like what Omon Buzaloof is doing right now. But they're going to run right into a Cerulege. They're going to have to pop that and check one, but the burn combination with a 3v1 is going to take them out. Mewtwo going to try and secure, but nope, Zacian puts it down. This Articuno is such a problem with that wide freezing ability.
Just a massive wingspan that's so difficult for you to get around and attack other Pokemon through. So you kind of have no choice in that moment to attack that. And Bingo is happy. They've got a massive HP bar. They'll take all that damage all day long. Now a big push on the top side from TTAR here as they're looking to get the advantage. They need to try and pull that one out. The 720s are coming on up. We have a Cerulege rotating as well. Instantly let loose here as they were looking for the damage on the side of the Zacian. Has been backed up and isolated at the moment. Traffy coming in from the backside, looking for the hit onto the side of the Urshifu, and it works. Brilliant Revenant Rend connecting as they're able to clean up the rest. The double KO comes out for Traffy.
It is a problem. This Ninetales right now from above is doing so well. Amara cannot get anywhere near this Zacian or this Cerulege to do what Meowth really needs to do, and that's down to the backline, get that hit and run going. Zacian just decides to stop what's going on here and just let the Reggie reset. I don't know what the play was there, but I guess showing a little bit more attention to this Register is exactly what they wanted to do. Skeledirge is here. It is going to be the Urshifu that secures. We call it a gotta secure for a reason, but Traffy with the Cerulege is cleaning up. Mate, Ice might be the most powerful crowd control in this game.
I do love as well that Traffy's playing my favorite moveset on this Pokemon. It makes me so happy to see the Flame Charge come out with the Psycho Cut. It's a brilliant combo. And it plays so Speedster-esque, which is why I love it so much, mate. But it is Omon Buzaloof that have come out of the gates really packing a punch right now. 167 points to that donut store being wide open. The TTAR at the 6-minute mark as we're about to have a Regieleki walk on in as well. Snow Globe is going to be let loose. Revenant Rend is going to come through from Traffy. That's going to be enough to back the entirety of TTAR off. Yes, it's not a massive overcap, but they have 0 points on the board. Omon Buzaloof, 187.
Yeah, look, they did manage to get a KO on the Alola Ninetales. Mewtwo's going to get caught out right now as well. The Zacian is really jumping onto any of these freezes that the Alola Ninetales or the Articuno are able to get. So far, it has to be, it's Bingo that is really setting the pace for Omon Buzaloof. Traffy is just waiting for them to get caught, as is the Zacian. Ninetales putting on a shift right now in terms of protecting its other attackers, really acting like a support, but also it deals a lot of damage with those freezes.
Yeah, no, it really does. And right now, TTAR have to do something. They've got to regroup. They've got to stick together as a five and push a fight or something here. Try and look to get some points on that board. You can't allow a team like Oman Buzaloof to continue to outscore you and then come into that final fight with a consistent 300, 400 point lead. They're going to push this bottom lane here, buddy, as they're looking to see this Reggie spawn on in down in the bottom lane and take advantage of it. But they're ready for it on the side of Oman Buzaloof. They do have the advantage to TTAR, though. It is currently a 5v4 down in this bottom lane.
Yeah, absolutely. So far, the decision-making not going so well on the side of Oman Buzaloof. They do get some damage off on the Cerulege. No traditional healer on the side of Oman Buzaloof as well. They do have it. There goes the Revenant Ren. It's a beautiful engage, which manages to take out the Mewtwo as well. Alola Ninetales is able to put down the freeze as the Skeledirge is secures the Registeel away. And now the confidence is showing from Oman Buzaloof. They've said enough is enough. Game is over. Time to put the newcomers down to where they belong.
I do like this from Oman Buzaloof. They're winning all the 1v1s. They're winning the team fights. They have a consistent lead. TTAR have a moment here where they can give themselves something as they do take that Regieleki, but they're prepared for the defense on the side of Buzaloof, and they're going to be able to do just that, whilst TTAR have to dash on back and grab all that experience that's spawned on their side. Traffy's going to see if they can stop them doing that, but that is risky. They do retreat, and I'm glad they have, mate, because this is the moment where you do not want to give more experience to TTAR.
Yeah, absolutely. Right now, we're at a stage where experience is going to be really, really good for both teams. They have to find out what they're going to try and do right now, because it seems like TTAR are just grouping. They want to take a fight. Traffy, as well as on this Ninetales. They could catch out the Articuno here, which could be massive. The Umbreon does have the ability. There's the Ice Wing Whiteout. They're just going to move away from that. However, Mewtwo does have the ability to shred it down from afar. Alola Ninetales, Articuno is the first one to go down. But so many resources were used to take down that Articuno that it might not be so great. But Skeledirge does go. And the Fluffy Cream Supreme is used as well.
A lot of resources by TTAR, but some really good KOs to get themselves at least the levels they were desperate for, and it is going to be the Meowth. Amara comfortable at level 13 now. They get some points finally on the board. Buzaloof will get their revenge, and they did score more points down in that T2 as well. So the only difference maker in that ended up being the levels that they gained on the side of TTAR.
Yeah, absolutely. They did gain some levels. They got some scores on the board. So that was great for them in terms of Unite Move. Amari getting to level 13, picking up 2 KOs. And now they've seen what they need to see where the side of Oman Buzaloof is in their own central lane. If they can find a pick out here, because Ikuno is just kind of baiting. However, this could be a bait into a beautiful Revenant Friend, because that would be damaging for the side of TTAR. But that is not something they want to see, and that's a Registeel getting taken.
Yeah, humongous buff for them to have on the side of Oman Buzaloof. Some would call it massive, but we're about to say hello to the 2-minute mark here in this game, buddy. Groudon is on the field, and it's an instant rip coming out from Buzaloof, knowing that they have that Zacian. We can't even see who took it yet.
It was Mewtwo!
Takes it for the Mewtwo. Why? Fluffy Cream Supreme will come through, and just like that, they've done enough. They knew the rip was coming, but can they score the point? That's the difference maker now. Ice Wing Whiteout will be used by Articuno, but they're all cut down, Lobo. TTAR are going to be able to take this set if they can defend for the final 1:30 on the clock.
That's it. They've got the points. Go back. Go back. Retreat. Go home. What are you doing? It's a minute on the clock. But an interesting bait coming out from TTAR. I don't know. We saw them up top. They were going to try and score on that tier 1. But they're all, look at the bush, Donna. Look at,
This is crazy. Only TTAR will do this, bro.
Do not turn your cameras away. Do not turn your cameras away, because Traffy, my boy.
It's a trap!
I don't know what I expected, but Traffy, he did not take Oak's advice. He walked into the tall grass and was not aware of wild Pokemon. But another 50 is going to go into the side of TTAR, and they have made a comeback. What a game. What a game.
Honestly, take a bow, TTAR. I love the rip decision from Buzaloof. It is risky because they do have a Mewtwo Y there with that Infinite Cyburn. But I just think that, and they also had the Wicked Blow of Shifu, right? But what a beautiful Hollow Air, bro. I always forget how stunning that Hollow Air is. But yeah, honestly, risky play by Buzaloof. but a brilliant response from TTAR because that rip was almost instant, mate.
I don't believe Boozaloo didn't need to rip. I mean, with how many of the points that TTAR were going to score, they would have made the game close, and they were winning team fights in that instant. So the rip always going to be 50-50 based on whoever they have on their teams. I always going to back the Urshifu there with the Wicked Blow.
Yeah.
There was no way for them to get in. They had the Infinite Cyber into the Side Strike.
Yep.
Yeah, and this is, I mean, congratulate. This is TTAR's first win, and who have they just beaten? The winner of the mid-season and the current #1 seed in the tournament.
That's EUL. That is EUL in a nutshell, bro. Every season, that is what happens.
I mean, I hope, and again, I just want to see, like, Traffy, I feel for you, but I want to watch it again. I have to watch it again because only TTAR would do this. There is no other team. You agree with me, Todd? There's no other team I can think that would all camp one bush and just wait when there's a minute and a half on the clock, and you've got all the Groudon buffs. There's only one team that would have done that.
I have to think that if it wasn't for if it was, I know we got the trio Reggie still, bro. Where's Husky when we need her? But yes, if it wasn't for it being Traffy that they found in the bush camp there, I think maybe if that was, I don't know, Mbok or someone else, that I don't think they'd have pushed it as hard as they did. But being able to find Traffy and get that KO, I think was okay. They no longer have this level 15 Cerulege. Let's take that fight.
Yeah, and look, I mean, just based on some of these highlights, Oman Boozaloo played incredibly well. They came up with a few odd picks throughout this entire series. The Pikachu in round 2 really did well. They popped off. The double ice with Articuno and Alolan Ninetales was fantastic, but they're doing what they need to do here. They managed to secure Registeel. However, Traffy still managed to come in and get the KO, so not getting value from the Registeel. I think it was not until the 5-minute mark where they were actually able to score some points here, but they were close to 200 points behind. Amara really struggled on this Meowth, and I think that all comes down to the combination plays from the Articuno and Alolan Ninetales.
Yeah, I completely agree. Brilliant Revenant Ren by Traffy there, by the way. But yeah, I think it is that crowd control that was just so impactful for Boozaloo and did make that huge difference. And being able to play off the back of that and the likes of this Zacian, which I think did much better in this game, by the way, and the likes of this Traffy Cerulege, I think that was just really good. TTAR was so on the back foot. We're at the 320 mark now, bro, and they still haven't scored a single point. Like, that is insane. If I sent you a screenshot of this and went, yeah, TTAR win this game, you'd be like, no way.
No, and again, they use a lot of resources here. They take a lot of resources to take out the Articuno. I saw you react when the Ice Wing Whiteout when it all came out, but here is the rip. Look at where TTAR is right now. 3 members are on top side. Umbreon is there, Urshifu is there, and I want you to consider this. Not a single member of TTAR gets KO'd in this fight.
This is bizarre. I do like the decision for the rip, to be fair, because they don't have vision on where the rest of them are, but they know that there's a couple around that T1 pad. So they're instantly going to go for this rip, knowing that Zacian is here.
Is still alive.
I'm still waiting for the Mewtwo Y to get here. Is it the Infinite Cyburn that makes the difference? There it is. That's still a lot of HP on that Groudon, so I don't know if that's going to be the difference maker or if it's going to be a basic.
I think it's the Side Strike, mate. I think it has to be Side Strike, or Mewtwo Y has not gone into its Mega form just yet. So I think it's about to go Mega. I can't see. It's just a bright light.
This is insane though for TTAR to respond this quickly to this rip, because Boozaloo were instantly on it.
And all this while, Amara is still scoring.
Yeah, bro, it's 3 seconds. This Groudon has been up for 3 seconds, and it is gone. There's the Cyburn landing. I think that is actually enough.
It is the Infinite Cyburn. Because the Infinite Cyburn has to proc first, and then it comes down.
Yeah.
It gets it. And look at the health right now of the rest of their team. So 11 goes in. How much they managed to cut the score lead, not down by long. And then Zacian's gone. They get stunned up. There's the Urshifu Unite move as well. So, Traffy gets taken away, and they're just chased down. They just do so brilliantly. Like, not a single member of TTAR. Like, Haru is full health.
Yeah. It's a 3-second rip, bro. The response time to get there in that, like, they were literally MDR.
And this.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I mean, this is just beautiful, mate. You pick off a level 15 Ceruledge.
This is unfortunate. Like, the fact. Can we go back a little bit further, Siobhan?
It's a trap.
Can we go back, because Traffy, like, unfortunate for Traffy, if he goes the other direction, this game is completely different. But Traffy walks right into the bush where all 5 members of TTAR are, and it wasn't even a second, and he's gone.
I mean, straight Haru was the engager in that, and that was perfect. Going in with the snarl and foul play just to pull Traffy to their demise. But yes, what a brilliant set once again, chat. We're going to head to a quick break now while we try and get the next set ready to go. It could end up going all the way to a round 3 yet again. Grab yourself a drink, grab yourself a snack, and we'll be back with you very shortly. Bonjour traders, and welcome back for the third game here of round 5, and it is going to be the Academy team taking on Eons. Can't wait to see where this one goes, but the Eons being the new team introduced, taking over for Power Rangers, and I think we all know the players on this team.
Yeah, absolutely. We do know all the players from this team. We're going to go through them as well. They're a fun team. They're a new team. They're an exciting team. They're a young team that come through. But we're going to go through the Academy first of all. We got I don't even know how to pronounce that. We got Penguin. We got Saren. We got Shari King, the king himself, and Professor Mush. Such fun players to watch. The Academy. I said that. I'm talking to production in my head right now. I literally said that.
It's 8C Kyo though, so it's Max.
Eight. Okay. Well, you know what? We'll just call it 8C.
Which 8 wee wee.
8 wee wee. I said that.
We love you, Kyo.
I'm like, his name is 8 wee wee, and production's like, no. I'm like, it's 8 wee wee. It's like, okay, that works. Come on. But I mean, really excited to see the Academy come through. They have been picked up by an org, which is fantastic to see. The Academy team always on the front foot, trying to learn, trying to get as much experience as possible. But this is Eon Esports. We got Skitty, we got Squirrel, we got Akari, we got Meta, and we got Goblet. A little bit of a roster change for this team, but they're working together. They're doing something. It's such a fun team. I've been in a few of these conversations, listening to them come up with comps and talking about the math behind it. The amount of math that this team talks, mate, it's incredible.
Yeah, no, it really is. I mean, this is basically the remade Jigglytuffs here, as Skinny, being their captain, made the new squad of Eons Esports, and I'm excited to see them compete here. They are a new team that has come together, but they are so passionate about this game and passionate about competing in this game. So I'm really glad to see them take part in EUL and start to pick up these big grassroots leagues and tournaments to build their experience for, which I'd imagine will be March 2027 will be the plan for them. This could be a brilliant game matchup here, but I can't wait to see who comes out on top. Looking at the records, you know, we're on the sort of backside of the league here, and Eon Esports, this is their first time competing in this league, which is why they're 0-4.
Yeah, absolutely. They are a little bit, I mean, first time competing, you got to obviously go with the hand that you're dealt with, because if you're coming through, you are going to have that negative win-loss. You are going to succeed, keep all those games you did not actually play in the league. But I mean, the Academy is not too far away, only sitting ahead on 1 victory. So they could tie this up fairly quickly and go 1-1 with the Academy if they can put on a good performance. I mean, we've had some great performances across the board today. We had 2 matches in, 3 hours into a broadcast, and we've had 2 Game 3 situations going on. Guys, what are you doing? I know you like to hear Tana and I cast, but I mean, this is levels of Unite play that we absolutely adore seeing.
Well, let's see how these first pick and bans are going to go, buddy. Right now, out of the gates, ban-wise, we've been seeing a lot of the usuals with the Umbreons and the Psyducks and the Blastoises, but what they're going to do is ban out the Crustle here on the side of the Academy. I feel like people have felt the strength of this Crustle with the Rock Tombs has been just so oppressive.
Yeah, I agree with you 100% because it's just able to trap you in. And we saw, we've seen combinations where you combine that Crustle with an Espeon, or you combine it with another crowd control Pokemon. It's such a problem to deal with. But Umbreon's going to go back into that ban gel alongside that Psyduck. We haven't seen a single Psyduck get played at all. Blissey is going to be used as well as the Glaceon. There is no way that the Academy is going to let Akari have that Glaceon. They love that Glaceon. They will play it at any chance that they get, but there is no way that they are going to allow them to have it. First up, Shari is going to pull out the big bacon bird.
Yeah, okay, really strong out of the gates. The legend like Shari King on a Pokemon like Yveltal is just incredible. Let's see how Eons Esports are going to answer this one, because Blastoise has been a brilliant go-to when you have these strong bans on the defenders, but they've just realized that Snorlax is available, so Goblet looks to steal that one away. Skitty's going to come out of the gates with the Hooper.
Yeah, I mean, look, Skitty has been practicing a lot of these supporters as well. But however, Hooper is one of their prime picks that they like to go with. Whatever they decide to pick in that top lane is going to be fun to deal with. Snorlax, Goblet, also very, very fun to deal with as well. Professor Mush has decided to go with a tried and tested Mamoswine. It's so hard to deal with a Mamoswine at any point in the game. You just have to burst it down with as much damage as possible. Ace Sakeo is going to go with Eldegoss, a nice little pair in that top lane as well. Skrill has decided to go with a Zacian. EU loving their Zacians right now.
Yeah, that they are. And to be fair, it's been very hit and miss. We did have a decent one in the previous set, but it has been very hit and miss today. So Skrill's got a big responsibility on their shoulders to be impactful on it in this one. And it's all going to be about that matchup in the top lane again, as Max looks like they're ready to lock in the Buzzwole. And that has always been the better matchup for the Zacian in that top lane. Saren's going to pull out the Absol here as well. And I'm actually very much enjoying this Rainbow comp that Engage Academy have run together.
Yeah, absolutely. I do agree with you, mate. Buzzwole, I mean, it's in such a good place right now in this current meta. It's so very strong. It does counter a lot of Pokemon, and it's able to do a lot of damage, especially paired top lane with that Eldegoss. Absol, however, is going to be a problem to deal with. If Saren is able to get going for the Academy right now, it is going to start rolling. But there are a lot of Pokemon on the side of EUL Esports that are able to stop it from reaching that, problematic levels.
Yeah, so we have a speedster matchup, an all-rounder matchup, a ranged attack matchup, defender and support matchup in this game, buddy. This is like core Pokemon Unite again on the field. So I'm liking this. Absolutely no idea how this game is going to go. Both of these teams sort of newish, at least in regards to competing against each other in this league. So it's going to be anyone's guesses on how it goes. But on paper, Lobo, because you always make me do it.
No, why do I have to do it? No. This is my bit.
It's my
This is my bit. You
cannot
take it. You can't take it away from me. This is my bit.
I've got it.
This is my bit that I do. You can't take it away from me.
Well, now
Fine, go ahead.
The turntables are here, bro.
Go ahead.
On
go
paper,
ahead.
who are you giving this to?
Oh, look, I like it. Absol's good. It scales better. I mean, I think if you got the two best defenders in the game, I'm gonna have to give it to Engage Academy just because they've got a few picks. They're a little bit more tried and tested in this current game, so we'll see how they go with it. But it for me, it all depends on their Absol. But on paper, give it to the Academy.
Alrighty, here we go. Let's see who can take that advantage as we try and get it on the side of Academy. They've got the Absol in the central area. That's going to be a good level 5 coming out. I suspect it's going to be Pursuit. On the other side of EON's Esports, they have that Fletchinder, which could be good with the acrobatics, but it's all about this level 5 matchup in the top lane for these all-rounders.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Zashi's going to have to fall their way out. We're not used to seeing a swine up in the top lane, Tano, but, I mean, pairing it with the Buzzwole is doing wonders because you get that stun in, you get everything going through. I mean, it's gone very, very well. Bottom side, I mean, you're pairing the Eldegoss with the Yvetol. That's also going to get well. But Absol is here to try and clean up. Goes for the Hooper straight away. Skitty gets sent back to Nurse Joy. Tinder tries to stop in and stave the Zacian. Even trades all the way around, but, I mean, the Academy got the best of that one. Still Donut Store, however.
Yeah, so no stacks on anyone here at the moment. 850s are about to come on in, and the Academy are just sat in the central area here, grabbing those Nadus. 850 is now on the field, and they do manage to grab some, and they're now going very aggressive with it, looking to see if they can find a hit on Skinny. They're able to retreat. They do take the KO on Zacian, and that is advantage Academy as they push this T1 pad, looking to score some points here, but that acrobatics could find a KO onto the side of Max. Heals comes through from Kyo, and that's going to be the difference maker here as they bounce back with another KO.
Yeah, absolutely. And they're looking very strong right now. They managed to secure 20 extra points. Snorlax going to try and come and help out, but there's not much they can do because if they start to dribble in, they're just going to feed some KOs over to this rolling team right now. 58 points, looking strong. However, EUL Esports trying to fight their way back into this one. Eldegoss keeping them nice and healed up as Professor Mush is looking to fight back in to this one as well. Looking for any pick on that Ice Fang to combo with that Bacon Bird Jari King, doing a lot of damage. But Absol doing exactly what I wanted Absol to do here, Tana, and that's start to roll over this game. Find the right picks. It's all about target select.
Yeah, I've honestly enjoyed seeing Seiren play. I think they've really come into their own as a central area player here on these speedsters in the recent off-season, mate. And it's great to see a team like Academy being able to utilize their knowledge in a game like this. Let's see, though, because right now they've got the advantage down in the bottom lane. Going to go with the Psycho Cut, looking for the pursuit as well, as Goblet's going to get nice and weak. We'll go for a nap, but sent back to Nurse Joy for it anyway. Eon's Esports will be able to defend this pad, but it does feel like in these team fights right now, it is all Academy out of the gates, mate, as they look for the KO onto the side of the Zacian as well. They're going to back up onto the pad. A brilliant Ice Fang from Mush once again, as they're able to really lock down the offensive power of Eon Esports.
We have watched Professor Marsh play this game brilliantly. They love this Mamoswine. Again, so aggressive on the Mamoswine. Finding the picks with the Ice Fang and just putting them out. Skeletons being online does work really well for the side of Eon Esports. However, they're just not finding the right moments to go in. They're getting caught out. And it is this Yvetol, my guy, that is really doing the damage alongside Seiren on this Absol. It has started to climb, reaching that level 9. Unfortunately, Zacian on the side of Eon Esports is just too low right now and is being manhandled by this Buzzsaw. Tries to go look for the KO. It's a 4v2 situation. They have to take advantage of the rest of the Academy not being here right now.
Oh, as they may be able to find Skitty here as well. Looking to break the ankles, but they go into the arms of the Buzzwall. And there's not a lot more that you can do in that moment. The Regieleki will reset here. Eon's Esports has the rest of their team ready to go, though. Right now, though, it's going to have to be getting in there to get some damage onto this Regieleki, because Engage Academy have managed been able to lock this down right now as they continue to beat it. But it's all about Chari. They're ready to go on in, and it is going to be this Talonflame that gets shut down. Brilliant Ice Fangs coming through again as Eon's Esports have lost that advantage. They do look to dive in on the side of Skitty, but that was a clean up by this Academy.
Yeah, absolute full team wipe. They do get the score in for the Regieleki to go through, and the Engage Academy are going to try and push their way into. They're going to make and do a little bit of window shopping on the side of Eon Esports as well, take away, but that has also walked in to that tier 2. So they lose tier 1, they lose tier 2 in quick succession, but I don't think they have enough points. Absol needs to score, but the block from the Snorlax is stopping it from getting there. And tier 2 says bye-bye. We haven't even hit that 5-minute mark. This Academy team looking like the real deal right now. Engage Academy have to keep this going, because if they get 500 points, Connor, they might not even need this final objective.
No, I know, and that is just a really good position for you to be in as this team. And you know, Eon's Esports are the ones that are going to have to work out how they get themselves back on into it, as they are now looking for stacks as much as they can, as Akari's trying to do that. Going to use a flame sweep to try and get themselves back to safety. Ran into a Mamoswine, though. Luckily, Snorlax is there to back off Mush. Mammoth Flash is going to come through here as well, as they're looking to see if they can at least zone them out with a push on the T2, and that allows the entirety of the team to get back to their lane and get back to their pads.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, you just have to take a relook right now. I mean, the levels aren't too bad. Absol is the only one that seems kind of out of sight for the side of Eon Esports. They need to find a way to get back into this. There's not that much yellow farm on their side, but they don't want to be caught out here just like that, because once you get caught by a Buzzwall, it is very, very hard to get away from the big muscly arms of that big beefy dog. Here we go again. I mean, Engage Academy, they're not really scared right now to try and throw hands. They're going to go for the Ultra Soul Slam. Takes down the Skeletos, punches the Snorlax away as well, picks up the Zacian, puts them down somewhere where they don't want to be. And I believe that is the Unite move coming out from Kari King. The pressure is just mounting, and Engage Academy are looking very, very strong.
Yeah, they are. 381 points to 62 right now. It's an impressive showing to be picked up by a new org, come into a game like this and just really lock on in. I mean, we do know that Eon's Esports, they are a new team here. They are still trying to find their synergy. So they are wanting to make this at least competitive, because, you know, previously they were the Electro Drifters on the side of Engage Academy. So they do have that advantage of already having that synergy built up. And they do have the legendary Chari King here on one of the best attackers in the game right now.
Yeah, absolutely. He is going to work for him brilliantly. And if this is the performance he's putting in on right now, he's in some good hands looking for the future, my friend. The 381 to 62 is nothing to climb home about. We have seen scores like this be turned around on a dime, especially once you get to that 2 minutes. You have one good 2-minute fight in you in the final stages of this fight, and it can all go your way. This is still game number 1. They're going to deal with this Regieleki walking in. However, It's interesting to me that the Engage Academy haven't decided to go for a few more scores just yet, buddy, because they're still banking on this ground and coming up with too many.
That they are. I mean, they are at least in a comfortable position where they can be so patient in this final fight. They're looking to see if they can get that bottom Reggie as well, as we see some zoning here from Mush and Kyo at the moment. They're in the position where they really do want to be looking for the vision. They know that Goblet is looking to see if they can push down onto this Reggie Rock. That's going to be massive for Mush in this fight, as well as the Buzzwall. So right now, 15 seconds before we say hello to the first final objective of this set. And it is really all in the court of Eon's Esports to do something.
Yeah, absolutely. Professional Monster is going to go in with the Earthquake. The block is going to come through from the Snorlax as well. Buzzwole doesn't pick up anything. Talonflame takes to the sky, not able to pick up anything. Snorlax does get pulled down as well. Does go into the power nap. So, Eon Esports, however, have been dived in the back by this Absol. Talonflame has to go in with the Flame Sweep, but has to fly out of there in quick seconds. Zacian can't do much here as the rest of the Engage Academy have just decided to rip this, but they decided to turn around, go for the fight. Sovereign Sword is powered up. The Ultra Soul Slam takes Zacian out before he can take a swipe of that sword.
And there we go. That's Groudon taken. A brilliant team fighting coming out from this squad, to be honest. And I'm actually really happy with how they've shown themselves here. Eon's Esports, they were struggling out of the gates. They did have to deal with a team that has built up some good teamwork between themselves. But they were at least having some brilliant moments in this one, mate. And it's not over yet. Game 1 will go to Engage Academy, but Game 2, Game 3, they're still on the cards.
Yeah, absolutely. There's no way. This set is still early. It's still going on. Engage Academy had a good draft. They had a good way to go. And that's just how the first game goes, because everything is open right now. You're still gauging where the teams are going to go. So, a lot to think about, a lot to come back with. A lot of top picks are off the board. However, they now have to decide how they're going to draft for this game too. Let this one go out of your mind and figure it out later, because that's just how you play this wonderful game.
Alrighty, so what I do love is that when we see the Skeletors Unite move, it kind of sounds like the opening credits of Halo for the sound, and it makes me very happy as a Halo fan, mate.
I have to say, one of the sound cues I love the most is for Skeledirge. It's the Pokemon that I chose in Scarlet and Violet, and I absolutely love it. It sounds ghostly, but it sounds so incredibly musical as well.
Yeah.
Now they're just going to fight it out for the rest of the 18 seconds right now, because, you know what, Tano? Pride is on the line. You fight it out until the very end. You don't put up that white flag. You go for it. They get a KO on the Absol. If they had done this just a little bit earlier, Aeon's Esports, they might have done something. But again, such a tough wall to come up against if Engage put up in front of Eon Esports for that entire game.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you've got to remember, Cherry King is there on the Yveltal. He's literally qualified for the World Championships. That is a really strong player to have in your team. And then you have brilliant picks across the board as well. You've got that Mamoswine there, and those Ice Fangs, bro, they just so incredibly strong. You've got the power of that Absol that got buffed not too long ago. Really good pursuit, really good damage that they can pop. And then you've got that matchup in the top lane between Max and Skrill. And it's that all-rounder matchup that, you know, it is Max that came out on top of that one.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Boswell always such a strong top laner. I mean, I really enjoyed the fact that they swapped it around as well, Engage Academy. It shows that they're learning and not afraid to mix things up. Sending Professor Mush into that top lane to assist the Boswell when we're so used to seeing a Boswell kind of mixed and paired with this Eldegoss in that bottom lane. I really want to know the thoughts behind that, because it seemed to work very well for Engage Academy heading on into those early stages, especially up against Skrill on Aeon's Academy, who was struggling with the crowd control of the Zacian, kind of hoping and expecting an Eldegoss instead.
Yeah, 101k damage for Max there as well. It's a really impressive showing, mate. Just brilliant. Mush as well with 77k damage taken, 83k recovery coming out from Kyo there. Good effort from Goblet with that recovery as well, just on themselves. But yeah, I mean, listen, we have a game 2 now. It is all-star draft here. That is the beauty of EUL. So it means that realistically, you're going to have to look at really giving yourself a great comp and trying to limit what the Academy can come out with on the side of Engage Academy.
Yeah, I agree with you. We'll see a couple of the highlights here. I mean, a lot of the time, it was really good. Again, it's all about selection. It's all about target priority and where you're going for it. Look at Professor Mush, no matter where, even if they're such low health, they're still as far forward as possible. They know that they're going to get healed up by the Eldegoss. They pick up a beautiful Ice Fang to make sure that they get the KO on the Skeledirge as well. They pick up another Ice Fang to pick up a KO on Skitty on the Hooper. They're going to go for another Ice Fang here. Or they get onto the Snorlax. They decide not to go backwards with the Snorlax, and I think that's a smart decision because then you give a Snorlax a little bit more kind of distance to go with the Heavy Slam to kind of, disrupt your team even more.
I mean, it was just non-stop aggression from this teammate, and I think that's what Eon's Esports struggled with. And a lot of teams do, to be honest, when you get the upper hand as a squad and then you just continue to push that and push that and push that, and that's really difficult to bounce back from. You look at the level imbalance and you start to think we have to find some KOs here to start catching up on this experience. The stuff on the map is simply not enough. So you start taking these fights, looking for it. You do find a couple of great picks, but again, brilliant Unite usage coming out from Engage Academy here, and that's going to be enough to make the difference between winning and losing the fights. And the moment Eon's Esports has a good advantage, it's almost as if they get it stolen away from them.
Yeah, I agree. And it can be very frustrating as well. So I want to make sure, but look at this. Like, they do really well here at this final fight. They avoid Professor Mushin with the Earthquake. Talonflame tries to go in, but decides against it. We do see Snorlax is here. They do have to pop that power nap, which again stuns them out, but nobody's there to really follow up on it. So Talonflame takes this guy once again, and unfortunately still unable to get any KOs. It was just too much, I think, of a level difference between the Buzzsaw, the Absol, and the Yveltal from the rest of Eon Esports.
Yeah, tell you what, I can't wait for game 2 here, mate, because it is all on Eon's Esports to bounce back here, and they really need to get themselves into this game early on, to be honest. I think that's the difficulty, is that they struggled with that. It was the matchup in the top lane where Buzzwell was able to get the better advantage, and then you had Seiren just coming in and slicing people down with Pursuit. You pair that with the fact that they just weren't able to get close enough to challenging Cherry King on that Yveltal, and they've got I mean, a lot of these attackers now are in a very good position in this game, Lobo. Cherry King is very comfortable on everyone in this game. He's going to be a very difficult person to ban on out, so you really have to find a way to get onto that ranged attacker, because you ain't going to be able to ban out Cherry King.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's also, I want to see a little bit more of a counter pick to some of these central laners. Absol, a good pick. However, Talonflame and Zacian, however, the picks going up against the Buzzswole, I don't think were the best shouts coming out from Eon Esports. I mean, they get Zacian specifically when you have too much crowd control or you have too much ability to manhandle a Zacian, doesn't work that well. And that specifically goes for your Mamoswines and your Buzzswolves, because that's all they were doing in that top path. And Zacian just doesn't have a chance to play the game unless you're pairing it with, probably a Safeguard Helping Hand Blissey that allows it to actually play the game. But we saw how good Professor Mush is on these defenders, just in the face of Eon's Esports that entire time. Ice Fanging. We saw 3 Ice Fangs in a row that led to KOs, which was kind of ridiculous. So the fact that that's going to be banned out right now as well, it's going to give a little bit of breathing room. So I'm hoping to see Eon's come out very aggressive and try to capitalize on every kind of small little mistake or pick that they can come up with in this game.
Yeah, okay, here we go. It's game 2. Let's look at the bans. It is going to be the Blissey out of the gate. Psyduck on the opposite side of things at the moment. Let's see what Max wants to put on that board. It is going to be Typhlosion. I think that's very valid, to be honest. Still a really strong Pokemon in this game.
Yeah, I agree. And it's going to be the same bans from the side of Eon Esports. Psyduck, Umbreon, they don't want to play against it because they're supports that are too elite tier right now. And Feraligatr also a very, very good ban off. I don't know if there's anyone on the side of Eons or the side of Engage Academy that do play Feraligatr. But I mean, even with someone that doesn't have as much experience on that Pokemon, is such a good Pokemon. Its damage output is just too great. And the Glaceon, once again, is an Akari target ban. They're not going to let them have it because of how comfortable they are on that Pokemon. So what are we going to get? Let's have a look. Gobbler is hovering over the Crustle, which I don't mind. And Sylveon is a very, very good pick. But the thing for me right now is I want to see a good combination that comes with that Sylveon.
Yeah, me too, because I actually really like taking the Alchemy #1 spot here. Because right now, supporters, you get the Blisseys, you get your Hoopers, you get your Eldegoss, and then realistically, Alchemy is up there in that top spot. So great steal there. Mush is going to come out as well with the Blastoise, another brilliant Pokemon. If you can't get access to that Crustle, and Cherry King is going to pull out the Mew here, mate. That's going to be such a good matchup between Cherry and Meto.
I agree. I think it's going to be a fun matchup to see if they're going to be able to chase them down. But King is also very elusive when it comes to playing attackers. Skrill is going to go for the Moltres, so maybe that is the Pokemon that we're going to see that's going to kind of combo with this Sylveon. But what I also like is Skitty picking up the Meganium.
Yeah,
we haven't seen too much of Meganium until it's released, Tano. It did get a little bit of nerfs, so it hasn't been a very prominent supporter. But I also think we've given it the chance to see what it can actually do.
I tell you what I do, I mean, Skitty was the person that was running down all the maths and the stats on Meganium when it first came out, letting me know what to be using on it and how you want to utilize it. So Skitty is very comfortable on this Pokemon, and I love that being on the board for Eon's Esports. Max, though, and Seiren have gone with a brilliant all-rounder combo here, bro. You've got the fantastic frontline all-rounder of that Lucario, paired with the speedster-esque Mimikyu, which is going to be a great target for the likes of Sylveon and that Cinderace that the carriers now go.
Now, I'm going to have words with the Engage Academy. This is going to be a flavor of Mimikyu. You and I are going to have some words, but that's okay. I think the player off does work into this comp. However, when you've got something that says bulky as a Meganium that doesn't go down easily like a Moltres, Shadow Claw does work. But if you really want to just eliminate off the board, if you're able to get a pick on that Cinderace, player off works really well here. So a lot of really nice attackers that can play off of the back, off of that Hyper Voice from the Sylveon. We're assuming that it's Hyper Voice, mate. They could just throw a wrench into our plans and go Mystical Fire the whole way.
That would be funny, mate. That's what they love to do with us when we're certain it's going to be this. But I think Hyper Voice is just so ridiculously good now that they're definitely not going to get away from that. So either way, though, mate, this is going to shake up to be a good set. We've had best of threes the entire way. Will we go exactly into another best of three? Can Eon's Esports get the advantage here? What I will say is that Engage Academy were very impressive in that set.
They were very impressive from what we saw. And we did mention they were Electro Drifters before, and Electro Drifters are a very, very good team. A very, very good team. They were so used to putting pressure on early. They were used to getting the picks that they need to do. A very calculated team. So the fact that they now under the Engage Academy umbrella, it's very nice to see them growing and continuing to be as oppressive as possible on these maps, because that's what we're seeing all these pro teams do, Tano. Every single pro team so far, their main goal is to suppress the opposing team with as much as possible. It's taking their own farm, getting their own picks, getting position, and just map awareness. It's just so good. And Engage Academy have got a lot of growing to do, and Eon Esports are going to try and stop them.
Yeah, let's have a look. Right now, it's going to be a stronger central lane from the Engage Academy in this one, because they do have that level 5 that's going to be strong on the Mimikyu. Opposite side, Eon's Esports, whilst the reboot isn't too bad, it does need a little bit extra, but it does have maneuverability. Skrill, though, coming out of the gates on this Moltres, looking to put some oppressive onto the side of this top lane, and it is going to be some good assistance from that Chikorita that gives them the advantage, mate.
Yeah, you got to be very careful here, because Mimikyu is now pouncing around, doesn't have access to that Shadow Sneak or Trick Room just yet. Trick Room could work very, very well into this comp as well, because it does lessen the damage coming out from outside of that Trick Room. However, 3v3 inside this top lane. Sylveon is going to make their way top as well to kind of assist in case anything goes wrong here. Lucario's the first one that's going to go in. It's going to be Shadow Claw that comes out. Nice reposition here from Skrill on that reboot. But however, it's just going to be even Stevens in that top lane. No K-opener just yet.
Nope, they do manage to score some points down in the bottom lane, though, and 30 seconds away from this Regidrago coming on in. It's all about the matchup of these central laners. We need to see one of them get the levels on the other to really start to build into this game right now, because it's all about the even matchups in the lanes. We do have a push in that top side coming out from that Moltres and Chikorita once again. We have Lucario having to retreat back. 10 seconds for Regidrago here, and it looks like neither team is going to show face for it as they continue to push this top lane.
Yeah, Chari King is going to try and do a little bit of damage here. Electro Ball coaching combination allows them to gain positioning in the lane. There's the K opener. It's going to go against Skinny with that Chikorita. We do have the Shadow Sneak onto the Cinderace as well, as we do have Seiren has decided to push in. The auto attack coming in from Cinderace is barely able to survive. That was a very nice combo coming out from Chari King, using the coaching into Electro Ball to close the gap and distance for his team and put down the damage.
I'd love to know who's shot calling right now for Engage Academy, to be honest, mate, because it seems to be completely on point. They're really good at picking their targets here as they just shut down Moltres and wisely push in the right lanes. That Regidrago looks like it is going to go to Eon's Esports, though, as they have swarmed around it. Bayleaf is going to find that one. Skitty gives the advantage to their team. Right now, though, all that 720 experience, in fact, the entire top lane experience goes to Engage Academy. Eon's Esports have to get something from this bottom lane.
Yeah, they have to. They've only got a Blastoise to deal with here, but Blastoise can be shredded by the combination play of the Pokemon down here. However, EON Esports are just going to focus on the Registeel, which I think is the call to make. The rest of Engage Academy are in the top lane. Akari is trying to get their central lane and get that Cinderace as high a level as possible, because they are the highest level in the lobby right now, my guy. So, are we going to retreat? Are we going to get a defense of this tier 2 pad? And what are Engage Academy going to do? Are they going to try and push this in? Max seems like he's interested, but the rest of Engage Academy might go to that bottom lane. However, I think EON Esports have spotted it, and they know, and they've picked up on what the Academy is trying to put down.
Again, though, a difficult position for Eon's Esports to be in. They haven't got a single point in any goal as we're about to say hello to the 6-minute mark in this game. We're about to find more Unite moves on the side of Engage Academy, so they need to get something out of it now on the side of Eon Esports whilst they can. They've got that advantage online. There's only 2 on the side of the Academy here. They're going to dive on in, look and see if they can find anything, but no, good serve back onto that T1 pad. Engage Academy looking for a good defense here, mate.
Yeah, unfortunately, Akari just decided to Blaze Kick right into a Solar Beam from Chari King, and we know that don't tickle, my guy. I mean, Professor Mush is absorbing all of this damage from the Hyper Voice. I can't wait to see the damage taken at the end of this game, but Chari King is just happy to sit back and throw these Solar Beams down whilst they wait for the rest of the divers on their team to come down and assist. Akari trying to figure out where he wants to go because he saw Mimikyu go down. He's decided to turn tail and come down, but can they get a Blaze Kick turn out? No, the Shadow Seeker is going to go through. They tried to jump on to Chari King on the Mew. They've decided to go for the Blastoise. The Solar Beam is going to back them off. The Hyper Voice is going to put some damage down as well. Blastoise dangerously low. Eon Esports have a chance to push this right now without the Mega Lucario here, but it's not far away, Tom.
Well, Chari King's going to do one big beam and force Eon's Esports to get on out of there. We did see the feint coming out from Akari, and that means that they have to wait until that's off cooldown before they want to engage once again. Right now, good defense from this side, 121 points to 0, and it doesn't feel like Eon's Esports are able to break through the front line that Engage Academy have right now, Lobo.
Yeah, absolutely. But now they're going to turn and tail. I mean, we've been in this bottom lane for such a long time. Skitty's going to go with them. Yeah, oh my god, I can't go over my word. They're going to go with them again in Unite move. There's a Hydro Typhoon as well. Cinderace is now being pressured by Professor Mush in that backline. The Mucid Order goes through with the execute as Chari King does manage to find the KO on the Cinderace. Akari and the rest of Eon Esports have been pushed back. That fight popped up out of nowhere, Todd.
They are really up against it here at Eon's Esports, and it is purely just as you can see the difference between the team fighting material from Engage Academy. They've got that great synergy as a squad playing together as Electro Drifters for so long. You look at them rotating here, mate. It is a full 5. Looking for a good pick here on the side of Goblet. They do manage to connect on the side of that Rock Tomb, but they have a Surf to disengage. That's exactly what they're going to do. As that Regidrago is about to come up, they're going to go pop that 40 in the bottom dunk, whilst this is going to be secured by the rest of the team across the entirety of Fire Sky Runes right now. It is all coming up Engage Academy.
Yeah, the Blazing Bicycle Kick was just a bit too late, but there goes Tara Punch into the cross. One of the defenders is down. The Fluffy King Supreme is going to be up by the side of Engage Academy. They're going to chase down Chari King, one of the most aggressive Mews I've seen ever play this game. The Electro Balls are bobbing and weaving around. Akari trying to pick up a KO, but Chari King not going to let them. Such a good aggressive display with coaching Electro Ball execute on that Mew. Chari King is schmooving and grooving, but nothing can be said about Engage Academy. They are doing so well to keep the pressure on all fronts right now.
337 points to still a donut door. We are staring down a absolute shutout here by Engage Academy, and that will be an impressive feat. Eon's Esports, they do get some bright moments in these team fights, buddy, but it all comes down to target selection and sticking together as a team. You'll see that when we get to these team fights, usually it's a full 5 squad from over on that purple side, while Eon's Esports, they don't have a full 5 at the right moments.
Yeah, I mean, it's also about just selection and move choice right now. Move efficiency. Chari King going to try and go in with the surf. It is Mimikyu that manages to come in with the Shadow Sneak. And right now, Engage Academy have decided to engage this fight right now at the 230 mark. They are falling. Lucario and Mimikyu both fall. And now this is a chance for EON Esports to come through. The Blaziken is going to go through. I'm sorry, not the Blaziken. The Blaze Kick is going to go through. But Professor Mark beautifully with the surf pushes Cinderace into the wall. Saves Engage Academy from actually getting anything scored on them at all. Keeps EON Esports as a big fat donut with 8 seconds left to go.
Okay, they're going to get here into this central area. Now comes the rotation from Eon's Esports as they were still looking for more experience on the side of this Moltres, but they've now got Unite Wiz ready to go, except that Fairy Frolic. But that is going to be a low cooldown nevertheless. Engage Academy at the moment have all the advantage. The ball is in the core of Eon's Esports as they have to find something here. Big Beam will come through. That's half health on the side of Ghatlue, and despite them running around on that recovery, it ain't going to be picked up by them. Again, another beam comes in, and they've ripped down this tank so much. That was a good flank coming out from Moltres, but it wasn't enough. They pair the aerial cannon with a huge beam, and that takes away so much HP. The play with Beyond to the side of Goblet won't be effective enough as the Rumble Rouser was able to be popped, and they are taken down though. Engage Academy with some great target selection once again, and even with Mero on this Hyper Voice, it ain't gonna be enough, Lobo, as they zone them out entirely.
They zone them out. They're chasing down now. They're going to turn their attention to the Groudon. If they can come in and get a pick, I mean, Skitty has popped that X speed. They're going to pop the Meganium Unite move as well. They tried. They tried their best to try and succeed, but it did not work. Engage Academy are going to keep their perfect record. Actually, I think Skitty's going to change that. It's not going to be a shutout completely. They're going to get some scores into that lane to make sure that this game is not a perfect game by the side of it.
Would have been beautiful though. Skitty was able to take that after the full bloom aroma, mate. That would have been something of a sight. I don't think it'll have been enough because they were a few plays down by Eon's Esports, but nevertheless, what I do love about this team is just the fight, the continuation to never give up, to keep on pushing, keep trying to get the advantage, and even to see Skitty go and score those points to make sure it wasn't a shutout. Right now, I'm impressed by their determination, but I'm very impressed by how Engage Academy have played these 2 games.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just what we need to see from these teams that are new, especially to EUL. We do have teams here that have been playing together for years, and it's going to be very hard for new teams that are still trying to find that team synergy. My guy, we know all of the players on the side of EON Academy are incredibly talented. They're incredibly knowledgeable about the game. You just have to have a conversation with them about Pokemon Unite, and you can feel the passion coming off every single word that they talk or text. And it's just such a inspiring thing to listen to. But now it's going to start translating into this game experience. And going up against teams like this in the EUL and against teams like Engage Academy, it is only going to do wonders for them going forward. And I can't wait to see the growth that this team is going to have.
Yeah, I love them, buddy. I'm very happy that they're here to compete, and they're only going to get better as the league continues. We are now in round 5, and unfortunately are joining it as we're into the 5th round here in EUL, so it's always a tough position to be in because the rest of these teams have been competing week in and week out. They're fresh off a mid-seasonal tournament as well, so it is really difficult to go from just doing scrims and running ranks to all of a sudden being in a league format. So no matter what happened in this set, you can't take away from the determination here of Eon's Esports. And as we have a look at these replays, every single team fight, it was coming up Engage Academy.
Yeah, it was. They did very, very well here. And you're right, I would like to know who the shot caller is in this one, because a lot of the time, they're just very cohesive when they're moving together, whether it's off the back of the Mega Lucario, going in, the aggressiveness of Chari King using poaching to get in and chase down and looking for those final executes, whether it's the defensive or offensive Alcremie Unites, everything was kind of picture perfect for the side of Engage Academy. They were playing very well. It didn't seem like getting KO'd or being forced out of their offensive situations really had any effect on how they played the game. They kind of just accepted the KO, moved on, and went, hey, GG next, let's go. We still got 10 minutes to play this game, and I love that attitude.
Yeah, I mean, listen, 230 mark here. It is really difficult as a squad to look to bounce back from this. They did find some great picks here. Managing to find Mimikyu and Lucario means that you've taken away the most oppressive forces of Engage Academy, but they just weren't able to capitalize on it. And that will come as they start to learn how to save their cooldowns and play as a team and play off each other as individuals. That will come along. But right now, it wasn't enough of an advantage for Eon's Esports to be able to take that one away.
Yeah, moments of brilliance sprinkled throughout the game for the side of Eon Esports. And I hope
Yeah.
you watch this back and tell you this entire thing. And I think we just got word of who was shot calling, mate. And I don't think that's gonna surprise either of us.
Yeah, nah. It was. I mean, listen, this is it. We said it. We called it, right? It was already very difficult to take on this team, and then you add Cherry King in there, bro. That is, a feat for Eons at the best of time. Alrighty, chat. That is the third game of today out of the way, but we've got another one to bring you. We will be back very shortly. Grab yourself a drink, grab yourself a snack. We'll see you very soon. Guten Tag, trainers. Welcome back. We've got the final set of today for you. I don't know why I wasn't prepared for that, Lobo. Shaban literally counted down that we were coming in. I still got stuttered. But anyway, Nasty Family versus Dift. This is currently the 4th and 5th place team. Look at these rosters that are coming up, Lobo. This is going to be an incredible match.
I mean, to say that this is going to be an incredible match after what we've already witnessed today is insane. I don't know how it could get any better, but Nasty Family boasts a very, very strong team. Ghatlue, Dodo, Ramoa, Nia, and Christo. I mean, it says it all, Peps. Team Pep sub, Nia was with Los Catacudos throughout the entire region. Again, really strong performing team. Dodo won EUL 20 in 26. And again, just this team is made up of incredible players. Can't wait to see what they're going to go up with. And again, this is Dift, my guy.
This is Dift. Beach, Cascade, Iklas, Jurare, and I just want to confirm that I'm pretty sure that is snow. Yes, it is snow. Thank you so much. I know there's snow, and then I can't remember who the other one is that typically has those symbols, but yeah, it is snow. Iklas, Jurare here on the side of Dift. Brilliant squad here, mate. I love every single one of these players. I think they're probably some of the best players in EU in their positions individually. That and Nasty Family, I think this is probably going to go all the way, mate.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's going to be a very, very fun game to watch. And just look at the accolades that we've got. I mean, Snow won LCQ 26. It's just, what are we talking about? We've got some Worlds participants going through in this game. We've had people that have been part of the official UCS League as well. People that have performed at incredible heights. A few people that were in the grand finals of EUL as well. So, I mean, there's a lot of experience on the board coming up between these two teams and some bragging rights because we know these guys play against each other. They play with each other. They scrim each other all the time. So I can't wait to watch this game right now. I'm going to put you on the spot. Give us your winner and give us the score. Is it 2-0 or is it 2-1?
Without even having comms? Okay. Oh my God, this is incredibly tough. Okay. I'm going to say this is going to be a 2-1 to Nasty Family just because they've got Christo, who is the EU king. So I got to do that.
Are you willing to stake? Are you willing to stake a box of Oreo bandanas?
You know what? I already owe you 2. Let's do it. Let's do it.
Let's do it. All right. We're getting on into this game. I mean, Nasty Family going to be on your purple side. Dift going to be on your orange side. Dift. Let's see what you got in the tank. We're going to get a Trevenant ban straight off the gate. And are we surprised by that at all? With Jurale on the opposite team, you can never, ever let them have any kind of defender, let's be honest, but never let them have Trevenant because they are so good at it. And you can tell Nasty Family respect Jurale because that's a double defender ban and a conflict.
Oh my God, I love it, mate. I mean, listen, you've got to give yourself any advantage that you can, and if that is making sure that at least, you know, you can limit some sort of way onto the opposition, you're going to do just that. Although, as I say that, I mean, Jurare has every single defender that they're able to play. Dodo is going to pull out the Feraligator here, giving Nasty Family the slight advantage out of the gates. That is probably a sort of game-changing Pokemon that we see.
Yeah, I mean, the big boy Chompy. I need to come up with a nickname for that that's more dynamic and friendly because big boy. I mean, there's got to be something that I can say. There's big boy 2 cannons, but with Feraligator. We'll figure it out. But Jurale, I mean, mate, you said all the defenders that he can pick. 3 defenders just got banned off straight away. So Jurale didn't really have an option apart from going for that Crossel as well. I like that. And it's the first time we're going to see Psyduck come to play. Ghatlue has gone for the Hooper. Ramo's gone for the Mamasuine. And Iklas. I mean, always a very, very fun attacker to watch, is it?
Yeah, knowing that a Veltor's not going to be in this game, I think Mew or Espeon is the call, and very happy that Espeon is up there as as good as a Mew at the moment. Ickless is going to pull out the Mew though, and that's going to give them a lot of maneuverability in this one. Going to make them very hard to catch. That's going to have to be the speedster's job, and that looks like it's going to be the role of Christo in this one. They've got plenty of players on their team that can play that speedster role, but there's going to be the Absol, and then Niat's going to pull out the Inteleon here and look to be the ranged attacker. That is one thing I do like about Nasty Family, is that when you look at their individual players here, mate, they've got so many that can play like 3 different roles.
Yeah, I was just about to say that, because Niat, we usually know throughout throughout the regular season, was the support player as well. So he has shifted to a new role, or just increased his Pokemon pool size. We know, like talking to these people, that they're all through in-houses through different regions as well, trying to get as much experience in Pokemon Unite for whatever the future of this game holds. Now, Snow is an interesting player because we love watching Snow, whether it's on any speedster, considering how much you love speedsters. But his Leafeon is one that I would fear if I was on the opposing team, because what I expect from other Leafeons that I see, I have gotten that expectation by watching Snow. So oppressive, so aggressive early game, and he tends to snowball very quickly unless he is stopped.
Yeah, and it's not easy to stop someone like that. So you could try your best, but listen, he's been one of the most impressive players for a few years, to be honest, even when they were competing on those big teams, G5 and the likes. But now they're here on Dift, and yeah, I mean, this is going to be one heck of a matchup. Right now, Dift have the advantage. They are just slightly ahead in the league. It's 4th and 5th position. But it is an all-star draft best of 3 with all these players really knowing each other. They're so experienced. They've played against each other before. So this is probably going to go all the way down the depths as far as you can in Pokemon Unite.
So, buddy, on paper, where you going?
Ooh, okay. I'm going to give this one to Dift on paper. On paper.
Okay, so this first game is going to Dift, and then you're imagining that Nasty Family win the next 2 for game 3. I see where your head's at, my guy, but we've got a little bit skirmish right now. Ickless is going to try and secure these, but unable to do so with a Swinub in the way. Loving how coaching is becoming so much more prominent on these very skilled Mew players right now, because usually we're just used to seeing Solar Beams, Electro Balls being thrown out. Coaching with the light screen is being used so well, and you can really see the skill expression on these Mew players.
Yeah, you can. And I think it's going to be the skill expression that makes a difference in this game. It's going to be about Snow. It's going to be about this Absol here as well on Christo. And who's going to be able to get the better as the speedsters. Right now, though, no points scored, no stacks in on the gates. And both teams are just looking to give themselves the level lead in the early stages. Christo has been spotted. Snow wants to see if they can take that, as Ickless is going to back them up. We've got 4 here on the side of Dift in the top lane, and it doesn't even look like Christo's going to go for it. They were looking for the flank, but Snow is peeled off for them instantly.
Yeah, Snow has found Christo as well. They're looking for this fight, the speedster fight. There's the coaching going to come through. Ickless picks up a KO with the Electro Ball secure, and I like what Snow did there. He went to the bottom lane. He kind of picked up Ickless and went, hey, let's go, and kind of took him to the top lane with him. Nice rotations shown out by Diff, and it just shows. I mean, Ickless so good on this Mew, using the coaching to kind of build up the distance and then pick up that KO. Now, Christo trying to get one back here on the Psyduck Beach. It's a 3v1 situation. Even Psyduck can't survive that one.
That's tough. Gonna go back to Nurse Joy, but it is about having the extra levels on your central laner. 7 on the side of Snow on this Leafeon. Could be the difference maker, as Christo's gonna see if they can find the KO on Durare, but an eject button gets them out of the way. They finally find Ickless, though. That was getting so close, and Snow is going to shut down the oppression Nasty Family were finding there.
No, Christo fires back, Snow fires back, Ickless fires back. It is kick for hat in this one, and it's only 17 points that are going to the side of Diff. The KOs are flying, but they're being answered back in quick succession. We can now see what the Hooper is running is. He's going to be Trick, and up against that for Alligator, once he gets going, is going to be great. However, Snow going to capitalize on the big slam from the Buzzswole to try and pick up a KO and some scores. Double 30s going to go in as well, leaving that top tier on 18 with that little 2 going in just for good measure.
Okay, I do like this invade coming out from Nasty Family at the moment. Kristo's going to find the majority of the central area from Dift, but right now Snow's at level 9. They've got Emerald 2-step ready to go. This is just a desperate move to make sure that Kristo can get to the same levels of this Leafeon. A Regice is going to go to the side of Dift as well. That's going to give them a huge advantage, and Jirare needed it. They were getting huge damage coming into them from Niat there, and it's going to at least give them that advantage to get back out of this position.
Yeah, look, Nia is using acrobatics as well, so we are going to see a liquidation Inteleon coming through, and with the species on the side of Gift, I think liquidation is a good shout. Snow is just so easy to go in and out, and he's very, very hard to hit, especially with snipe shots. Liquidation to go and tail him. However, we are going to get a Unite move popped out by Kristo. Snow just stood there and said, fine, I'll take it. I'll take it if you want. One level higher, Kristo wanted that KO, and he did manage to get it. So now, Nasty Family going to try and put pressure onto this bottom Regieleki.
It honestly looked like they were going to be aura farming that one, bro, if it wasn't for the Feraligatr coming in and finding them. But Regieleki looking like it might go in a Nasty Family, but not before Dift get there. They pop it out with a full power Sai and enough from the Mystical Mirage as Icarus locks that in. They break this T1 pad, extend their lead by over 100 points, and now they're looking to push a Regieleki in a T2 with 40 seconds before that home springboard is ready to go.
I'll be honest, mate, this is why Psyduck was banned out. The Psychic Pull and then the Bubble Beam combination with all the damage that you have on the side of Gift. This is why we have not been allowed to play it. However, Kristo has been seen. A Rock Tomb might have inadvertently blocked off their own Buzzwall, but ain't nothing going to stop those fists. They sent Kristo flying. Didn't even need the follow-up. Just let him fall down and make his way back to Nursery.
I love Cascade, and I love the all-rounders that we get to see from this legend, mate. I love it when we see a Serena, but very comfortable here on the Buzzwall, and that has been really difficult for Nasty Family to deal with. They do have the Feraligatr at level 11 now at least, so they can really start to build off the back of that, but they have to do that as a team. We still don't have a Mamoswine online yet. We're at the 450 mark. We need that because we need that Unite move to give us self-sustain in this fight. Cascade is going to find the KO on Hooper straight out of the gate. Jirare is there with a Rubble Rouser to shut down Kristo's approach on the Absol, and the Feraligatr can't get anything out of it here. Good Midnight Slash is going to come through from Kristo. That does manage to find the KO on Buzzwall at least, and now Gift have to retreat from this position, but they may be able to catch themselves a Mamoswine in the hunt.
Yeah, the Big Jaw Bite was able to do a big amount of damage to the Buzzwall, but now the Mamoswine manages to catch Icarus. Icarus able to get in and out. Snow is here. He wasn't at the original fight, but comes in out of nowhere, picks up a KO streak of 3. The Jaws are going to take a chop out of the crossbow, but Hooper is going to pop their Unite as well, alongside the full power Sai. Going to provide that damage reduction. Those fists tickled off of that crossbow and allowed them to get on out of there. 83 points and 54. 4-minute mark, Hooper goes down. This is a very even game, my guy. Even though the levels are too far apart, they're finding KOs, they're finding them back, and it's going well. Dift has just got the score lead.
Yeah, I think the difficulty is in the 1v1s. I think these team fights can go either way, but I think right now, Speedster 1v1 is going to Snow, All-Rounder 1v1 is going to Cascade. They do manage to find a good hit onto the side of Mamoswine here. Good Midnight Slash comes out from Kristo, though, trying to make sure they can lock in the Reggie-Rot, but it's stolen away by the power of Mew. Icarus will take that and a Mamoswine for their efforts, looking to score the points in this part as they're just able to break it before Buzzwall can get there, and Dift do lose it as Nasty Family do enough to come out on top of that, but it's a double KO from Icarus once again.
I mean, Niat did brilliantly there to avoid Snow for long enough to get that boosted off that allowed the KO on the boss swap. If that KO didn't happen, getting those 2 KOs from the Feraligatr with the, access to that Big Jaw Bite would not have happened. So, brilliantly done by Niat there to manage to, kind of pick their target selection, even whilst they were being suppressed. And looking to take this Regieleki off the field! But the Mew might play spoiler once again, just before this main objective decides to spawn. And Nasty Family have found their way back into this one, mate. They're looking good on levels. It's just that score lead, 190 points. And we know that's not that hard to make up, especially after that 2 minutes.
Yeah, realistically, it just means that they've got to take the team fight at the Groudon pit. You can't win that by back cap. So they've got the levels. They're going to make this a game, and that's all they needed to do. We see them grabbing more experience now just to get those extra boosted levels, as we just saw Niat hit level 13. That's the difference makers now in this fight. They have to find Buzzwole. They have to find Snow. That's got to be their main threats here. It's going to be difficult to do with a full power Saigai, and Dift are already in a pretty aggressive position, waiting for a great ambush.
I mean, we were looking at Christo for a second. I mean, he was out in no man's land for some reason. And he likes to go wandering, does that Christo? But they almost pull out. They almost pull out Galnagana. Managed to pick that up. The Musted Auto not going to pick up a KO. Let's try. They almost started that fight off incredibly well, but they have found the positioning of their side. Snow is going to be taken down, courtesy of Christo. And Nasty Family have taken down one of the key targets that we talked about. However, they did end up using a Unite move from Christo, but Hooper goes unbound.
Okay, now they're going to see if they can get the damage onto the Groudon. Watt's trying to find some quick picks in the middle of it. Rubble Rouser and Mammoth Mash are going to come together, and the Ice Fangs land on the Buzzwole. And unfortunately, Dift has been diffed in this fight. Groudon now getting ripped down by Nasty Family, and Jirare's the only one here that is able to pull the time and space away, but it isn't going to be enough. Snow's looking to see if they can get themselves back
I'm sorry!
And that is why he is one of the legendary junglers in this entire scene, bro. Gets back in, drops the Razor Leaf, finds the KO on Groudon, wipes out Nasty Family, and man just put this game on his shoulders.
What happened? They weren't attacking the Groudon. It was just sitting there. Groudon was on one. We need to watch that back in the replay. Yeah. Groudon was sitting at one for a good 5 to 8 seconds, my guy. Snow literally just walked in and said, mine, and walked out again.
This is it, though, and they had the Mamoswine there for zoning as well. I just think Ramoa just a little lax in their concentration there, because Snow should not be allowed to get close enough for Razor Leaf to be popped off. It's as simple as that.
But Dodo was in there. We saw the crunch being rolled as well. Why not just auto-attack it? Yes, maybe they were scared of Jirawe with an X-Scissor, but Jirawe's attention was 100% diverted to something else. We need to see that replay. I think that is the highlight that we have to watch in that one, because Nasty Family, they won that Groudon fight, but I think they kind of threw it for themselves, my guy.
Honestly, I'm with you, bro. They completely flipped that game around. They found the picks. Yeah. It was all theirs to take, but you cannot allow Snow to get close enough to that objective to get a Razor Leaf off. He's going to get a defense shield coming back out of it with it, but it's just ridiculous. And you had a Mamoswine there ready to go. I can't wait to see the replay, because there may have been something that was preventing Ramoa from being able to get close enough to Snow. But of all the defenders to be in that position and be able to stop something like a Leafeon, that is not what you want to see from your team.
Yeah, Mamoswine is probably up there. As we take a look at the highlights, well, you'll get to it. I mean, a lot of really nice moments in this. I mean, Snow kind of showing his kind of experience on these species. This Leafeon, I think he had 14 KOs, still managing to only do about 50k damage, I think. And it just goes to show that Snow was mostly involved a lot for the executes that Leafeon brings. That's how you play it. Christo managing to equal him as well on that Absol. However, Absol came up against a lot more crowd control stun than I think Snow had to come up against as well. Snow avoided that Mamoswine like the plague.
Yeah. I mean, what I do want to see in the final fight, I think Snow gets a little bit too confident, looks for that flank when their team wasn't there to be able to like do much against it, and just run straight into a Midnight Slash from Christo. Yes, you do pull out that Unite move, but you are then down for the most of that fight, and if they did manage to zone you out, you know, you've been able to sort of lose that for your team in those moments. So I do think that in that moment, Snow did play that one a little bit risky. We do see that Midnight Slash coming out here from Christo as they look to lock down Ramoa. Nobody is looking to grab that Regirock. I think it is Ickless with the Electro Ball, actually, and it's just a little bit too slow.
Yeah, but look at what's happening here as well. Niat completely just picks up that KO as well. Look at what happens to Niat right now. He's trying to go on to the cross, or he's putting damage on the cross, but look where he goes. He pops the Unite move right now. His focus on the crosswell is insane, because he gets targeted by the Buzzwole, who I think manages to take out Christo. There's Snow. He's being taken out by Snow. He gets attacked by Snow, but still picks up an important KO onto the Buzzsaw. Now, this is kind of what we were talking about before. Look at the positioning right now. Ghatlue Gunner almost getting caught. The mutant auto I thought was impressive. But look at where Snow's going. Christo finds
a bush
him.
surprise.
It's a bush surprise. And we've seen a few of them today.
We have. I mean, Snow should have expected somebody in that bush, though, to be honest. I mean, maybe it might not have been Christo, but you've got to expect something there with the positioning that Nasty Family were in. And then they kind of just go for all out here, buddy. And it is easy advantage to Nasty Family as soon as they take down that side up paired with it as well. Your next target is the Buzzwall. We called it before we came in this fight. That was their two main targets, and they find them. Now, Snow is coming back. Look at where Ramoa is. You have to be positioned there. Oh, they go for the Crustle instead. The bait from Jurare to allow Snow to get in.
Yeah, hang on. Can we roll that back just a little bit right now? So, right now, you've got, look at how much damage is being done. So, we've got Dodo hitting. We've got Ramoa in a good position right now. But right now, I believe, like, Alligator turns around. Dodo turns around. He's waiting. But again, no damage is actually being put down. You see the Ice Fang, and it just misses as Snow hits for that next hit on the Razor Leaf. And Snow manages to get that up. But it just feels to me like, yes, the Ice Fang missed initially. But I still think that Alligator should have been hitting the final effect.
I do agree.
I mean, I could also be wrong. I could also be wrong. And I'm not opposed to being wrong. But in that instance, you just see Alligator kind of turning around a few times, and then Snow comes in and takes it.
Yeah, I purely think it was a brilliant move from Jurare to get in the way of that Mama Swine so that they could get picked up by the Ice Fang, mate. I think that's the difference maker, and I'm with you. I think gotta be quicker on that bite to lock that objective in. Snow was just too quick with the Razor Leaf, and this is it though. We were talking about it. It's so incredibly difficult to deal with someone like Snow. It was just so incredible in this game.
I mean, speaking of incredible, Jurare was fantastic with the stalling in that Groudon fight, and they've done exactly that. They've banned them off. Another 3 defenders have just been banned off once again, which means Jurare has very slim pickings, and they're not allowed to use Crustle, and they're not allowed to use Mama Swine. What is left? I mean, that's left.
Which is why they've taken it so importantly.
Oh, please. I was hoping Jurare might give us a Gudra, but we might be getting a nice little Ho-Oh from Jurare. Now, I always think about this, Tana, when you're selecting Ho-Oh, which is not going to be the case this time around, so I'll save that question for next time.
I mean, they don't have to take a defender there, to be honest. I like the pick up from Beach because you've already lost Blastoise. So you're not really going to see Nasty Family put a lot of importance on another defender. So you can pick that later on. Supporters are kind of in that defender position where you need to get the better ones as you get deeper into these best of threes. Niat is going to pull out the Espeon, I think, outside of the Mew, probably one of the best range attackers in the game right now. Let's see what Ickless is going to go for, though, because Typhlosion is here. Skeledirge is usable. Jurare's going to pull out the Greedent. I mean, out of all the defenders, Greedent, Gudra were the ones where we were like, that's probably not the ones they go for.
We know Jurare spends a lot of time with Ghatlue, whose channel that we're on. So at some point, we did have to see the Greedent come out. I'm interested to see how the Greedent goes because you can play a Greedent very, very aggressively. Like a lot of the time when we saw Ghatlue play Greedent, it was right in the face of all of the other teammates. So it didn't allow Espeon to get a secure. Didn't allow Mimikyu or Urshifu to do what they needed to do. I mean, as long as it just doesn't get caught, Greedent kind of has free reign over the game, I'll be honest with you. Snow going to go with the Machamp. We're finally going to see a Machamp today. And Ickless on a Skeledirge is going to be a fun one. And Cascade is going to take the Zacian.
Okay, this is interesting. I suspect Snow's going to take that Machamp into the central area, which means they're going to come out with that submission, mate, which could be the difference maker because Dodo's going to come out of their central area with the claws ready to go. If that's the route that they're going to, I hope they do. Don't go play rough, Dodo, I hope. But yeah, this is an interesting matchup.
Could you imagine play rough? I mean, play rough doesn't seem bad into this, I'll be honest with you, but I don't think Dodo is going to take.
No, I did just realize that. I think it's going to be Christo on the blue bear that's going to take that central lane, mate. I only just realized Christo's on a Shifu.
Because there's no way you're taking that Urshifu into lane.
No.
I mean, Christo will do some things.
If anyone does it, it'd be Christo, bro.
If anyone does it, it'd be Christo. And the fact that Ghatlue has also pulled out the Sableye is interesting to me because it's going to allow and open up a lot of lanes for Dodo and Christo to kind of do their thing. However, we are seeing a full heal on Christo, so that does signal to me that is going to be the flowing fist Urshifu, so it's the rapid strike Urshifu, the water.
It's all he plays, mate. It's all he plays. He simply refuses to do Red Bear.
That is not true. That is not true. I have seen Christo play Red Bear before. I will not abide this slander. I have seen him play it before. But I mean, again, it kind of just fits into kind of Christo's playstyle with those kind of pseudo speedsters that we do see. And Urshifu Blue Bear is actually quite powerful, especially once again, if it starts rolling, it starts moving.
All right, let's see if an invade's going to come through, though, because, of course, we know the free facts in life, buddy, and that's exactly what Squavit's going to do. Nasty Family were prepared for it, though, with 2 Pokemon warding that one off, and it is going to be Gunnar that's able to get themselves in here to see if they can steal this from Snow.
I mean, they do manage to steal it from Snow, but let's see. I mean, we have a double coming through. Can we see if Jarawe can get the invade on the other side as well? I mean, this is a good play from Gunnar right now. They've just completely stopped Snow in their tracks and sent Snow out of that central lane. On the other side, they've also managed to KO Jarawe on that little Squovert. So it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out because the invade has gone well for the side of Nasty Family, and they've got the Urshifu online with both buffs.
Ramoa's getting involved in it as well now, mate, going in with the Squirtle squad ready to go. They are going to have to
and he walked away with it.
Yeah, he did. He did, mate. That is all come up Nasty Family as they found a KO on the Squavit as well. Diff just slightly behind here, and here comes the Water Bear from Christo. If they could find a KO, that would be massive. Yep. Nearly managed to, but no, it comes back to the side of Nasty Family as they find 2, and they just score off the bat.
And this is exactly what Nasty Family wanted with this comp. The Stabilize allows a lot of stun to let Urshifu get moving and grooving. But I mean, Machop is not even online. You might as well just go to lane, so, because you ain't getting your own jungle for a long, long time. Over takes a punch to the face as well, goes back to Nurse Joy, still hasn't evolved. It is a big bountiful greeted. However, Zacian gonna try and find a KO on Mimikyu, but Sableye there to stop him. Cowan kind of says, you ain't getting
Absolutely not. 26 dunk as well. 91 points on the board here for Nasty Family, and I think they're probably going to continue with that aggression. Diff do manage to finally get some stacks onto the side of Snow as they're going to grab more here as they're left to do so in the top lane. Unfortunately, pumped straight back to Nurse Joy is going to be Durare.
When did Snow get to the top lane? We just saw him get KO'd, and the next thing we see, he's getting stacks in top lane. This man moves like a ninja. You don't even see him move. But, I mean, Snow getting to level 6 right now. He's not too far away. He needs to match Christo on this level 8 to try and get him. Submission not going to be enough. I think it's going to get him out of there, but it's still going to cause a few KOs. He does manage to stun Christo with a submission. Gets himself KO'd in the process as well. The level difference is a little bit too high, but Diff is just doing whatever they can to try and get some levels right now.
I do love that Diff have forced Nasty Family back to their very comfortable picks, because this is Christo's go-to pick, this Water Bear, mate. And it is making the difference at the moment as Diff are looking to keep themselves in this, seeing if they can find anything on Ramoa. We do have Skeledurge online now from Ikla, so they're going to be able to do something with that extra bit of attack they now have. A rip on Regis coming through, and they've got it with Cascade being here on Zacian, but instantly responded to by Nasty Family as they have to zone them out. Just ignore Regis here, mate, and look for the KOs.
Yeah, the thing you have to worry about is Skeledurge is still very, very squishy. Christo and Dodo on this Mimikyu and Urshifu combination alongside this Sableye are just a problem to deal with. Look at them moving as a trio right now. Not one is going to engage without the other. Snow level 8 right now, slowly building back them levels. Going to try and get back to his team for a little bit of defense, but once Snow gets to level 9, he's able to engage and be part of the team fight. It might go differently. However, the champ, with that submission, only has enough effectiveness. Don't know how good it's going to be at affecting the entire game, but one barrage blow aimed directly at this game.
You were hoping to see it at least at Machamp before now, but there we go. Online, Snow has that Unite move. We'll see if they can make a difference with it as we're about to have this team fight. It's just going to be used exclusively on Gunnar, sending them straight back to Nurse Joy, and the rest of Nasty Family are here to clean up this fight. We do have the flowing fist coming out from the Shifu as Christo's going to find the KO and Snow. And you think maybe they should have saved that for the big fight.
That was instant. That was absolutely instant. He didn't even need he submission, and he spent it all on a Sableye. You can tell Snow was not happy. Snow was not happy. The Chaos Glow is going to hit. However, it does get avoided thanks to the play with me, and then falls into. I mean, I thought Sableye was going to go down, but the play with me in Dash does manage to get out. We do have, I believe, it is going to be. Oh, I always forget. It's Stuffed Cheeks coming out. Stuffed Cheeks? Oh, I always forget what moveset that is that allows you to drift with a breeder.
Bullet Seed?
No, that's not. No, not drift. Hang on a minute.
Oh,
we'll
wait,
figure it out.
Wait.
You send us through this fight right now.
Okay, right now we're just going to let loose on the side of Nasty Family as they score plenty of points in the pad. They're going to double KO here. 260, 91 on the board. Defense from Diff, though, as they try and find the KO on Ramoa. They're going to find their revenge before they go down onto the side of the Elder Goss. And thank you, production. It is Belch.
It is Belch, and it looks like this Greedent just wants to burp all over whatever is going to happen right now, because even a Mimikyu cannot really try and stand in the face of a Belch. But Jarawe, is level 10. Here we go through. They're going to see what they can do right now to go through. I mean, they've already used the Barrage Blow again from the side of Snow. I don't know what it hit, though. So I'm going to assume that it hit nothing. As Nasty Family are still just being so oppressive. All that kind of momentum that they took from the start of the game, they've just pushed on. Play with me is the thing that's going to stop his Greedent, because, I mean, without that play with me, that Belch.
Well, whilst we do have a break in this play at the moment, although Snow might just want to let loose a Barrage Blow once again, but he doesn't have it here. Do you not think it's ridiculous, some of the names that they've given Greedent in this game? You know the Unite move, Berry Belly Bash? That's just stupid, man.
I mean, how many Unite moves have we got that we have to remember that we have said that we're just like, I don't really want to say this.
It's not even Bash, it's Flop, bro. It's Berry Belly Flop.
I mean, I'll say that over Gulping Gap Missile if you like. I mean, I don't know why we're allowed to say that one. But with 3:20 on the clock, Belch is going to allow Greedent to get out now. And now Diff are going to try and take this Regieleki off the stage. I say try, they're just going to do. And now that there's a Sableye here, I feel like a Barrage Blow is incoming from Snow. But nope, he saw the time. And he didn't even have the Unite move up. He was definitely going to use the Barrage Blow if he had it up. Christo could go down here.
Oh,
he does manage to take the Skeledirge with him. But that is a nice KO on a level 14 Urshifu.
Yeah, I mean, what this does mean is that Diff have an opportunity to take this fight here. There is the difficulty of the levels, but they're at least managing to get to that level 12 mark on all of their Pokemon, and they have cut down this score lead. Now, it is still a mountain to climb, nevertheless. We will see Snow grab that level 13 before this final objective comes in, but we have a bottom Reggie as well that Nasty Family are just getting ready to take, mate.
I was about to say, Snow, you kind of missed the effect. You just ran straight past them, but probably just waiting for them to come up, or the Zacian's going to take it, or they're waiting for the fact that you want to take them when the cooldowns are going to be at your most effective, which is why they are the pro players and we are just watching from above. Tano, 8 seconds left to go. If Diff can pull this back, they take this. Otherwise, we go to our fourth Game 3 situation. Third Game 3 situation of the night. And Play With Me is going to be used straight away.
Oh my god, they're letting them all loose. Psychic Solaire is going to come out with a Hydro Typhoon as well. A Jet Button a little bit late on that one, but it's enough to find Zacian. And they're going to go in with the Surf instantly. Ickless has to go on the retreat. The Flowing Fists are coming out as well from Christo, but they don't connect, unfortunately. They do have the advantage now that Zacian's not in the fight, but Barrage Blow is still ready to go. We'll see if Snow uses it on Kanar, or at least finds it on the team here. They do get surfed through. Snow may have been caught. They do manage to escape with that cross chop as Christo looks to find the KO on Ickless, and that will come through. Very belly flop from Beach isn't going to be enough. It does pull the attention of Christo, and they haven't gone for the rip here on Groudon on Nasty Family, so Diff have an opportunity to get back in this.
Yeah, they do. They've come back here right now. However, I do believe that was the liquidation that was used by Christo. Stabilize still keeping them in this one with 1 minute left to go. Not all doom and gloom just yet. They've got Machamp Unite and they've got Zacian Unite still ready for the side of Diff. Nasty Family, all Unite moves are off the board, but now they're trying to find a KO. They have found a KO on a Greedent, so it's a 5v4 match right now, and Diff have to do something. They have to go for the flip, or they have to go for the fight, but they are vastly outnumbered.
You gotta set this up for a good barrage blow from Snow. That's what's gonna have to happen here.
Oh,
No! That is not what you want to see. They do find Dodo at least, and now they've got to use some sort of advantage with the extra damage to find more. Ramoa does go down. Juare finds that. The rip on Droudon continues to come through. Dift aren't going to be able to make it, but Snow might be able to.
Wait.
The stun from Gunnar is too much. Who's going to get it? It is going to be Gunnar on the Stable Eye, as Nasty Family are going to win this game.
I thought they were going to come back into. I thought that was going to be another Snow steal coming out, but Stellar Dirge does manage to pick up. Oh no! Gunnar, what are you doing? A Sable on an HP and Dream. It's going to go in from the
just in time.
Well, they're not going to be able to stop it though. I mean, it was a tough game for Dift in that one. They were on the back foot from the moment that the announcer said go. The invade very successful. Sableye, managing to succeed on their invade, whereas I believe Scroto was not able to on the other side. It was just a very, very hard round for Snow to really get going.
It was, yeah. I think that's the difficulty of it, mate, is that they had such a great invade from Nasty Family. They knew that the approach from Dift is going to have to be get on that Kudfu straight out of the gates. Everybody knows that has to be the plan. So they send Gunnar, they send Ramoa just to try and keep Dift from being able to do just that, and it just came up their way in that one, mate. So we will go to a game 3. That is bound to happen. I think Snow probably could have got a little bit more out of those barrage blows, mate.
Yeah, I mean, I think after all that he suffered in the early games of that, I think the instant barrage blow onto Gunnar was justified. However, the other ones, perhaps not. I mean, Gunnar did really well in those invades initially. It put a lot of attention. Ramoa defending Cristo when Beach was going for the invade as well also really, really helped out. But now, in this third game, my guy, they've essentially taken all the defenders off the board. They have to allow one of these 3 out, right?
I think that's probably why Beach came out with a Greedent there, mate, because, you at least still have access to the likes of Vaporeon or, those picks that still have something in them, the Ho-Ho, the Articuno, rather than having to go to the Goodra in the final game.
I mean, Goodra... I don't know. I mean, again, a lot of really good play here from Nasty Family. They knew they had the momentum from the start, so they tried everything. And they kept the momentum going for a long time. It wasn't until the very, very tail end of that match where Dift seemed to be like they were back into it. They weren't able to secure too many objectives. Like we go here, a lot of the time, Dift was here, 3 members here, but look at them surround. Sableye comes from the right-hand side, Niak comes from above, Cristo is from behind. They managed to secure this, and they managed to clean it up very, very nicely. But just unfortunately, I mean, Snow, barrage blow once again, I believe, but just didn't hit anyone.
No, that is a shame. And Cascade had to be a little bit quicker on that Sovereign Sword because Niat has Psybeam, which is just a brilliant secure tool here. It doesn't even have to be on that objective to take it. So that's probably where they struggled a little bit in these fights. And here we go again. Just not able to get much. I thought that was going to be the barrage blow, but it ended up being here. And that's the thing with Machamp's Unite move. It feels like people slip through it too easily.
Yeah, but also I remember Machamp's Unite move, you could proc it, and then you could wait, and then you could use it.
Those were the days.
The fact that now it's an instant cast, you have to get almost in the perfect position to use it. Otherwise, it's almost a big waste. I mean, even there, we saw Dodo kind of cop half of the barrage blow because he wasn't fully in it. Yeah. He wasn't fully out of it either. And then, I mean, I thought it was going to go straight onto Gunnar, I'll be honest with you. And again, in this instance, if it had gone onto Gunnar, Sableye would not have been here to kind of stun Snow out of it. And look, once again, what we're dealing with between these two teams. Just the HP of Groudon is at a low point for such a long time.
I mean, Gunnar is lucky that Groudon didn't KO them. If they did, we might be looking at a different ending to this game right now, mate. Because to be able to do that and then still find the KO on Icarus again is an impressive showing from them. But we felt like this was going to go to game 3, mate. These two teams are so incredibly well matched here in this Pokemon Unite season. So I don't know. There's no way to predict where this is going to go, but we're now into the game 3 where you've already called it. Supporters getting low on that pool, getting low on the defender pool as well. You know, Ho-Ho and Articuno, I think, are the last two that are probably viable picks.
Yeah, and again, I'm interested to see, are they finally gonna give Jirawi the Trevenant? Because honestly, game three, probably not. I'll be honest with
No.
you. I'm gonna be very honest with you. And look, it's a straight ban. It's the first ban that you're just not gonna let them have. Blissey gonna be banned. Snorlax gonna be banned. Comfey gonna get banned. And I mean, it just seems like business as usual, mate. I think Umbreon's gonna.
Wouldn't surprise me. I think definitely put Umbreon on that chopping block. Force people to go on to the likes of the Articuno and the Ho-Ho here. Banning out the Mega Lucario is a great shout. That's not something that you want to give over to the likes of Christo or Dodo in this game. Let's see what this final ban will be. Ooh, it's going to be the Talonflame. I like that. I mean, it means that your ranged attacker will at least be able to get a good front line in front of it.
Yeah, now it's going to be interesting to see. Ickless has decided to bring up the Bacon Bird. I really should probably stop calling it that. It is going to be the Yvettal, and Ramoa is actually going to take the Umbreon away from Jirawe. So I'm curious to see it, but we're also going to see a Surf Edge as well. Jirawe insta-locks their Vaporeon, and now I know Vaporeon is a problem Pokemon that you and I don't really like to deal with, but we have not seen it a lot currently. Cascade, I thought was going to give us a Serena, but then it was hovering over an Azumarill. But I kind of like what Beach has. Beach kind of pulled rank and went like, we could.
Yeah, that's a massive comp that they've managed to pull out already on the side of Dift, mate. What I do like is that both of them are taking the approach of we don't necessarily need a healing support, although Gunnar looks like they're going to pick that up now. So it means that Ramoa could go for that pure crowd control Umbreon. No, now they're going to rotate it to, okay, let's put you on the healing Umbreon, and Jiraiya is going to do the same on Vaporeon so that they can have that extra attack power on their side.
Yeah, and look, we talked about it before. Cascade, one of the best Serena players I think I've ever seen. The only other person that comes close to Cascade on the Serena was seeing Joe from OCE play Serena in the early days of Pokemon Unite. Absolutely unstoppable on that Pokemon. But right now, we're going to get Snow on a Blaziken as well. And again, is there a Pokemon that this guy is not good at? Because you and I have had a chance to watch Snow for a long time. And always so fun to watch, especially on this Blaziken. Christo has opted for the Mega Charizard Y. Now, I kind of like how this is going because it is all going to come down, honestly, Tano, to me, on how Gunnar is going to use that Seaweed Snare. Is he going to be able to go into that backline? Is he going to be able to stun? Is Ramoa going to be able to get a good pick so that Christo can take to the skies and slam them all back down?
Yeah, that is interesting, because on the other side as well, you have Nia on this Cramorant that I was not expecting to come out. Magical's going to be very happy, but it does mean that they have this Gatling Gulp missile that isn't really going to be absorbed by too much on the side of Dift. Usually you'd like to have the likes of a Snorlax or a Crustle that can just sit in front of it, mate, and take all of that damage themselves. Right now, that role is probably going to have to go to Beach or Jurare, which is going to keep them busy, but it doesn't, you know, it's not going to take as much damage as the likes of the Crustle that we expect to see. So
it's going to be very interesting as well, because I want to see what Niat's moveset choice is going to be on this Cramorant. A lot of the time we're used to seeing Hurricane, and we do see that head up with Dive, but we're also are used to seeing Surf and Hurricane come through. We're not really seeing Air Slash played as much. Cramorant is when it's playing Dive, and that kind of suits Niat's playstyle. Bottom lane, hard ask for Nasty Family, especially Yvettal and a Vaporeon, my guy.
That's a tasty bottom lane, mate. Ramoa, Nia as well here, so they will have some good damage out of the gates. It's all about which evolution is going to be able to get online first. Slight advantage over to the side of Juare at the moment. Ramoa trying to catch up, but all of that is stolen away by Dift.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Cramorant is very strong early game. I think just with the Whirlpool able to do a lot of damage, but if you're not stepping into that Whirlpool, you're not doing the damage. So Cramorant really needs to get the access to that Hurricane to help out, especially considering Feather Dance doesn't actually do much damage. But right now, inside that top path, they are putting on a lot of suppressive pressure. Gunnar is just going to take all the attention away. And, I mean, this is giving away a little bit of a level, but it's also taking attention away, perhaps allowing Fetch to get a little bit more attention, but also taking, I don't know, just wasting the time of Dift.
Yeah, I think that's a very risky play. Right now, it's advantage Dift unless they can get that Charizard in the lane. Jurare manages to find that Evo down here. There we go. Dodo on the Safetch now. They can push this pad with Ramoa being here as well, but Dodo's going to get pretty weak. Brilliant shielding from the Detect there. They're able to get themselves out of the way, and it does look like Nasty Family are just going to have to retreat here, mate.
Yeah, and HP in a dream with that Fetch as well. I mean, I would back Snow in that fight any day of the week, especially with the Blaziken to be able to go for that Blaze Kick, reposition and pick that back up. Milo's going to come onto the Serena, and I think Serena's going to take a quick trip back to Nurse Joy because that's a 3v1. The freeze came just a little bit too late. The eject speed popped out by Beach this time around, but he's got no support on that pad right now, and the scores are going to come in from the side of Nasty Family. The score openers are coming through as well, and that's a quick 47. But out of nowhere, Jurawe is coming in to help out. Now we've got a 4v3 situation.
Jurare with the Muddy Water as well, so looking to be a crowd control Vaporeon here and provide that assistance as well. Regidrago is on the field. Dift are the ones that are going to get their claws around it at the moment. Trying to see if they can get into it is going to be Ramoa. Nasty Family desperately trying to get there and cause an issue, but they're not able to. It's going to be taken by Snow. Meanlook will connect onto the side of Cascade, but unfortunately not able to break through the line of Beach or Snow to get close enough for a KO.
Snow is so good at playing. Once he gets access to that Unite move on the side of Blaziken, the switch between the two Unite moves and how he combos those moves together is really going to kind of dictate how the next of these fights decide to go. Serena is online as well, so Cascade finally can start doing something effective in these fights. However, Nasty Family is doing a brilliant job at really just putting it down with these mean looks coming out from Umbreon, as well as the Hurricanes coming out from Niat on that bird.
Regieleki is going to be taken by Dift, so they're grabbing all the experience with these objectives right now. Christo trying to bring it to Cascade, but can't, despite the fact that Gunnar was providing them with a front line. And it looks like they're going to find the Dhelmise here as well, mate. Cascade getting so weak that the shields come through thanks to the kicks. And that is a diff, to be honest, mate. Clear diff from that team there.
How many times have we seen Cascade do that? Everybody, I think, has a feeling that they can 1v1 Cascade on a Serena. The shields that Trop Kick provides and the Cascade's knowledge of the cooldowns of this Pokemon are just too good. In a 1v1 situation, whether it's Snow or Cascade, I mean, the Lunging Leak Nova Blast is going to come in from off the screen to try and secure this Registeel, and Dodo has decided that we've blazed Cascade enough. They're going to pick up some KOs and now turn their attention to a Registeel. My bad, Cascade. I think I brought the bad juice.
Yeah, Dodo was like, shut up, guys. I'm going to lock it down right now. Registeel is going to be taken by Dodo as well. And right now, Diff is going to look to retreat, although the flip turn comes back. The Acromine Splash came out of Jurare there as well, I think. No, they weren't. It was just the flip turn. They look way too similar, bro. But right now, Nasty Family have the advantage as Niat is going to see if they can find Cascade. Gets away with a little bit of health.
Well, not only do we have to remember all of the moves that these Pokemon have, but we also have to remember what they look like.
I hate that they look so similar.
Some of the moves look so similar to each other. But, mate, what is similar is this scoreline. 61-78 as we approach the halfway point. These teams have really turned it up in this final match. I mean, there's a few more double digits going on the side of Nasty Family. I do believe that is the... you need to say the name of it.
The Lumiere of Demise coming out from Iglis there.
I mean, that's going to be paired with the Seismic Slap in the bottom lane as Christo decides that Vaporeon is not going to be burnt to a crisp just yet. They decided to prioritize scoring, but on the other side, I mean, Dift have done just as well to score back. The Lunging Leak Nova Blast is not going to be enough, and Dodo has gone into unwanted territory, but the fields are enough, and they're able to get out. So 179, 188, mate, this game is still so very close.
Yeah, I'm loving how back and forth it is. It feels like Dift get the advantage, Nasty Family push back, exactly vice versa. Looking for Cascade here as they're put down into the mean look. Queenly Ascendance comes out from the Legend as they're trying to keep on their feet here. Gatling Bolt Missile is going to be let loose from Nia, and that's the difference maker as Jurare has to retreat instantly. Points will rain on in. It's not much of an overcap, but Nasty Family give themselves a point lead.
I think I'm starting to get a little bit of PTSD. Every time I hear that mean look go off, it makes that same sound effect. I'm just like, oh my god, I can't move. And then I remember I'm not playing this game. But however, we also have a 23-point lead, 24-point lead. My math is correct this time, Mr. Tano. I know you're about to point something out, so I had to say it. There's a freeze going to go onto the Dhelmise as well, as Dift are going to try and put some pressure onto this team and force them out because they want this top objective. It may be a Regirock, but a defensive bot is nothing to sneeze at. They take a KO on the Delmice just quick. But look where Niat and Dodo are right now in the bottom lane, working their way up through Diff's own central lane.
Okay, now they're looking for the team fight around this Regidrago as well. We do have a Unite move on the side of Cristo that can be used here, and it's probably the last moment that they can use it. There's the Aquamarine Splash coming out from that Vaporeon, and that's going to stop all that damage making any difference. Lumiere of Demise once again from this Yveltal, and Ickless is going to push back Nasty Family. Regidrago given to Diff. They claim, hey, jungle is up, go grab farm. Let's stop taking this fight. We don't need it.
100 points between these two as we get to the 3-minute mark. Look at Snow. Repositions Niat beautifully, but Niat managed to get out. I mean, just barely. Snow was surrounded by 4 members of Nasty Family and went, you know what? I fancy myself in this. I backed myself. And he went for the shot, nearly got it, nearly took out Niat. Regilecki is going to go uncontested to Nasty Family, but look at how much yellow is on the side of Diff. They can just serve up all of these dots, get some experience, because these levels are not looking too bad. And with exactly 100 points separating these two teams as we head into our final objective of today, mate, this can go either way.
I don't know how to predict this one, to be honest with you, mate. Diff are winning these team fights, but Nasty Family are in the advantage position here where they have the lead in points and they have the positioning for this Groudon fight. When they find the pick on Cascade, Diff are struggling to finish off the rest of that team fight. Let's see. Here comes the Groudon, buddy. It's all down to this. Patience at the moment, but who's going to take that first move?
Final time when there's a Groudon, the game is on. Suicune is looking for the freeze, but we almost got the anchor shot picking up the Suicune on the other side from the side of the Delmice as well. Charizard, Cristo takes a bit of damage. Suicune just avoids the freeze as well. Vaporeon is picked up by the anchor shot this time as well. The action is everywhere. The wishes are trying to keep the Hurricane fights Cascade. However, Vaporeon goes in with the flip turn. Cascade trying to find their way through. Chisto takes to the sky, and the Unite moves are popping up from everywhere. The Logic League Overblast does come in as well. The first KO, the second KO, the third KO, and Cristo cleans up Diff. Vaporeon the only one left alive as Nasty Family look to regain top spot once again.
Yeah, they're going to get a Hundo Burger from Terare, but it isn't going to be enough, mate. It will make it a tied game, but right now they've got buffs and they've got pressure. Nasty Family are going to get a Hundo Burger in this P2, and now they're going to look for more in the home base as well, having that crowd on buff. They are in the lead. They could just go back and defend this. 50 seconds left on the clock. I predicted a 2-1 victory to Nasty Family, and that looks like what we're going to get.
Oh, man, now you only owe me one thing of Oreo bananas, but that's okay. I'll still take one. I'll take one. That'll be it. But I mean, it's not over yet, mate. There's still 100 points in this game. Anyone could score right now, but it looks like these two teams just want to fight it out against each other. Niat is the kind of one that's just kind of looking to be a little bit sneaky right now, as he wants to score 50 points, just making sure that nobody is around. Because if he gets that 50 points in, it is going to ensure that they do manage to take this victory. There you go, Niat. Just waits for their time. Cristo takes to the sky one more time. 11 seconds going to round this one off. 20 goes in as well, and I think that is going to be enough because Delmice gets another 50 in. 29 going to go through. Just not enough scores on the board for Diff.
That was such an incredibly competitive series, mate. They both deserve their hats off in that one because, yeah, it was such a brilliant back and forth. Great final fight from Nasty Family. Diff was so good throughout the entirety of that game, and it really could have gone either way, mate. So, you know, no wonder this is the 4th and 5th position in this league right now, and I can't wait to see them continue to progress into how good of players they can be as a team as we get further on in this league.
Yeah, I agree with you, my friend. I mean, again, we know the players. We've seen them on various teams throughout our entire careers as casting. We've watched them start in this game, and now to see where they're all at right now. These level of games are just so incredible. And this entire broadcast so far, from start to end, we started with a banger. We had another banger. We had another banger. And then we had another bang. We're just eating well tonight in this EU region because it's so good. I mean, it's just, I can't think of enough positives to say about all of the players and all the teams that we witnessed today. So again, well done to Nasty Family. I mean, you didn't make a liar out of Kano, which is what we kind of live for when it comes to EUL. I live to make him a liar. You guys, you diffed me this time. I'll say that.
Listen, they've saved me a packet of Oreo bandanas at least, mate.
No, you still owe me one. You still owe me
but
one.
I don't owe you 2, and I don't owe you 3. That's the difference, mate.
I'll take that. As long as I get 1, that is the most important.
I gotta stop making these bets. But what we won't stop seeing is these incredible teams fighting out here in EUL as we have a look at these replays. And that was a back and forth like the best as we've seen. And nearly the entirety of today has been just a day of game threes, mate.
Yeah, I mean, what was it? I think 3 out of 4 games. We had 3 game threes in total. A lot of them were very, very good games. I mean, obviously, I think this one was probably the most competitive out of the 3 that we saw. Just a lot of back and forth towards the end. I mean, our first game with Rework Esports Core was also an incredibly competitive game. And then we saw TTAR actually pick up their very first victory of EUL as well in a very, very highly contested best of 3, which was very, very fun to see. So, I mean, I'm running out of superfluous, bro. I need a thesaurus. I need a dictionary. I need more words in my vocabulary to come up with how amazing our EU region is.
I don't even know what that superfluous word means, mate. So, don't sub me in for that one. But right now, we'll see the rest of these team fights come through. Yes, Flip Turn looks a lot like Aquamarine Splash. It really frustrates me. That's the Aquamarine Splash that we see from Jirari there. And this fight, that purely cancelled out so much damage coming out from that seismic slam from Christo, mate.
Yeah, absolutely. You mean the Luminaire of Demise or the Aquamarine Splash?
The Splash.
The Luminaire of Demise also backed Christo off a decent amount because you can still take damage also while you're in that seismic slam. But look at what was going on at this. I mean, Gunnar was on target with all of these anchor shots, kind of dispositioning the Suicune, dispositioning the Vaporeon, but then the Endless Ice Spice come through into the seismic slam, and a diff disappeared. Like their entire team just disappeared. And I think this shows kind of how powerful Mega Charizard Y still is, but you have to use them in the right circumstance, I think. And we see a lot of people start a fight with Mega Charizard Y. Christo, a lot of the time, very smartly decided to end a lot of the skirmishes with Seismic Slam, and I think that's the way you need to do it. But take us through the roundup, my friend.
Yeah, here we go, chat. This is the action that you have witnessed today. Esport Core Vaporeon haters came all the way down to that 2-1 going to Esport Core, and boy, was it a close one. TTAR managing to get their first victory here in EUL against the #1 team going into today, Oman Buzaloof. That's a 2-1 victory to those legends over there. And it was, of course, Engage Academy being able to defeat Eons Esports in what looked like a comfortable win for them, but a good fight back from Eons Esports. A Nasty Family just managing to take Dift on in that one with a 2-1 victory for themselves as well. It's going to be a pretty good change-up of these standings, mate.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I can't wait to see how the standings are going to pan out. We don't have to wait very long to see how that, because our production is on point. Rework Esports Core are going to stay in that top position for 1. Omon Booster Lift go to 3-2. Vaporeon Haters 4-1 as well. They might. I want to see how these points rack up, Tano, because plus 13, plus 12, plus 9. I mean, it's going very, very well. So that top 4 looking very, very strong. Dift with that loss today going to go kind of even, and we'll see Nasty Family and Engage Academy going to be knocking on the door of that top 4 very, very soon. But my hope for this is that we can see TTAR getting their first win of EUL. Big congratulations to them. I want to see them move forward and continue to win and continue to put on those great performances, because this seems to be a turning point.
Yeah, no, it really does. And you can compare with the mid-seasonal standings that we had. You do earn points in the mid-seasonal, which is why you had those difference with Vaporeon Haters there. And it's going to continue to progress, mate. I think we'll see plenty of leapfrogging going on. I think Vaporeon Haters are going to bounce back big time. They were already pushing that really close. I think Esport Core are probably very comfortable that they're now in that #1 spot again and will not want to see themselves slip in any other game. So that's our standings at the moment, and we're going to continue with some absolute belters here in EUL. We've got plenty more weeks to be able to bring you. This is the matchup of round 6 on the 8th of August. Want to talk us through it, my guy?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, TTAR's going to go up against EON Esports, so this is another chance for TTAR. I mean, they're going into that. The 5th to 8th spots are now going up against each other, so this is another chance for TTAR to build some momentum, but it's also a chance for EON Esports to get a win on the board because, from what I've been hearing, these teams do scrim each other as well. So I'm keen to see how these guys come out swinging. Nasty Family going to go up against Engage Academy. With the performance that Engage Academy put on, mate, they could give Nasty Family a good run for their money. They pour on Haters versus Omon Boozloo, middle of the table. That's going to be a fun one to watch. Reworked Esport Core versus Diff is the highlight, I think, of round 6. That's going to be an absolute banger. I can't wait to watch that.
Yeah, neither can I. That is going to be the one to watch, and you'll be able to see that next weekend, chat, and you may even see some familiar faces on these mics, as me and Lobo are going to be pretty comfortable here in EUL moving forward. Now we're out of July, and I'm finally not as busy on the weekends. It has been an absolute pleasure to be back on the mic. EUL is without a doubt the best Pokemon Unite action in EU. A humongous shout out to the legends working production in behind the scenes, Shivam, and of course Bina on those cams as well, and the legendary Lobo sitting opposite me here in the same time zone finally, mate.
I mean, I've been in the same time zone for a hot minute, mate. I don't think it's new information, but I absolutely love being here. It hasn't been a year. It's been 7 months. So I don't know what you're on about. It's almost been a year, and I plan on staying here for as long as possible because there is EU action to cast at every minute, and ain't no one else I'd rather do it besides apart from my incredible co-caster. But, I mean, Unite isn't such a fantastic... not fantastic. Fantastic is not the word. It's in an interesting spot right now. This year's Worlds is going to be absolutely incredible because it's going to be the last one that's on the Unite Championship Series. And then it's going to be a new chapter for Unite. And, doom and gloom or positivity, whichever way you want to spin it. The esports for this game is fantastic. And you cannot tell me otherwise. And I think, just in terms of the esports side of it, I have a little bit of positivity in me, and especially when we get to do grassroots like this, my positivity tends to spread and grow. So I have loved and enjoyed being back on the mic with you, my guy, especially after both of us took a little bit of a break. And I'm sure we got a lot more Pokemon Unite casting in us for the
that we do. That is going to be it from us, chat. Have a beautiful rest of your day. Those that are watching the wrestling, enjoy it. Hydrate, you beautiful people. We will see you next week, and we'll catch you then. Bye-bye.